BetMGM tonight.
All right, let's go in and get after it here. All NBA playoff edition, all the stinking time. So here are your options. You can obviously pick from the LA Clippers and Denver Nuggets game. Game 2, the Nuggets winning that one in overtime by a slim margin. Will they get out to a 2-0 lead? We shall find out. You can do a live dive right now if you want in Pistons and Knicks. Or you could go to the futures market as well. So whatever poison you want to pick, have at it, take a little sip, and hopefully your bet is going to cash. So Harvey, you're going to be the first one up here. Give me your selection. Give me your reasoning. And when you're done, you go to Brandon. Hey, hit me with a hoop. So he'll drop a little little basketball, either call or video game reference. And I'll take the baton from there and do the exact same thing with my selection. So let's go ahead and go back and forth. You're up first, my man, with your first hoop scoop.
All right, so we're just going to ride out the Pistons and hope that they could win this game. They could, cash our +1.5 series price, hopefully, and just at least cover the 7. So that's looking good right now. And then later on, I like the Clippers. But I played some series prices because I love a good game 1 overreaction. And I could just be way off on this, man, because the Lakers, they have no rim protection whatsoever. They don't play a whole lot of defense. I was on social media last night. I was watching WrestleMania, not going to lie, but I saw everybody, LeBron's washed. He's not. He's fine. And Luka's going to get this thing right. I do worry that they don't play a whole lot of defense. I think they beat Minnesota in 6 or 7 still. So right now, the Lakers, they went from -185 to -205, -210, I think, on the series price. They dropped game 1 in embarrassing fashion, and I was on Minnesota in that game last night. But now, all of a sudden, the Lakers are +115. So I feel like that's too good to be true. Hopefully for Minnesota fans, they do just knock off this team, right, and put an end to this LeBron stuff. But I don't think it happens, man. History tells me it doesn't happen. Also, LeBron just notoriously not great in game 1s. So kind of figured that was going to go down. I like the +115 price on the Lakers, though, to win the series against the Timberwolves here in the first round. Brandon, hit me with the hoops.
Oh, the rim is crying.
Excellent. Hopefully I'm going to be crying tears of joy on this one. Give me the Joker. He's a joker. He's a smoker. He's a midnight toker. He's also a basketball stroker. That is Nikola Jokic. I say he gets a triple-double a night against the LA Clippers. +130. I'll roll their shoulders. It gets seduced by that juice if it indeed cashes in. Entirely on the table. He has triple-doubled against the Clippers earlier this season in 4 matchups, including there in game 1. He only has the 1 triple-double, but a guy entering the playoffs has got a triple-double in 3 of his last 5 games. All he needed was 1 more assist, and that's kind of generally the case for him. In game 1, went for 29 points, 12 boards, and 9 dimes. I'm hoping the 10th dime is going to catch tonight. You look at the Clippers, it's a horrendous matchup on paper, as they've allowed the fewest opponent rebounds per game per last 15. The 14th fewest assists per game, so a little bit more loosey-goosey there, and though in the middle of the pack. And the 3rd fewest opponent points per game. But Jokic, all he does is pile up the production because he's the best player in the known damn universe. So I say tonight, he shows up, shows out there on his own floor inside Ball Arena, and scores that triple-double at a +130. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
Buckle up for Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant just sucked the gravity out of the Target Center. What a play.
What a call. All right, let's go to tomorrow night. Let's go to, wow, is that right? So the Bucks were, I bet them earlier today, as 5-point dogs on our screenshot right now, down to 3.5. I like this one a lot if Dame plays. The Bucks got just absolutely embarrassed game 1. Giannis, in typical Giannis fashion, was excellent. Nobody else could hit a shot. Like I said to start the show, I did bet Kyle Kuzma over 12.5 points, thinking he's going to be out there chucking. He went 0 for 4 from the floor, had no rebounds, no assists. Giannis got no help, but it got chippy at the end. These teams hate each other. Indiana beat the Bucks last year in this series. I do still like Milwaukee here if Dame's able to give it a go. He was talking some trash with Tyrese Halliburton. Even though Dame's, 34 years old. If he comes back, I like Milwaukee to at least be able to cover this number. He's questionable right now with this calf injury, so we'll wait and see if he's out there. Regardless, I at least like the Bucks to make this one a little bit more competitive after getting blown out. If Dame doesn't go, we'll be on the air, obviously, tomorrow night. Maybe I just play Giannis props because, I thought he was going to go out for 60 in that game. He was awesome. Brandon, hit me with the hoops.
All right, let's get some more plus money on the board. Yes, and let's go back to that Nuggets game and against the LA Clippers. I say Christian Brown. I'm not going to go with the rock chalk on the Jayhawk. The Kansas product, I'm going to live and land down under on 2.5 points. And it's a plus 100. So little baby seduced by the Jews yet again there on that even juice. You look at the under, he has done this in 3 or 4 games against LAC this season. He's averaging 11.3 points per game, though he's shooting a robust 65.5% against the Clippers this season. The reason why he rarely catches over on this prop when he's facing LAC, then a whole lot of threes, less than 2 per game, nor does he get to the charity stripe and convert often. He's shooting fewer than 2 free throws per game. So he can still go out there, have a decent game, be a contributor, play another, 35, 40 minutes in this thing. But the Clippers, as I already mentioned with Jokic, they've been outstanding defensively in their last 15. Number 3 in the entire the NBA over that stretch in adjusted defensive efficiency, giving up just 1.082 points per possession. So knowing the fact that Brown has been under this in 3 or 4, knowing the fact that he doesn't jack a lot of threes or hit a lot of them or get to the free throw line and convert, and knowing too the Clippers have been locked down defensively, I think the under 12.5 points, way too high. I think he's going to be in that 7 to 10 range tonight. Give me the under at plus 100. And Brando, give me another. Hit me with the hoops.
Sox for the win. Oh, yes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I was going to talk, you know what? I was going to bet the Grizzlies. I'm not going to do that. That was embarrassing. They lost by 52 game 1. So I'll stay away. I don't know that there is a bounce back with that team. But I do like a prop tonight. Let's go with, since the Bulls have been eliminated per usual in the plan, let's go with former Bulls legend Chris Dunn. His PRA went from 10.5 to 11.5 points, rebounds, and assists. I like this. Chris Dunn, he's been getting minutes. He's averaging over 6 points per game this season, 3.4 rebounds, 2.8 assists, shooting 43% from the floor. Game 1, played over 30 minutes. Now, that game did go to overtime, but still, when he does play, at least 20 minutes, he averages over this number, 13.7 points, rebounds, and assists. He's went over this number in over 60% of his games this season, and he's been getting a lot of run. So we're going to go with Chris Dunn, actually. Soft number, went from 10.5 to 11.5, but it's still plus money, even money right now. Chris Dunn, over 11.5 PRA, coming up in the Clippers-Nuggets game at 10 p.m. Brandon, hit me with the hoops.
So let me ask you again, do you love this game?
Yes.
Is there a newborn kitten purring in here right now? I couldn't hear you. Do you want to be in the NBA? Yes! Well, let's make that happen.
Good stuff there from the Sandman. All right, let's get another bet on the board that I like tonight. And I'm going to go with Kawhi Leonard in the matchup between the Clippers and the Denver Nuggets. And a guy that's got those active hands, those kleptomaniac hands, one of the best defenders that I've seen in my lifetime on the NBA floor. I say he gets at least a couple of steals. So give me the over 1.5 steals. A little bit heavier juice there at a minus 130, but I'm certainly interested in playing this one. Why? Well, he had 3 steals in game numero uno. And if you look at the regular season, he didn't even play the Denver Nuggets because remember, he was dealing with myriad injuries. But you look at Denver in their last 15, they allowed the 8th most opponent steals per game at 8.5. And a guy that I think is going to be, one of the best, he is one of the best on-ball defenders, and he's going to exert enough pressure, slap the leather away, collect it, and we're going to get at least not 1, but 2 steals, and that occurs, again, at a minus 130 over on that prop. One more time, Brandon! Hit me with hoops.
Improbable! Unbelievable! Impossible! Magic Giddy! Good day, mate!
All right, let's get you an update on what is going down in the NBA game that is underway. And we got a barn burner right now, nearly halftime, as the Pistons are up 5 on the New York Knicks, 52-47. Giving you a stat update. Look at Kate Cunningham. He's got 17, 7 rebounds. Here's a shocking stat for him. He has no assists. Really? 0 assists.
Yeah.
That's kind of wild to me for a team that is leading right now. Harris has got 9 and 4. Duran's got 8 and 6 so far in the game. Schroeder coming off the bench has 9 points. And meanwhile, for the Knicks, they got 3 players in double figures. Of course, Jalen Brunson's one of them. He's got 15 points and 4 dimes in the first half. Bridges with 13. He also has 3 steals. And your boy Cat has 10 points. With Horby, you were on the over on 3-pointers made. Is that correct? Yeah, he's over 1. Not good.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Anunoby, though.
1 for 3.
Anunoby's got a steal. He doesn't have a block, though. I need another steal and a block. That could be a wash of a game for us.
Yeah. Cat is getting buckets, man. But again, he is only taking 1 3, which isn't good. He only went 1 for 3 game 1. I like that plus money price. Should have just probably went with the points and rebounds. I don't really think that Detroit has an answer for him. And I feel all right about the Pistons, but again, now the Knicks are making this run, and this reminds me exactly of what went down game 1 when the Pistons had an 8-point lead in the fourth quarter, and then the Knicks go on like a 21-1 run. So that did scare me. You got a young team, and I almost felt like, that's kind of the way that you look at it. Hey, do the Pistons bounce back game 2? Or, that's hard to get over because you had a double-digit lead the majority of that game. You were up 8 in the fourth quarter. You let it slip away, and you lose that game to steal home court advantage game 1. That's what you worry about. How are they going to react game 2? So that one's going to be a sweat. Luckily, Capitals, no sweat there yet. Up 2-0 in the second period. Ovechkin already has a goal. Guy's the greatest of all time. But yeah, man, I'm going to have to sweat out the stupid Pistons. And I need Cat to start chucking some threes because the Josh Hart prop, I'm going to say that one's already dead. He's got 5 assists. And we're not even at the half, and I needed under 6.5. So cold streak's going to continue in the NBA. Thank God the NFL draft's right around the corner, and I get all my money back.
Yeah, hopefully that will be the case. I hope you're going to be a pinpoint prognosticator in that exercise. I'm really irked right now. I had Nick Lodolo. I need the over on 17.5 outs. He was well on pace to get there, and then he got in a little bit of trouble. Got 2 outs in the 6th, and then got yanked. Oh, I hate that. So 5 2/3 did not get the extra round needed for me to cash on that, but Schwellebach did hit the over on 17.5 outs. Unfortunately, the Cardinals are now up 3-2 on the Atlanta Braves. So we got to get some run support here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Hopefully get him a lead so he can get on top and be eligible for the win. All right, we got exit stage left here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, fantasy football talk. Yeah, insanely early ADPs, quarterback edition. You don't want to miss that conversation. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Elizabeth, I'm coming, baby.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you, and in the house on this Manic Monday alongside Ryan Horvat. We're going to be talking more tackle football here momentarily. Fantasy football version. We're going to do some overvalued, undervalued, and properly valued, and an insanely early peek at average draft positions in the world of fantasy. And we're going to be focused on quarterbacks tonight, like we're going to have our eye on some of the first-year players and where they're going to land in Thursday night's round one of the NFL Draft. Friendly reminder on that front, if you want instant analysis, whether for fantasy football, sports betting purposes, we're the guys for you. You got to tune in to BetMGM Tonight. We're going to have it covered wall-to-wall live right here on BetMGM Tonight, night one and night two of this year's NFL Draft. So we're going to be spinning it forward across the gaming world to get you all the pertinent opinions and insights that we possibly can over our 3 and 4 hours on the show. Again, on Thursday and Friday, make sure you tune in to BetMGM Tonight for our coverage of this year's NFL Draft from Green Bay, Wisconsin. Also, if you want to talk some tackle football with us, maybe you want to talk some NBA, some Major League Baseball, drop the puck and make some bucks. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this. It's NFL Draft Week. Hashtag Team Huevos. How many quarterbacks do you believe are selected in round one? Out of 2 quarterbacks, 3 quarterbacks, or 4 quarterbacks. Nearly 250 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment. We're going to read those a little bit later on the show and give you a shout out on air. So drop those in on X at BetMGM Tonight. On X at BetMGM Tonight. Once again, we're going to do a little insanely early ADP view from a fantasy football perspective, and here's how this segment is going to work. I'm going to throw out a quarterback. I'm going to give you where that quarterback ranks right now in terms of overall average draft position and the pecking order as well at the quarterback position, and then I'm going to simply ask Ryan Horvat, do you believe that player is overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued? We'll have a conversation, and then we'll move on to the next guy. Horvey, are you ready?
Oh, I am ready. Let's do it.
All right, let's start off with Jaden Daniels, a guy, your neck of the woods there in Maryland, that certainly had a breakout season for the Washington Commanders. A lot of Bears fans regretting the selection by the Bears, the number 1 overall last season of Caleb Williams. Thinking, oh my God, just think if we would have had Jaden Daniels, what we could have done last year. We could have been Washington right there, knocking the door of maybe making the Super Bowl, but of course they fell short. Jaden Daniels right now, quarterback 3 in average drafts, according to Fantasy Pros, with an overall ADP of 43.47. Now, again, this is based on a standard passing system, so that scoring system being 4 points for a passing touchdown, not that crazy 6 points for all touchdowns. And this does not include a superflex. It's a single quarterback format. Superflex, for those of you that may not be aware, essentially it's 2 quarterbacks. A super flex could qualify as a quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. So effectively you have a single quarterback that you're always playing, and like 99.9% of the time, at least bye weeks or injuries are really kicking in, you're going to have a second quarterback playing at all times. So again, standard format with the 4 points per passing touchdown. We're always going half point PPR. Jaden Daniels, quarterback 3, 43.47. Horvat, overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued?
All right, so I wanted to say undervalued, but I'm going to go actually proper value just because we say always, right, second-year quarterback, and they add weapons, right? They bring in Deebo Samuel, even though that was not a great season for Deebo and he was all beat up. We love Terry McLaurin. And you always say, well, he's only going to continue to get better. But we also said the same thing about CJ Stroud. I thought people were drafting CJ Stroud way too high, at least in my leagues last year. People were betting him to win the MVP. And I'm not going to say he had a sophomore slump. He still had a pretty good season with a beat-up offensive line, but he did not win MVP. He wasn't an all-pro. But, man, I want to almost say undervalued. I'm going to say proper right now. I want to see one more year of sample size. I'm not going to get crazy and say the Bears made a mistake because I'm really high on Caleb. But as a fantasy quarterback, I'm higher on Jaden, right? He finished with 1,000 rushing yards, second only next to Lamar Jackson, was second in designed runs. So they're going to have more design stuff, you would figure, in the Kingsbury offense. Also really good scrambling as well. And last year, quarterback 4 through 17 weeks in the regular season. In the playoffs, QB6. 22 points per game. Like I said, rushed for over 1,000 yards. So I think he's properly valued. If anything, maybe a little undervalued.
I think he's a little bit overvalued, honestly, at QB3. I think you're buying at full market price. Josh Allen, by the way, for reference, is QB1. Lamar Jackson is QB2. So let me ask you this before I give you my reasoning on why I feel he's overvalued. Who would you rather have in a draft right now, Horvat? Because this is really justify where you're going to be ranking on Mr. Jaden Daniels. Is it Jaden Daniels or Jalen Hurts? Who would you rather have?
I would rather have Jaden Hurts. I would rather have Jaden Daniels over Jalen Hurts.
I would like to have a hybrid of the two as well.
Yeah, give me the combo of them. Yes.
I would rather have Hurts. I would rather have Hurts. Daniels or Joe Burrow?
I would rather have Joe Burrow, especially this season.
I would too. So if you view it that way, and I think both of us are on the same page, Josh Allen's going to be the one-of-ones at quarterback. There's an argument for Lamar Jackson to be the one-of-ones, but they're 1 and 2 in some order. So Daniels effectively on your board be like QB4 because you're going to have Burrow slightly higher. I'm going to have Burrow and Hurts ahead of him. So I got him right now at quarterback 5. So I think he's a little bit overvalued at the QB3 price tag. You got to remember last season, in terms of wins above replacement, he was number 22 overall, the 4th best quarterback. Okay, that's outstanding. But fantasy football purposes on a per game basis, he was number 6. So again, you're paying top market price for him at quarterback 3. Yes, he was excellent at adjusted completion percentage at number 10, but only number 29 in deep ball completion percentage, number 11 in red zone completion percentage. The rushing stats, of course, ballooned his overall value, averaging 52.4 rush yards per game with the 6 rushing touchdowns. I just think this is a little bit too much of a bullish market on him at QB3. So slightly overvalued is my call with Jaden Daniels. All right, let's go to Baker. Baker, the touchdown maker. Right now, QB6 in terms of ADP, overall ADP at 68.87. So Horvey, overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued on Baker Mayfield?
I'll say slightly overvalued just because I would have him closer to the 7-8 range. I think it's going to be a bounce back season for Mahomes, right? And I mean, last year, obviously 2024, he broke out. And I think a lot of people expected regression because Liam Cohen took over as play caller instead. I mean, that was his best season fantasy wise. Before that, finished 18th or worse, I believe, every season in his first 6 years. But I don't know if he's going to skip a beat, man, right? Like, Chris Godwin and Mike Evans both dealt with injuries last season. You hope that Mike Evans is at least fully healthy this year. Jalen McMillan, I think, is going to be awesome this year. And you look at Mayfield's numbers last year. He's only going to be 30 years old. He completed 71% of his passes, 3rd best in the league. So I'm going to say slightly overvalued, but I do think top 10, I would say like 7 or 8 for me.
Yeah, I think slightly overvalued is the right call. I think he's around 8 for me, quite frankly. I mean, you look at the guys that are going around the same vicinity, so it's like, who would you rather have, Mahomes or Mayfield? You're on Mahomes? I would go Mahomes. Would you rather have Mayfield or Jared Goff? I'd rather have Mayfield over Goff. What about Mayfield over Kyler Murray? I actually go with the Dachshund of the Desert and Kyler Murray, who I think is going to have an incredible year. Potentially down there in the great Southwest. So that's where I'm at on Baker Mayfield. His WAR last season was 25 overall, 5th best among quarterbacks. He finished quarterback 3 in fantasy in a points per game basis. He was number 4 in adjusted completion percentage. Amazing. Number 10 in total air yards, number 10 in deep ball completion percentage, and numero uno in red zone completion percentage. He had 44 total touchdowns. You might say, well, he's got to get Chris Godwin back. Yeah, that's a plus. But losing Cohen, as you mentioned, the OC to Jacksonville, there's going to be some negative ripple effects there. So slight downgrade for Baker Mayfield for me. I'm going to have a quarterback 8. Not where he is going right now at quarterback 6. All right, let's go to Patrick Mahomes. A very disappointing year last year. Quarterback 7 right now is a current ADP. 69, nice. A 0.61 for the overall ADP. So overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued?
I'll say properly valued. I do think he's going to be top 5 this season. I'm considering playing some Patrick Mahomes MVP prices just because last year, even the year before that, man, weren't typical Pat Mahomes seasons, right? He's going to be 29 years old. He had 5 straight years where he was a top 5 fantasy quarterback, at least top 6, I know. And then last year, I believe, was 11th, just fell outside the top 10. The year before that was even worse. He was 13th. And it's because, now with the too high shell and no Tyreek Hill, it's a completely different Chiefs offense. It's more Dinkin and Duncan. His ADOT, a career low, 6.4, then 6.8 last year. So the last 2 years, not really pushing the ball down the field. But I was really excited last year going into the season because the Hollywood Brown pickup. And then we didn't see him till week 12, week 13. He was never fully healthy. Now, hopefully, fingers crossed, he's healthy to start training camp. You bring back Rashee Rice, and you have Xavier Worthy year 2. Plus Mahomes, the last couple of years at least, he's been using his legs a little bit more. So I think he's going to be a top 5 quarterback. But I think right now he's properly rated, maybe even like a little overrated.
Yeah, the quarterback 7 is spot on with that 69.61 ADP. Guy that was quarterback 10 in WAR last year, which is un-Mahomes-like. Finished quarterback 11 in points per game in a down year, 16 adjusted completion percentage, 34 deep ball completion percentage, but still number 5 in red zone completion percentage with the 28 total touchdowns. Having a healthy Rice will certainly help him out tremendously this year. Xavier Worthy really turned on late in the year, and having Hollywood Brown on the field for most of the year as well will be a major upgrade for him as far as the position and targets go. All right, we got to head to stage left here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to be talking some more tackle football. Oh, actually, no, we're going to be talking NBA with Anthony Irwin. All Lakers all the time. So stick around right here at BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Now, from the BetMGM Network, it's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us. And we are off and running on a Tuesday morning on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for being with us. Coming up, we'll get you all caught up on the NBA playoffs and what went down last night with the Pistons and Knicks going at it at the Garden. Clippers and Nuggets meeting in the Mile High City. Also, Nico Harrison is back and as bad as ever. We'll talk about that as well. In 20 minutes, we'll preview tonight's games before we take our weekly trip to my streaming corner in 40 minutes. At 7 o'clock, we got a new producer on the show. Denton Day's here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Let's go. Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. Let's go. We'll get to know Denton before looking at some baseball lines. More basketball news comes your way at 7:40. During the 8 o'clock hour, more hoops before we bring in Kenny Ducey from the Action Network and Covers.com handing out our best bets as well at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins in D.C. She is Chelsea Messenger live in Nashville. Chelsea, good morning. Denton, good morning. How's everybody doing?
It's a great day, isn't it? We got the matching salmon memo. It looks like we're going to
yes.
Easter Sunday at church together. Maybe we'll be, a brother-sister duo who's going to be singing old hymns on Sunday.
I like that. You sing Amazing Grace. I pull out the old whiskey from inside the coat and toss a couple back, and you give me the elbow, like, come on, at least make it to the sermon. We could do that.
What church are you going to?
Not one you're going to. Just
clearly.
a few friends, and we call it church every single Sunday. No Easter pictures, just happy to be there after a late Saturday. Now, what church do you go to, by the way? I saw your Easter pic. It looked great over the weekend.
I go to Cottontown Baptist, which is just about as country as it sounds. There's about 30 people that go there. But it's kind of nice because you get to know everybody in the church. It's not like the mega churches where, there's a lot of people that want to do that and you can just stand in the back and be unbothered, which I get the promise of that as well. But it's definitely not one of those new age churches. We sing like only hymns that you've heard of. Like, Jenks, did you grow up going to church? You probably know exactly the hymns I'm talking about.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I joke around, but I grew up going to the First United Methodist Church of Breckenridge, Texas. So, yes, I was there each and every Sunday, Sunday school. Actually, when I was engaged, when I was like 25, a long time ago, I was engaged to a girl whose parents were the church choir heads back where I went to church growing up. So, yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. So my mom plays the piano. So we go to that church for that reason. Like there are other churches that maybe I would go to if I had a choice, but this one's great. Like, I love the people there. We have grown to really love it. It just reminds me of like those church memories where you're sitting with like your mom and you're like trying to find something in her purse to entertain yourself. And you're like, oh,
Right.
Pepto-Bismols. We hit the lottery. This or like the Tums Tropical. Did you ever eat stuff like that out of your mom's purse?
I cannot say I stole Tums out of my mom's purse.
We did get
in trouble. We did get in trouble a lot because we had a balcony at our church. So we would always, like, the kids would sit in the balcony. And there's a very famous story that someone threw a shoe down during this sermon. And that was not me. It was blamed on me. I did not do that. Every now and then someone would throw a paper plane down. Like, the kids, if you put all the kids together in one spot in church, eventually they get restless. So that was kind of an issue for a while. So we finally settled down enough to kind of be on our own, but it was a little dicey there for a little bit.
So have you watched The Righteous Gemstones? Like, if you grew up going to church in the South, you got to watch that on HBO. With the guy from Kenny Powers and Walton Goggins.
See, this is perfect for the streaming corner. We'll talk about this. Yes, we will do this. Well done. That's like a nice little tease. Also, we were talking yesterday about how you had struggled a bit. Then I look up now, perfect day essentially.
Yes. I guess squirrel finds nut occasionally. It was nice to get on the right side of things. Look at us, NBA savants. So best bet was in the association, had Cade Cunningham over 26.5 points. He finished with 33. So the handicap here was Cade Cunningham was not very efficient in the first game, but the dude had been averaging 30 plus points a game against the Knicks in the regular season. So we know that the Pistons go as Cade Cunningham goes, and we saw that last night. Pistons won. Cade Cunningham scored 33. Had the Clippers -1 over the Nuggets. This line was all over the place. I think I got the worst line, but still didn't matter. Clippers won 105-102. Reds Marlins for 5 under 4, banking on 2 good starting pitchers, and that was a win. Marlins led 3-0. And then as for the Red Sox, I did an alternate run line where I did -2 to lay a little less juice, and it cost me a win. Instead, I get a push. Red Sox win over the White Sox 4-2. So 3-0-1.
Nice job. I'm going to save everyone the details for my bets. I want to talk about Nico Harrison here. I went 3-1. Nice night. Dongster went 1-0. So for the week, you're 3-0-1. I'm 3-1. Dongster went 1-0. But we got to talk about our guy Nico before we recap last night's games in the NBA. This guy has been doing damage control for weeks now since he traded Luka away to the Lakers. And then yesterday, when meeting with Dallas media, he revealed this.
When you were kicking the idea of this trade around, and you had various scenarios planned in your head, did the anger and outrage from the fan base, has that exceeded what you were kind of planning for?
Yeah, good question. I did know that Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't quite know it to what level, but really the way we looked at it is, you know, if you're putting a team on the floor that's Kyrie, Clay, PJ, Anthony Davis, and Lively, we feel that's a championship caliber team, and we would have been winning at a high level, and that would have quieted some of the outrage. And so unfortunately we weren't able to do that, so it just continued to, go on and on.
I disagree with this guy. Even if they had won at a high level, like Mavs fans are never going to get over this, by the way. Never. Like, how do you not know we have a generational superstar? He's already taken us to the NBA Finals. We'll trade him away for someone who is older, where the championship window is smaller. I'm sure the fans are going to be just fine with this. How do you not know? Like, any sports fan ever knows, when you have a generational talent, you hold on to that talent. They're so rare. You know how many NBA teams would love to have a Luka Doncic as part of their history, as part of their franchise? Like, this is just so tone deaf to me. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and he's 25. Like, he's not 35. He's not at the end of his prime. He's at the start of his prime. So you're telling me you didn't put 2 and 2 together when the face of your franchise led your team to an NBA Finals? You thought, maybe the fans like this guy. Maybe the guy who probably leads in jersey sales is somebody you don't want to trade away. So, Jenks, let me ask you, from a PR perspective, what do you think Nico Harrison should be saying right now? Because for me, he keeps backing himself further and further to where, at first I was like, okay, he made a bad trade, whatever. But every time he opens his mouth, it's worse. Like, at this point, just shut up.
Yeah, I think he keeps trying these little things to spin this story. Like, first he did last week, it was a smaller, almost by invite only, smaller media session, and that didn't go well. And then he does this bigger media session. That doesn't go well. And then at the same time, there's a long-form article that comes out on ESPN yesterday doing a real deep dive into how this happened and really how this wasn't something that just generated over the past 3 or 4 months. This goes back a year and a half with Nico firing a bunch of the training staff that were close to Luka. People didn't know what he was doing. I think now he's got to the point where he honestly just needs to shut up and just let the offseason go and then come back next year and pray to the basketball gods that the Mavs win, because every single time he talks, it's even worse. And then we have to play this, Chelsea. I want your reaction on this. As part of this press conference yesterday, Nico was also asked directly about his job.
Luka comes back to town, the Lakers game's happening, and you're standing there and there's thousands of people chanting for you to be fired. That's an experience that none of us, no one's chanting for for us to lose our jobs. Why why shouldn't you be fired?
Well, one, I think I've done a really good job here, and I don't think I can be judged by the injuries this year. You have to judge from totality, from beginning to end. And so I think I have a really good working relationship with Patrick.
You know, it's not a bad question, but why shouldn't he be fired, Chelsea? I don't look that he's right in that we haven't seen a big enough sample size here, right? Because it's super unfortunate that Kyrie had that injury and he's going to miss the start of next season as well. Anthony Davis was not healthy. They had a ton of injuries, so that is a fair thing to say. But even if those guys were healthy, I don't think it makes this any better.
Yeah, the question was not sugar-coated. Imagine going up to somebody and be like, hey, so people were chanting that they want you to be fired. I've personally never felt that feeling, but you tell me how it feels and why you shouldn't be fired. Like, imagine saying that to somebody's face. Like, I understand, like, the question and the basis of it, and it was a good question. It's just, I don't know, maybe be a little nicer. But listen, this is how the fans feel. So the fans are angry. They're not holding anything back. Yeah. But he is right. Like, you have to, I guess, maybe give it until at least Kyrie Irving is playing. Because wasn't this the gamble? I feel like at the very basis of this, he said to himself, okay, we don't need both Luka and Kyrie. Because Kyrie, when he's on his game, is a very good player. And he said, if we have the 1-2 punch of Kyrie, you know, on guard, and then we have Anthony Davis down low, it's a pretty solid team. So I'm not saying I agree with the move. I'm just saying that, like, that one little snippet of what he said was not necessarily untrue.
He's right. I mean, he deserves. It's hard to say he deserves anything because this was a bad move, like universally panned and rightfully so. But he is right in that, look, maybe, I don't think it's going to happen, but just maybe we'll see a different Mavericks team when everyone is healthy and all of a sudden his grand plan changes and the Mavs make a run. I mean, that's best case scenario for him. So sure, you got to give it more time. But ultimately, I think the thing that gets me is if you're going to trade a guy like Luka Doncic, first of all, I wouldn't trade him in the first place. Secondly, what you get back in return is massive, and what he got back in return is a guy who's a very good player in Anthony Davis, but who has such a finite window compared to Luka, who's 25 years old. So that's the thing that gets me is that you better pray. You've got like a 2 or 3 year window, and Kyrie Irving is no spring chicken, by the way. Like, together, of course, they're going to win a lot of games, but your window is so small, like you painted yourself into a corner where you better win, and you better win quick.
Especially when wasn't part of the reasoning that Luka Doncic, like, doesn't stay in shape and he, like, drinks too much or something? Like, he's been doing this his whole career, and he's been playing well. So, like, who cares what you do off the court if your on-the-court performance is still there? So, yeah, this is going to go down as one of those terrible trades of all time. I don't know how that feels personally, but, you know, that's what he's doing with his life.
I had a boss ask me that one time when I was in Austin and I was working down there at the ABC station, and on the side, and this is when broadcasting contracts were super strict and, you know, you couldn't, you know how it is, like you couldn't go anywhere, lend your voice. And I started working on the side to make some extra money for the Texas Lottery. And I was just one of the voices, right? So a couple times a month, I'd go in and I'd be like, good evening and welcome to the Texas Lottery for April 22nd, 2025. Tonight's numbers are, you know, that whole thing for a minute. And so it didn't say like, hey, this is the voice of Michael Jenkins. It was just my voice. Well, through the grapevine, my general manager finds out that not only am I working at the ABC affiliate, I'm also serving as a voice for the Texas Lottery. She's so mad at me. She calls me into her office. And first of all, she lied to me because I was not speaking ill of anyone. She sits me down. She goes, so we know you're working for the Texas Lottery, and I'm hearing that you are there and you were speaking ill and you were talking about your coworkers, which violates the moral clause in your contract. Give me one reason why I shouldn't fire you right now. I go, I was a kid. I was like, because everything that you're saying is hearsay and has not happened and you can't prove it because I never said it. And she goes, well, that's a good point, but you cannot continue working this job. And I was like, okay. And it was a real bummer for me because I was just, you know, it was a cool job. I got to use my voice, got to read the numbers, and I was just trying to make some extra money as a kid reporter, but I had to leave that job behind and I was really bummed. But I've been asked that question directly. Not fun.
Well, is gossiping really like breaking the moral clause? Like, I thought that was for like really bad things. Like gossiping, like saying like, yeah, Karen really takes forever when she's using the microwave, and she won't stop microwaving salmon. We've told her over and over again. Jenks, that's the moral clause.
Yeah, seriously. She was like coming up with a reason to fire me, and I think she just kind of generated one out of the clear blue sky. But I was like, I don't know. That's pretty specious there. Coming up next on the show, we will talk about what happened last night in the NBA. That was yesterday in the NBA. And we'll also shift gears a little bit, look at tonight's games as well, if the Lakers can even their series with the Timberwolves. She is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
On a Tuesday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Good morning to you. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Got the whole crew here. Coming up, Pistons making a statement at Madison Square Garden. We'll get to that and preview tonight's games on the NBA playoff slate as well. Chelsea, we were talking during the break. Did a little local TV last night on Fox 5 here in D.C. Put on my best suit that's a few years old. That thing had to be dusted off. I haven't worn a suit to work in a long time. So I had to pull out the lint roller. The lovely Catherine pulled out a steamer. She's like, shh, trying to get it look like I didn't have this suit in the closet for like 6 years. I haven't worn this thing in forever. I literally pulled a piece of paper out of my back pocket of my suit pants, and it was something with the Commanders I did 3 years ago. I'm like, oh, it really has been a long time since I've worn a suit. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I was like, this rundown's from 2022. But everything went well. It was just kind of strange. You know how it is. You were in local TV. I did local TV. And so it's strange to go back in a studio and all of a sudden you see the old, there's the set. There's the teleprompter. You're getting cues from people behind the cameras. And so it was kind of a nice trip back in time, but it went well. It was just something that I haven't done in, God, forever. Like if you went back and did some local TV tonight, I'm sure it would be going back in a time machine for you.
Yeah, and it's just flexing a different muscle. It's similar to when we are guests on shows as opposed to hosting, because it is a little different. And obviously, you're not in full control, so it can be a little nerve-wracking when you do something different. And people are just like, I'm going to ask a question. Go. Especially when it's not sports-related. Like, because these were just opinions, right? Like, it was just like hot-button issues.
Oh, it was hot-button issues. How do you feel about phones being potentially banned in Virginia high schools? How do you feel about Walmart eliminating 600 employees and going with AI checkouts instead? How would you approach a partner of yours or a friend of yours if you didn't like their partner? What would you say to them? There's a bunch of just sort of social media topics. We got into the rattlesnake roundup because the girl next to me, Homa, who is an anchor and reporter there, she actually, her first job was in a market, in a city about 60 miles from where I grew up. So we had that in common. So we were talking about that on the air. So it was fun, but it was definitely, we did one sports topic. We were talking about the college football playoff. And then outside of that, it was just all social media stuff or all pop culture stuff.
So let me go back to the sheet that was in the back of your pants about, which sounds terrible, about the Commanders. Like, what was the rundown? Was it like, will Washington ever recover from losing Kirk Cousins? Like, what were some of the headlines back in the day? I'm wondering.
I filled in while they were looking for their full-time host out there. So it was during training camp and during a preseason game. So it was like, okay, we'll start with, a recap of what happened, just some talking points, and then we'll get into the highlights. And then after the highlights, we'll get into postgame. But what's funny is I remember that very well because you've read highlights before. I did this forever. And I remember getting these highlights, and I was like, what is this? Like, there's not a first name here. And in the preseason, of course, you have people playing. I don't know who this guy is. And it's like Johnson comes in and makes a tackle. I'm like, who? For the Bengals? I don't know who Johnson is, this third-string linebacker. And then it was like the score is 7-10 Bengals. I'm like, why is it reversed? It's 10-7. And so they have a great crew out there. But then I was told in the break, I'm like, hey, what is going on here? And I was like, hey, they've never done highlights before. I was like, oh, okay. So I was having to switch that around on the fly. It was, it's an awesome crew, but they were just kind of learning on the fly because reading highlights live is kind of not something that is done much anymore,
Yeah, it definitely isn't. And it definitely isn't done to the level that it used to be done. Like back in the day where like SportsCenter was ruling the roost and we had all these anchors that like made a living doing highlights. And I feel like now they say nobody wants to see the highlights because you can just see it on social media. But like these anchors made it so good with their play on words, like Stuart Scott, Dan Patrick, SVP, obviously still on ESPN. But that was like the golden age of highlights. Like, I don't think we'll ever return to that.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, there's a real art to it. It's very difficult to do if you want to do it right because you take information, but you're also ad-libbing at the same time and trying to merge those two things together. So that's what that rundown was. And you know what? I have not done highlights since, so things have definitely moved away from that, and I totally understand why. How about some highlights from last night's Eastern Conference battle in the NBA, Chelsea, where the Pistons upset the Knicks 100-94. The Pistons getting 6.5. They're plus 220 on the money line. Total set at 221 on a hook, the under hits. We thought we would get a bounce-back game from Cade Cunningham, and we do. 33 points, 12 boards, and Dennis Schroeder coming up huge.
The last New York lead was 16-15 in the first. Schroeder's jumper. Kaboom! It's a three.
Kaboom via TNT. Schroeder with a three-pointer to break a tie with 55 seconds to play. The Pistons snap their NBA record 15-game losing streak in the postseason. They get their first win in 17 long years. And you're right, Chelsea, a big game from Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, I thought it was really telling, though, of Cade Cunningham that the first thing he mentioned was the fans. Like, he wasn't talking about himself at all. You know, when they first started asking him questions about the game, he said, yeah, this is for the fans. I can't wait to go back to Detroit and share this moment with them. So this is what you want from the face of your franchise. Somebody who can step up in the big moments, and also somebody who doesn't just think about himself. Like, I understand that that's maybe not something you say, hey, this is what I want a franchise player, but it is nice. It makes it a team that's very easy to root for. Jenks, do you find yourself rooting for the Pistons? It's such a good story.
It really is. I mean, I hated the Pistons back in the day because, of course, I loved Jordan the Bulls, and those guys were such jerks, bad boys. But, yeah, I do, actually. It's good for basketball. The Pistons do have a great history. There's no question about it. And also, remember how bad they were last year? How many games in a row did they lose at one point? Like 23, 28, something like that, like something preposterous. And here they are, like giving the Knicks a run, or at least trying to, in the postseason. So it's been a hell of a turnaround. And yeah, to watch a guy like Cade Cunningham come into his own, this is what was expected of him when he was drafted by the Pistons. And to now see him start to fulfill those expectations, I think it's exciting.
Yeah, especially for a young guy. And this was the question going into the postseason, is we have this question for all young superstars. You can do it in the regular season, but can you do it in the postseason? So I'm glad that we saw a bounce back performance last night. Like you said, 33 points. And for the Knicks, on the other side of the coin, we said this going into the handicap yesterday, is the problem with the Knicks is sometimes they can be very inconsistent. Like, it's wild to me, the team we see, you know, on one night, and then the next night, the defense isn't nearly as good. I'm not saying that was the case last night. I'm just saying, when you see a heavy favorite and somebody who's laying 6.5 points and, you know, minus 270 or whatever on the money line, you need to fully trust that team. And I'm not sure if I'm there yet for the New York Knicks.
I agree. And again, the Pistons went 3-1 outright against the Knicks during the regular season. So it's not like they don't have a history of playing well against New York. Jalen Brunson, 37 for the Knicks, but Karl Anthony Towns and Oju Anunoby, only 10 points apiece. Your updated series prices, the Knicks are minus 250. The Pistons are 2-1. Out west, the Clippers edge the Nuggets. We needed this one. 105-102. Clippers getting a point. The Clippers even money. Total set at 217.5. The under hitting. And what a gem from Kawhi Leonard.
Leonard with the ball in his hand. Westbrook's going to come in double. Rises up over Gordon and hits another one. Kawhi.
Call courtesy of TNT. Scores 39 points on 15 of 19 shooting. James Harden, 18 and 7 assists. Ivica Zubac at 16 and 12. But the Nuggets still have a chance to tie it with time running out.
Harden trying to put it away, cannot. 3-point game. Here come the Nuggets. Think about taking a foul here. Brown passes up a three. Now he fires. Missed it badly. Jokic with the rebound. Clock ticks to 2. Jokic, no! And that is it! And the LA Clippers hang on in a thriller.
Whew, it was that close. Leonard finally looks healthy for the first time in ages. He has appeared in just 2 playoff games in the past 2 years. Missed the first 34 games of this season because of issues with his knees, but he looks fully back, Chelsea.
Oh, absolutely. And this is why you take a swing on superstars, even if they have like a checkered past when it comes to injuries, because you have this high level that maybe you finally get. Kawhi Leonard is a 2-time finals MVP. So we knew that he could put on a high level performance, even against the best competition in the NBA. But what an overall series like we've had so far. We're only 2 games in, and both games have been pretty much down to the final minute. First one went to overtime. Second one was a Nikola Jokic 3 away from, the other direction happening. But what a game from Kawhi. It was all about Kawhi in this one. We had this hypothesis that you can't win when only your star player is doing big things. You got to get more from like the supporting crew. Clippers didn't really need that much from their supporting crew. James Harden was pretty inefficient in this one, as was the rest of the team. I think the rest of the team shot 37% from the field, but Kawhi did just enough, 39 points, and felt like it couldn't miss a shot in this game, including some big ones down the stretch. So this one was on the shoulders of Kawhi.
Yeah, it was huge. The rest of the team shot 39%, so they needed every bit of his effort. Yeah. So let me ask you this. I love this question in our rundown. If you're looking at the current old head Mount Rushmore, is the old head, is it Steph, LeBron, KD, and Kawhi? Or is there someone else? Is there another old head out there that we're missing? I'm trying to rack my brain here. I mean, he's a good candidate. He's a 2-time Finals MVP.
I feel like I have to choose my words wisely because, like, the internet's going like, you forgot this person. Jimmy Butler maybe is in the conversation, even though I think I would put Kawhi over Jimmy Butler. It's funny how the narrative changes based on how much press and attention a player gets. Because if Kawhi Leonard, I feel like, was not as quiet as he is, he would definitely get more press, and I feel like we would talk about him more. But instead, it's a steady diet of LeBron. It's a steady diet of, whoever's playing on the Lakers. And it's the guys that kind of move the needle in the big market. So for Kawhi Leonard, he's in a big market. He plays for LA. Maybe it's not the team that they want to talk about. But we certainly deserve to give him his flowers because he's done it. And he's done it in the most difficult ways, too. Like, it's not like Kevin Durant where, the consensus is Kevin Durant needs somebody else to win a championship. Kawhi Leonard has done it, almost, I don't want to say by himself, but he willed the Raptors to their win when they won the NBA Finals. So he's not done it the easy way.
No, he certainly hasn't. And you're right about that. That was that year, and I'll remember it very vividly because he forced us to pay attention. It's like, you have to look at what I'm doing because I'm playing in such a special way and at such a high level right now. And to see him really coming back and being that player again has been really rewarding to see because you never want to see a guy with so much talent just continue to struggle with injuries. And that has been his story over the past 2 seasons. So as of now, knock on wood, he looks fantastic. And now this series headed back to LA. Updated series odds for you. The Clippers are minus 175. The Nuggets plus 145. So we have 3 games on the schedule tonight, and we'll talk about these throughout the show. But of these 3, we get Bucks, Pacers, Grizz, Thunder, T-Wolves, Lakers. Any one of these games from a handicapping standpoint, you think, okay, this is where I'm putting my money tonight?
I think I would probably lean towards the Pacers laying 4.5. It's comical to me that the Thunder are laying 14.5 in a playoff game. Maybe I won't touch that one. And then the T-Wolves are getting 5.5 points against the Lakers. They're getting points once again. Yeah. And we saw what this series was in game 1. It was the T-Wolves pushing around the Lakers. Granted, they shot 50% from the field and 50% from the three-point line, made 21 threes. But I still feel like 5.5 points is probably too much. Jenks, am I being a little bit too square here and saying, well, the T-Wolves won game 1. They should be able to keep it close in game 2, but I feel like that's the case.
Yeah, I agree. I looked at this number. I'm like, what am I missing here? Because I know you don't want to take one game and say, okay, based on this one game, we're going to adjust the line. But sometimes you can find some value in that respect. Here, I don't get it. Like, I feel like the Timberwolves match up really, really well against the Lakers with their personnel, with how physical they are, with how big they are. And the Lakers are going to have a hard time countering that. So it's not that the Lakers can't win, but I put this down as well. And also, okay, if you want to make a case for the Lakers, okay, it's LeBron, it's Luka. They were 27-15 against the number this year. So that was the 3rd best covering number for a team playing at home. But then conversely, the Wolves have won 18 of their last 22 outright. So forget about covering the number. As far as just winning games, Minnesota has been doing it again and again and again.
Right. And like you said, it's more about the matchup. Like, this is a team that just matches up well against the Lakers. The other thing that I think needs pointing out, and I needed to check the number on this, Anthony Edwards has been a three-point making machine this year. He led the NBA in three-pointers made 4 last game, and we got a pretty good number on it. I looked at his three-point prop last time around. I think it was minus 120. Now the juice is a little upped. Over 3.5 made threes is minus 150. But listen, Anthony Edwards is the heartbeat of this team. I feel like he's going to continue to fire away from three-point land. And he's been really efficient this year. I think he's shooting like close to 40% from the three-point range. So I think if I'm playing props, that's where I'd go.
Yeah, I was reading an article about how the best three-point shooters in the NBA this season was Steph Curry and Edwards. I was like, that can't be right. And you know what? If you look at the numbers, it's true. He's been unbelievable. Coming up next here on the show, as we always do, we'll take a quick break from all of this intense handicapping and find out what everyone is watching in my streaming corner. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. It's the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Got Denton Day, our new producer, here as well. The whole crew along for the ride. Chelsea, I almost got taken for a ride. Well, not taken for a ride. That's the wrong way to put it. But so, what was it, 2 years ago now? I had some representatives from the University of Texas reach out to me. And they're like, we want to talk with you about your contributions to journalism. You're a distinguished alumni, blah, 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 blah. We want to sit down with you for a little bit. I was like, okay, sure. And so it's just like flattery. We're drinking coffee. This woman is just so interested in everything I have to say. And then comes the big ask. Can you contribute, you and perhaps 3 friends of yours who are also Texas alumnus or alumni, commit to maybe $4,000 to $5,000 a year for the next 4 to 5 years, like around 20 grand. And I was like, no, I cannot. I can't. And I'm sorry. And so immediately, like communication, like ghosted. So then I get an email. That was 2 or 3 years ago. I get an email last week from someone new. Hey, Michael, blah, blah, blah. Just want to check in with you, see how you're doing, talk with you about your career. And so I was I was cordial, but direct. I said, listen, I appreciate you reaching out. I love my university. I'm very passionate about the craft and journalism. However, I said, I'm also planning to get married. I just got engaged a couple months ago. I'm saving for that. I said, if this is honestly just an ask for money, I said, I'd rather not waste your time, my time, or be disappointed like I was 2 or 3 years ago when I thought we were going to talk about how I can help the Moody College of Communication as opposed to just an ask for money. And so I didn't hear back until yesterday. And it was, Michael, we appreciate the transparency, but also we do estate planning. So if you happen to pass, you could donate money from your 401k or from your estate. And I was like, you know what? You guys have a good day. Like, no, like it literally, I thought I would host something. I would love to instruct. I would love to help someone. And of course, if I contribute a little bit, sure. But they went from, oh, you can't give us a few $1,000s. Guess what? If you die, how about your estate? How about you give us some of that cash? And so I just didn't even respond. Again, very disappointing.
The audacity, right?
I know.
Like, I feel like that's what you say. It's like, so you're just not even going to mourn my death? You're going to say, hey, yeah, he died. We're just going to take his money. It's fine. Yeah, because I feel like if you could offer like your time or something, like, hey, like I'm willing to come speak to a class or something. Yeah. But like $4,000 for the next 5 years, like that is a big commitment. Yes. And it reminds me of something that my dad always tells me, and I kind of roll my eyes because I'm like, Dad, you don't have to drive like this beat up truck. And he's like, yeah, because when you're rich, people ask you for money all the time. So like, I don't know if this is his like game plan, but he drives like an old used beat up truck. He looks like he's homeless most of the time. He's like, yeah, people don't bother me. If you dress nice and you give the appearance that you have money, people bother you all the time. So Jenks, maybe we just need to slum it.
Yeah. From now on, nothing but tank tops. Just a size too small. Every time I come in, you're like, ooh,
start smoking on air. I feel like that would scare him away.
Size too small, couple parliaments, and I'll be like, all right, explain this to me again. Sorry. Just like wave the smoke in their face. They'll be like, all right, that's okay. Never mind. You know, I'm sorry. We've got so many people we're going to meet with. We've got to go. But I was insulted. I don't take it from the university. I know that's part of it, but the fact that there weren't any other avenues for contributing except for something financial and then like, oh, I'm like, I'm 51, guys. Like, you know, I mean, I guess I could croak tomorrow, but I'm not planning on it. So maybe, you know, give a little breath before you ask about my estate. You want to come over to my condo here in D.C.? Come on. What are we doing? Come to my estate. Let me show you all I can contribute.
This is the difficult part of NIL because we all say that like we want to support our school. And then I get these texts. It's like, oh, the pack of wolves, NIL, conglomerate. We need your support. I'm like, I'll root for you on the football field. And they're like, how much money can we put you down for? And it's like, I don't know how passionate I am about my college team. Like, do you give to the NIL? Because I will say college football fans can probably sell themselves on supporting the football team. Like maybe the, College of Broadcasting, maybe not, but the football team?
I give a small monthly donation to NIL, and then I'm a lifetime member of the Alumni Association, which is not cheap, so I have given money, but my contribution to NIL is very small. Like my joke is I'll be like, see that guy's sock? Right there. That guy's left sock. That's mine. Yeah.
Yeah, but if everybody gives a sock or, $5, if everybody gives a sock, the whole team can wear them.
That's true. Very true. I mean, you're not wrong. Plenty of socks are. I always try to transition here, and I almost went plenty of socks are one of the NFL each season, for the love of God. Guys, this Thursday from 7 to 11 Eastern, BetMGM tonight is your home for the NFL Draft War Room. Ryan Horvat, Brad Evans will break down every pick, every team prop, and every fantasy ripple, all in real time. Listen on the Odyssey app or watch and subscribe to the BetMGM network on YouTube. So, Streaming Corner. Got behind here. Worth it, though. So, I know I've been talking... What's that?
Sounder.
Sound. Oh, yes. We have a new Double D. Double D. Roll it.
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
Oh, thank you, good sir. Thank you, Chelsea, for the reminder. So, I've been watching Black Mirror. I've talked about this. But I want to throw something out that I think is really interesting because we finished it. We finished season 7. And Black Mirror was great at first. And then they got like, I don't know what you guys are doing here. This isn't Black Mirror-ish at all. But what they did this season is pretty amazing. There is an episode in season 4 called USS Callister, which is an hour and a half. And then it's really good. And then this season, they did almost a sequel to this individual episode, which is also an hour and a half. And it's called USS Callister Into Infinity. So it's got Jesse Plemons, that is the husband of Kirsten Dunst, Kristen Milotti, who's very good. And so this is like watching one big movie. Even if you don't watch Black Mirror, and it's so good, and it's definitely Black Mirror-ish, you watch it together, it's like 3 hours, which is a long time. And I know you're like, I'm not watching anything that's 3 hours. It's split in two. But even if you don't watch Black Mirror, watch USS Callister in season 4 and then USS Callister Into Infinity season 7. And the way they break this up and then put it together is so good and so well acted. And even the lovely Catherine was like, that was awesome. It was like one long movie. I was like, yeah. We went back and watched the original because she had forgotten about it or hadn't seen it. And it's been a few years. Totally worth it, even if you don't watch the entire series.
So what's the plot of it? Like, can you give us like a synopsis?
Yes.
Sell me on it.
So the plot is it's kind of sci-fi. Let's see if I can explain this directly. It's obviously in the future. And there is someone who works at a high-end computer company. And what he does is he kind of goes rogue and he takes DNA from people in his real world office and replicates this DNA and sends them into a virtual world that only he controls. So he's sort of angry at how he's treated in the real world. So he creates this virtual space world where everyone is on the USS Callister, kind of like Star Trek, and he is in complete control and has them do whatever he wishes. He's in, and it's sort of based along like this space fleet or space force, this old comic book he used to love that was based in space. But in this virtual world, he has complete control, and the DNA of the people that he has replicated cannot escape. So they're finding a way to escape because all of a sudden they're pulled into this world and they can't escape because he's created it virtually. I know it's kind of a difficult concept, but it's really well done.
Sounds like The Sims. Did you ever play The Sims? Or are you out of that demographic? Where you create a family?
Yes. It's just like The
the
Sims.
teenager is lighting himself on fire.
Yeah. It's obviously a more involved version of that.
Yeah.
But the difference is these are people who are self-aware and they're like, we can't escape because this guy won't let us. This is a closed-off world that only he controls because he's such a genius at coding and programming and all these different things. But it's acted well. It's super good.
I feel like what makes some of these episodes great is that they're, I don't know how to phrase this, but they're like macro looks at it to where you can say, are we all just prisoners of like something? Do you get what I'm saying? To where like you can relate it to yourself or to society. Because that's why I think I stopped watching Black Mirror, because it was making me think too much. Like back when it was like the first season and everything was just so deep and you're like, I don't really want to think about this, because some of these problems are, you know, moral conundrums about society, about like the one that they had about social media where everybody is ranked on a system and you can't even get a cab or like an Uber if you aren't popular enough on social media. So this girl's like social media status like dwindles and then her life, you know, spirals out of control. It's just scary to think about the world through that lens, because some of it is not that far from reality.
Well, and that's the whole premise, which is, hey, this isn't happening yet, but based on technology and where technology is heading, it's plausible. And when you see that plausibility, it's sort of terrifying. So before we go to break, do I need to watch Righteous Gemstones? That's what you're saying? I need to get into this?
Well, I haven't been watching the new season, so I probably need to get back to you, but it's very funny. It has Adam Devine, it has the guy from Kenny Powers, it has John Goodman. Like, the cast is incredible. Walton Goggins.
Oh, yeah.
If you like Kenny Powers, if you liked Vice Principals, which was another one of my faves, you will like The Righteous Gemstones.
Oh, see, I drone on for minutes, and you give me a nice, quick 30-second synopsis. Way to go, Chelsea. Hey, coming up on the show, we got a brand new producer, Denton Days here. We're going to get to know him before we run him off. That and some headlines. All that coming up in hour 2. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Good morning. Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, we will start by getting to know our brand new producer. Welcome to the show, Den Day. We'll get to know him. We'll tell you a little something about him, and we'll let him talk a little bit even. 7:20. We'll go on to our daily baseball bets at 7:40. Only a couple games into the NBA playoffs, but can we already draw some big conclusions about some of the contenders? Are the Lakers overhyped? Will every game of the Clippers-Nuggets be decided in the final minute? Can anyone slow down the Thunder? That's all coming up next on the Daily Tip. All right, so let's bring in Denton now. We were thinking about nicknames, but apparently he already has a very good one. And I was trying to think on play on words because he calls himself D-Day. I was like, Chelsea, you can't get canceled. So maybe just don't make any puns, right? Because it's kind of a tricky line to walk because obviously it's a big day in history, if I'm not mistaken, not a history major. But D-Day, welcome to the show.
What's up, guys? I'm happy to be here. Excited to be here. Appreciate you guys. Are excited to work with you.
Yeah.
I would say in about 36 hours ago, my toes were in the sand in St. Lucia, and now they're in shoes in D.C. So it's not like the most excited, but I'm happy to be here, and I'm excited to work with you guys.
Nah, I don't blame you. That's the worst coming back from, especially a tropical vacation.
A tropical vacation.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the water was wonderful. The sun was fantastic. Sunsets, sunrises every single day. And now I get traffic,
Yeah, and now you're like here with an inflatable donkey in a race.
To reality. And a messy studio that, forewarning, usually has some type of leftover crumbs, and there's going to be like food from the night before. So just get used to it. But as Andrew was kind of telling us who was going to be the next producer of our show, he sent us a clip of the last place that you worked. I believe it was the Kevin Sheehan show. And I was blown away by how much they clearly love you on that show. I feel like it says a lot about somebody when your coworkers or your teammates say really glowing things about you. So I thought that was a really good indication of how much people respect you and how much people like you. So we're glad to have you aboard. So tell us a bit about yourself and maybe your background in radio, because we got to get to know you.
So I love long walks on the beach. So I'm
perfect.
Yeah, love it. Right. I've been working in radio for a long time. It's funny. I actually got a text from the guy that I used to work with today about how much he misses me this morning because he saw that I was back from vacation, and I was like, sorry, I moved on. He was at my wedding though. He and my dad talked about ACC basketball for like 30 minutes at my wedding, which was hilarious. But I mean, I've been working in radio for almost 10 years now, which makes me feel a little old because I still mentally feel like I'm 18 years old, despite the fact that I'm bald and have a beard, which I did not have at 18. I had real hair when I was 18 years old. But, I love gambling. I'm a degenerate, so I feel like I'll fit in really well with you guys. I host with PJ on Sundays every weekend, so like I'm really excited here. I think we're gonna, especially for the NBA playoffs. Yeah, I love the NBA playoffs. Like we're gonna make a lot of money,
tons of money. And then I'm going to give that money straight to my alma mater.
Can I get back to one thing about that?
Yeah, sure.
How hilarious is it that you emailed them saying, I'm about to get married, meaning you are growing a family, and they're like, let's see if we can get that 401k before your future wife. Like, let's see if we can. I almost respect the audacity there to see. Let's just slide in here to see if he's going to give us a cut before he gives it to someone else.
I was telling my fiance, I was like, I turned around, I was like, honey, should I even respond? It's like, I don't even, and she's like, no, just, I mean, they were nice about it, but also you're right. It's just the audacity to even send something like that. I was like, all right, I'm just going to let it lie.
You should have her respond, right?
She'd be awesome at it. That's what she does.
Yeah, give Catherine their number. Be like, listen, so you want to take my future husband's 401k away from me? We have some words, gentlemen.
I mean, she works for a law firm. So if there's anyone who could handle, she does business development, heads up, like the assistant director for business development. So she's constantly dealing with partners, lawyers, and things like this. So she can absolutely craft something that would just be like direct to the point and sort of cutting through the, look, we see what you're doing here kind of thing. That's actually a good idea.
As the kids say, they don't want the smoke.
Exactly. They don't want,
they don't want the smoke.
Me, I'm like, hey, maybe one day in the future I'll be able to. And, she'd be like, no, let's not worry about that. So one day.
All right. Back to the interrogation, my friends. So Denton, what made you want to get into radio? Like, who are some of the people you grew up listening to? What is the reason you wanted to get into this business?
You want the fun but kind of embarrassing one first?
Duh. Now you have to say it.
Yeah, there was a dude on television that worked here locally that I used to text into the show. This is back in probably 09, 010. I just gotten a cell phone. I was very late to the cell phone game. Well, my parents had just got me a cell phone, and I used to text into the show routinely during the summer. And he is currently wearing salmon, sitting about.
Oh, no way! Really?
For training camp daily, I would text it on Comcast Sportsnet all the time.
Oh, did you really?
All the time.
Oh, dude, I'm flattered. That's awesome. I had no idea.
I would sign it. The reason I mentioned the D-Day thing is because I would sign the text to make sure that mine went in, to make sure, someone else, they'd rolled on the ticker down below. I would sign the text D-Day every time I would text into the show.
Oh, dude, you just gave me chills. That's so awesome, man. Yeah, that's so cool. And also, it points out how old I am, because training camp daily, that's taking it back.
That's a big pull. It's a big pull.
Oh, my God, that's awesome. Oh, man, those are good days. Wow. And now what's funny is that, of course, it sounds like I'm just saying that, but now that I'm putting together, seeing D-Day, in a graphic.
It's very unique.
Yeah. Now I'm like, oh, that kind of rings a bell now.
I put it on the back of a track hoodie when I was in high school, and my grandparents came to watch me. My grandparents both served in World War II, and it said D-Day on the back, and I was like, oh, I don't know how this is going to go. They could take it really, really awfully, or they could really, really like it. And thankfully, they really liked it.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. That's so cool. And you've been doing it ever since?
Ever since.
Oh, wow. What was your first job?
I worked locally covering high school games here. I was a camera operator doing Virginia high school games.
Oh, wow.
So that was when I was 18.
That's how you know you really want to do it, too.
Yeah, now I'm almost 30. So that was 12 years ago.
That's cool. I love that.
Yeah, the only person that writes us on this show is Crooked Peen 87, which you will come to love and know as the inside joke of our show. The road to success is never straight, at least according to Crooked Peen 87.
I can promise you Crooked Peen 87 is not my new burner account, so that is not me.
No, it's mine. It's the Donkster, so not, we'll figure that out. Yeah, success is never in a straight line, Chelsea. You know how that goes.
Yeah. All right. One final thing. So you're a college football guy, right? So
Big time.
I
Big
am
time.
seeing Sirius XM host for
Yes.
college football. So what makes you like college football so much?
Oh, the passion. Oh, the fans are nuts. I mean, I love going to games. I love talking with fans. I love making fans uncomfortable and upset. There are a lot of fan bases that are really fun to poke at. And I've been doing that over the years. I just love the passion that comes with college football. They're nuts, they're fanatics, and they drink a lot. And it's like the perfect mix of everything.
Love it.
Yeah,
That's
it's definitely less corporate than the NFL, right?
Way
Like,
less.
it just
It's like a
feels more
religion.
pure.
Yeah.
It is legitimately a bunch of crazy lunatics, hundreds and thousands of crazy lunatics, all piling into stadiums on Saturdays. It's literally the greatest sport in the world.
I love it. I totally agree with you, by the way. Same way.
Yeah, I mean, I covered SEC football. I understand. Game day is basically like their religion in the South. Did you see that article, I think it was yesterday, where they said something to the effect where in the next college football playoff, ratings might matter?
God, yes.
Please tell me you saw
honest.
this.
At least they're being we
gasped.
knew that. But at least they're being honest about it now, because we knew this was just like a popularity contest, and they're doing all these things. The SEC has to get everybody in. The Big Ten has to get everybody in. At least they're being honest. It's silly, but it's honest.
I hope they just bypass that talking point. But you're right. I mean, it's just, and look, big schools like I went to Texas. It benefits them, but still, it's already, the rules are already so stacked against teams that aren't in the Power Four conferences. It would just be like another hurdle. But you're right. I mean, that kind of goes into it anyway. It's kind of like the wink, the wink and nod, like, hey, we'll see what goes on here. But if they made it official, it's just another step for the SEC or the Big Ten or whomever just to continue to exert their power.
At that point, just break away.
Which is what they want to do.
Super League this bad boy up and then go from there.
Yeah, I think that's the only downside to college football is the NCAA screwing everything up. Like, if there's a right way to do something, they're going to do it the wrong way.
They're so bad.
The worst.
Who is worse, the NCAA or Nico Harrison? Because their both track records are awful at the moment.
How about Nico Harrison running the NCAA? Let's watch that train wreck take place.
He'd trade Bama to the NFL.
Exactly. Guys, we're taking on the Browns. We're bringing in the Browns to the SEC. Yeah. It'd be the Nico Harrison train.
All right. So do we want to move on to these headlines? Denton, you want to jump in here? How do we want to do this next segment? Because obviously this is uncharted territory. And I did mention that we were going to get to some of these headlines. So let me start with this one because I thought that this was an interesting gambling angle yesterday. So I saw John Ewing of BetMGM tweet this out. So apparently Nick Castellanos was the most bet on player prop yesterday in Major League Baseball to hit a home run for this reason. So unfortunately, the Pope died yesterday. And we know this about Nick Castellanos, is that he always hits a home run during tragedies. Unfortunately, he did not hit a home run. But is this a gambling angle that you would bet on? I'll start with you, Denton. Would you bet for this reason?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Castellanos thing is hilarious. I think there's a little bit of truth to it. I mean, he went 0-4 yesterday, so thankfully I did not gamble on this. But as soon as I got the news, I was sitting in a Charlotte airport, and this random stranger just kind of popped up and said, "Oh my God, the Pope died," and I was like, "Let me check those Castellanos homers numbers. Let's just see what's going on over there."
It's crazy how you weren't alone though. Like, it was the most bet on home run prop in all of baseball. And it's wild to me how people will take these wild narratives that have clearly no say on things. Like, people are like, oh, he always hits a home run on his birthday. Like, some people love this angle. Like, there's even a Twitter account that is something to the effect of baseball players' birthdays. All they do is tweet out their birthdays. And people literally bet on this.
That's wild. I was aware of this, but I wasn't aware of it to the degree where I was like, I have to place a bet immediately. And so, which, I mean, obviously it's a thing. I mean, this was the most prop bet across all sports. It wasn't just baseball. It was across the NHL, which has the playoffs going on. The NBA, the postseason's going on. So this was the most prop bet of any bet yesterday. So clearly, I'm in a minority here.
Social media is a crazy place.
Yeah,
man.
right?
Well, and I think people love to have just any reason to bet on things. Do we not? It's fun to have a squad ride. If all of America is rooting for Nick Castellanos to hit a home run, it's fun to celebrate with other people. So I do think that maybe that's baked into the line a little bit as well. But let me ask you, Den, what's the most degenerate bet that you've ever placed?
Oh my God! So I was on a bit. Oh, this is so bad. I was on a massive losing streak because when I first started gambling, I was parlaying everything. So I was like, I just need a win. I need a win. It's a Sunday morning, and I bet on European badminton. It was a live bet. Some guy was minus 250 to win live. I was like, let me just get back in the win column. Everything will be okay. So I put a couple bucks on it. Didn't check it. Got back later that night. He lost. I was like, no way. I just went 8. It was my 18th loss in a row on a European badminton match. I took a 2-week break after that. I was like,
it's probably
I'm
the
not
right time.
calling the number, but I need to chill. This is out of control.
That's amazing. I couldn't even find that market. That's remarkable. European badminton.
James, you've bet on some of that stuff before.
I mean, yes. I mean, that's true. Well, I need to come back with those bets. So what I've done is I've come up with these 2-team big-time money line parlays where I'll take, a big favorite in the NBA, Major League Baseball, and then pair that with Champions League soccer or something like that. So and I don't know a ton about international soccer, but I do the research. And if, the one thing about markets like that is you can sometimes, I mean, I know a lot of people bet that, but if you go to the right markets, European badminton being one, you can find sometimes maybe a bit of an advantage because not everyone's flocking to those bets.
Yeah, there's no sharps in European badminton.
Right.
Those don't exist.
Exactly.
I like how this started as a PSA not to do degenerate bets, and then it started, well, you can find some value in European badminton. Yeah. We've changed the course. And Jenks, I believe you have bet on like college women's volleyball before.
That is true.
So I feel like you're even underselling yourself. Like
those ladies can play. Don't sleep on the Cardinals, by the way. They are feisty.
That's
And they
exactly
won.
why you follow them on Instagram. Not because of the short shorts that they wear, but because of research for the degenerate parlay that you are cooking up for your job. All right, coming up next, we'll cook up some plays in Major League Baseball. We'll go over the entire card in the majors next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
All right, we're back off and rolling on a Tuesday morning. It is April 22nd. In a few minutes here on the show, we'll get to our favorite baseball plays of the day, because after a small card yesterday, we're back to a full slate today. So before we get to our baseball plays, Jenks, I was telling you about this headline that I just read from Adam Schefter, because listen, I'm a Titans fan and I am easily spooked. I feel like I'm pretty cynical because things have just not worked out well for us. So when I see a headline like this, I just say to myself, well, this is what happens to the Titans when they have the first overall pick. So Adam Schefter is compiling, quotes from GMs across the league. And here's one of the reactions that he posted from a GM. They said that Cam Ward would be the 7th rated quarterback in last year's draft class. Should I be panicking right now? This is our first overall pick and somebody who's supposed to change the franchise. And you're telling me that there were 6 quarterbacks in last year's draft that would have been rated ahead of him? Like, I can't even name all 6, I don't think. Like, I remember the big ones, obviously.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix. But, like,
Caleb Williams?
Rated? Oh,
Drake May?
Caleb Williams, obviously.
No, I mean,
there were some good ones.
JJ McCarthy? There were a lot of good quarterbacks last year, and a lot of quarterbacks that are already having success. So I would say this. I don't know if he's number 7, like I'll hard slot him at number 7, but he wouldn't be top 5, I don't think, honestly. So it's not a knock. It's just last year's quarterback class was one for the ages, one of the best quarterback classes we've ever seen. So that's why there's so much debate on, okay, at what point do you take a quarterback? But also it has zero bearing on whether or not Cam Ward can be successful in the NFL, right? It's comparing him to a bunch of guys from last year, and there's no guarantee that all of those guys, I mean, some definitely are, but there's no guarantee that every one of those guys is going to pan out. So I think you take it with a grain of salt, but I also don't necessarily think it's wrong.
I just think that I'm lowering my expectations.
Yeah.
Like, I am not expecting him to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. I just want a mid quarterback. I just want somebody who can win us some games. Like, I am shooting for 500. At this point, the quarterback play that we've had for the Titans have been so bad. Like, as long as it's not Will Levis out there making memes every single week because of, like, the disastrous ways that he throws interceptions, like, maybe that's where we start. And I feel like you are less prone to disappointment if you lower the standard. So that's where we're at in Tennessee. Maybe I will be proven wrong with Cam Ward. We shall see. All right, Jake. So I mentioned we would handicap some baseball today. So let's get to it. Before we get to that, though, how about a little promo from our friends over at BetMGM? Do you feel like you have a strong lineup of bets for MLB action? We've got your back with an MLB Parlay Boost token. Activate your token for any MLB parlay, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your parlay hits. The action is on deck only at BetMGM. All right, Jenks, let's start in the American League in Cleveland. The Guardians hosting the Yankees. Yankees short favorites here on the road, -115, Guardians -105, total of 8 runs. Will Warren gets the ball for New York, and it's Tanner Bybee, I believe, who is pitching for Cleveland, who is a 1-2 record and a 5.85 ERA. So, Jenks, I feel like you've bet on some Guardians games this year. Do you have a read here or something you think bettors should know?
Don't have a huge read on this game, but I might look at the over in this game. I probably need to check the weather as well. But when you've got 2 pitchers who are, with an ERA over 5 and you've got some serious bats in this game, I feel like this is a gettable total. Also, the Guardians have done a nice job against the Yankees. Got the dub yesterday. So there's been a couple times this season when we've looked at the Guardians at plus money, and they're one of those teams that are scrappy is not true. That's more of a Tigers descriptor. But the Guardians can play and can hang with a lot of good teams. So when you get them in a good spot at plus money, I don't mind that. Here, it's obviously you're looking at a coin flip, but I think I like the over better.
Yeah, I think I'd rather bank on runs here. If you have 2 mid-level pitchers and you have 2 solid offenses, like the Yankees, we know all about their offense, leading the majors in OPS and home runs. And then you have Cleveland in the top 15. it's not one of the best offenses, but also they get Will Warren, who is not the top of the rotation guy for the Yankees. If you look so far this season, he's 1-0, with a 5.17 ERA. Last time around against the lowly Tampa Bay Rays, gave up a run in only 1 2/3 innings of work with a couple of walks and 4 hits. So I think the Guardians can scratch across some runs. And like you said, these two teams kind of have a history. Like we saw it last year in the playoffs, that it feels to me like the Guardians not afraid of the Yankees. So I feel like you could take a look at the Guardians at plus money, but over 8, I think that would be the way that I would play this one. All right, so free roll next. Is there a game that caught your eye on first glance of the slate today?
Yeah, I like Padres Tigers. I kind of would go under. You can play this up to 8, total set at 7 and a hook. You can play it up to 8 and lay the juice if you want at minus 145. You got Nick Pivetta taking on Jack Flaherty. And Nick Pivetta is not a guy I generally have trusted in the past, but man, he's been really good this year. 3-1, a 1.54 ERA. Jack Flaherty, 1-1, 2.53 ERA. But he's been even better when pitching at home over a couple of appearances. One against the White Sox, that doesn't count. Probably not official. It's the White Sox. But he also shut out the Yankees over 5 1/3 the last time he pitched at home. Tigers didn't come home yesterday as an under team, but they have been profitable this season. They're a top 10 team to the under when playing at Comerica Park. So limited sample size there, but I would go under here.
I feel like I've been dead wrong on the Tigers like every single game. So I think at this point, I'm just going to hang them up. I am not betting on the Tigers anymore. The last time I trusted Jack Flaherty, he led me astray. And every time I think that they're an under team, they're an over team, I just feel like they're so all over the place that maybe that's a game that I'm not going to touch. I watched a bit of this game last night between these two teams. So maybe I'll just watch this one again. Wanted to bring this one up and see what your thought was here. I've got 2 options. Let's start with the Rays and the Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks have been a show favorite for quite some time. Minus 160 on the money line, so obviously that's a little too juicy for me. Total of 9 runs. Zach Littell goes against Brandon Pfaadt. So, Jenks, I've got 2 options here. I can go D-backs first 5 run line or Diamondbacks, on the run line for the full game. I'm not a huge fan of, taking the home team on the run line, but it does feel like a mismatch here. Tampa Bay has not been a great team so far this season, only 9 wins thus far. Diamondbacks at home. Brandon Pfaadt has high-level stuff. Rays also strike out quite a bit. So would you talk me off playing the Diamondbacks here?
No, I would not. I mean, they're great in the first 5. They've been great in the first 5 for a while. And especially at home, when you can get them playing in the desert with those bats, this is a huge pitching mismatch. So if you don't want to lay the juice at minus 160, I totally get that. Maybe you can shop around if you feel more comfortable at minus 150-ish, something like that. But I also think you probably just take maybe D-backs on the run line, I think. Or if you just want to fade Zach Littell early on, I don't think that's a bad play. I think either one is probably the way to go here.
Yeah, I think I'll be going with the D-backs in the first 5. Over the past 2 years, they've been a really good first 5 team. So I'll trust that offense a little bit more at home. And then let me ask you about this one as well. Rangers A's. Early on in the season, we saw this trend to the over that kept hitting for the A's when they play in Sacramento. But now it feels like it's built into the number. Total of 10 here. Patrick Corbin, who the gambling community loves to fade, is starting for the Rangers. We've got Oswaldo Bido, who goes for the A's today, 2-1 with a 2.61 ERA. Both these offenses are pretty solid. Surprisingly, the A's one of the best offenses in all of baseball, ranking in the top 10 in just about every single metric. So, Jenks, is 10 too high of a number for me to take the over here?
I don't think so, but I will say this. Patrick Corbin is an interesting case in that there was a time you could just universally fade him and make money. And a lot of bettors did. I was one of those bettors. I didn't make a ton of money, but you could fade him and win. But if you look at the end of last season when he was in a Nationals uniform, and at least early on, he's actually pitched pretty well. I mean, he's not a top-tier pitcher, but he's gotten out of that, that era where he was just fadeable every single game, and you knew he was going to get knocked around. And he's kind of tightened things up a little bit, so he's not necessarily the fade candidate he used to be. Then again, I say that maybe he'll give up 5 runs in 3 innings tonight, but I'm having to adjust my mentality that essentially Sacramento is being priced like Coors Field right now. So what is it, Sutter Field?
Yeah, Sutter home field.
Sutter home field, sorry. Sutter home field. But I don't think it's too many runs if you believe in both of these bats. But Oswaldo Bido has been pretty good, and Patrick Corbin has been better than expected. So I can't believe I'm saying Patrick Corbin could pitch well, but he could. He's just not the fade candidate we used to see. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think this is an important point to make because even when he was in the heyday of the fade Patrick Corbin days, I feel like you should never just generally like apply something automatically to your bets. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
It's like there are matchups, and matchups certainly matter. So that's what I'm looking at here. It's simply because the offenses are both good, and it's if he doesn't last 6 innings, you will give way to the bullpen. And same goes for the A's. So it's more of I believe in both these bats, but I think 10 is a touch too high for me because you're right. It's being priced like Coors Field, although the altitude is not the same. Like, I am kind of shocked to see all these overs that we see at this park. It is a reformed minor league ballpark, but it's not something to where, you know, it would be more home run friendly than a park that's played at altitude. So eventually these numbers are going to come down. And again, it's built into the price. So I think I'm going to stay away from that one, but I did think it was an interesting case study. All right, Jenks, any other games that you think we should talk about that are going on your card?
I'm debating if I want to bet Reds Marlins over 8. And right now you can get over 8 at minus 125, minus 145? I need to double check that price. I think you can get minus 125. Here's the thing. You got Nick Martinez going up against Edward Cabrera. And I've been betting on the Marlins to the under to certain spots, but not here based on these arms. So Nick Martinez getting the call for Cincinnati. He's given up at least 3 runs in every outing over 4 starts. The Reds have lost every one of those games. He's only gotten out of the 4th inning in 2 of those appearances. And then Edward Cabrera has made only 2 starts this season. Results have not been great. 2 runs to the Nats over 5 2/3, but gave up 5 in 4 innings to the Diamondbacks. The Fish, second best over team in baseball this season. Cincinnati is just on the cusp of the top 10. And, of course, that Marlins bullpen has been really bad for most of the season. I think over 8 is the play. Normally I go under with the Fish. I'm going to go over Reds and Marlins today.
I think we talk about numbers a lot in baseball, and I think this is why it's important because sometimes you'll have these narratives about a team that you say to yourself long enough and you believe them and you just think that it's true for eternity. So the Marlins, to me, I said to myself, they're not a good hitting lineup, right? They have the 3rd best team batting average in baseball right now. I cannot believe that. They're hitting 262 as a team. So I think that's where you have to check yourself on some of these things and make sure the numbers support it. Because when you say the Marlins are a bad offense, maybe you say, hey, they don't score runs as well. Because when it comes to OPS, they're sitting at 13th. But still, when it comes to team batting average, I cannot believe they have the 3rd best batting average and they're still that bad. So I don't know what it is about the Fish, but I guess that goes into your over handicap for that game. All right, 2 minutes left. Let me throw this one at you because I think I'm not going to be betting on it, but it is an interesting play because we have the Dodgers and the Cubs. The Cubs have kind of been a good team this year, especially when they have Shota Imanaga on the mound as he's pitching today as well. 2-1, 2.22 ERA. Dodgers short favorites here, minus 120. Cubs even money, total of 8.5 runs. Dustin May goes for the Dodgers. So Jenks, on one side of the coin, the Dodgers at a cheap price. On the other, you've got Shota at plus money.
Oh, man, I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. When you see 2 pitchers like this, you would think there would be a lower total than 8.5, right? But then again, these bats have been so effective on both sides. Like, I guess you can say you're getting the Dodgers at minus 120, but the Cubs can play. They've already shown that, and especially with Shota on the mound. Maybe you take a shot on the Dodgers at minus 120, but I don't think I want to play it.
I don't think so either because this is one that the factors are pointing in different directions for me. Because you see a great pitching matchup. Okay, you think the under. But then you look at the team stats. The Cubs and the Dodgers have been raking this year. The Dodgers 2nd in baseball in home runs. The Cubs are 3rd in baseball in home runs. And when it comes to OPS, the Cubs are 2nd as well. So both these lineups have been hitting extremely well. So I think you leave those bets on the table. When you have factors that point in opposite directions, you just leave that one on the cutting room floor. And you wait for a better opportunity. Is there any bet that I'm missing here? Any other game that you wanted to talk about that you thought was at least interesting?
I just want to say, I think the Nationals at plus money are a pretty good bet today, either in the first 5 or overall. Like, Dean Kramer has been really bad for Baltimore this season. I mean, every single game he has pitched, we've seen at least 9 runs scored. So maybe look at the over, though. But Mitchell Parker is going for the Nationals. He's given up only 4 runs over 24 1/3 innings this season. He's faced the Diamondbacks and the Phillies. So he's faced some really strong lineups and excelled. And also the Orioles right now against left-handed pitching just are really, really struggling, have not hit lefties at all. So I like the over, and I think the Nationals are a live dog at plus money.
Yeah, the Orioles got beat 24-2 on Sunday. Yikes.
Not great.
All right, coming up next, we'll switch gears to basketball. Some of our playoff hypotheses that have already been proven true. Next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. We're off, we're rolling, we're ready to go on this Tuesday morning. All right, in a few minutes here on the show, we'll go over some of our playoff hypotheses and see if they've been proven right, and also tell you who gets the first impression rose throughout the NBA playoffs, which teams have impressed the most, and which teams are left us questioning their road in the postseason. All right, Jenks, so it's a great time of year. Not only do we have the NBA postseason, we also have the NHL playoffs. And I see that the Capitals won in overtime last night. Funny story, right before we started the show, so Denton Day, our new producer, was sitting there, and apparently he's in a Capitals uniform. But I can only see him, like a little picture of him on the screen. And so I see the sleeve of his sweater. Look at that hockey knowledge. I admittedly am not a hockey girl, but I saw the 8, and it looks like a W or like a flying bird on the side of his arm. And I was like, is that like a Timu Falcons uniform? Because I understand, like, I know what the Capitals are. I have heard of Alexander Ovechkin, but like, what is this logo on the side? I thought the Capitals were like the word Capitals. I thought that was the logo.
Well, but also, you know, there are alternate logos. There are multiple logos sometimes for a team. So this is the Washington logo. You used to have the screaming eagle across the sweater back in the day. So this is the eagle, but it's, you know, the wings are spread to make a W for Washington.
Oh, so it is a bird.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, nailed
it. I didn't know
it.
the Eagles had anything to do with the Capitals. Like, honestly, I had no idea.
Well, it's more of like, you know, of course, you know, you're red, white, and blue. You're in the nation's capital. You know, the bald eagle is associated with that. And, of course, they used to have that on the jersey. So I think it's just sort of all part of that goes into the entire logo.
So long story short, I sounded like an absolute idiot with my first impression with our new producer. He probably thought to himself, wow, I've got my work cut out for me.
You know, you got to start somewhere. You're like, all right, this Wayne Gretzky character, who does he play for? When is he retiring? Well, we can go into that later, you know. You got to start somewhere, Chelsea.
I'm just not a hockey girl. So, like, that's the one sport that I truly have a blind spot. Like, I know a little bit about the Predators because they're here in Nashville. Yeah. But other than that, like, I don't follow the other teams very closely, even though I will watch some playoff hockey because it is very exciting if you're watching and pulling for a certain team. All right, so what about our first impressions with the NBA? So we're only 1 or 2 games into some of these series, but sometimes you can tell a lot about how a team starts out of the chute. So, Jenks, let's start by asking, which team gets the first impression rose? Which team have you been the most impressed with thus far?
I will say it's probably, well, I was going to say the Thunder, right? Just because it's one thing to win. It's quite another just to absolutely mollywop and donkey stomp your opponent, which is what they did against the Grizzlies. And when you look at the box score and you're like, hey, who led the Thunder in scoring in game 1? It's Aaron Wiggins. Like, it shows the depth that they have, whether it's Wiggins, whether it's Holmgren, you know, whether it's Alex Caruso playing defense, Jalen Williams. And then you're like, oh, by the way, they have the soon-to-be MVP in SGA. So they look to be the team that we thought they were going to be. They just needed a little seasoning. Now they had it, and have it, and there's a reason why they are the favorites to win the West. I will also say that the Timberwolves are very impressive as well because there was so much Lakers hype going into that series. And look, the Lakers can still win the series. They're still very much in the series. The Timberwolves are only up 1-0. But if you just listen to social media or turn on ESPN where it's Lakers, 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 you forget about the fact, hey, Minnesota is a very good team. So Minnesota getting that dub in game 1 and also the Thunder dominating, those would be the 2 teams I would say.
Yeah, I think you have to give the first impression rose to like an underdog that's kind of underperformed or overperformed, right? Mm-hmm. So I think for me, obviously you make a good case with the Thunder, but they're supposed to roll. Like today, they're 14.5-point favorites over the Grizzlies. So for me, I'll go to 2 other teams. We'll go to the Clippers and we'll go to the Pistons. Maybe the Pistons don't get it just because I'm not sure how deep their playoff stretch will run. But the fact that they've been in contention with the Knicks, a team that was, you know, huge favorites in the series price, and even getting 6.5 points last night and an outright win. So a team that has done the unthinkable, going from the cellar dwellers of the NBA, a team that was the absolute laughingstock of a franchise in previous years, and now they're sitting in the playoffs. And Cade Cunningham, I feel like, has been the young superstar that they've been hoping for. 33 points and a win last night and a gutsy performance. And after the game, I feel like it spoke volumes about him that he mentioned the fans first. He said, this is a great win for the fan base who has been waiting a long time to celebrate a playoff win. And now we get go back to Detroit with the series firmly in reach, because the Pistons weren't supposed to contend. They were one of the bigger underdogs in the first round. Also, maybe you can go with the Clippers because of their high-end potential. Like, Jenks, after watching what the Clippers have done with the Nuggets, like both these games have been really close. Of course, the Clippers losing in overtime in the first one, but winning last night 105-102. I feel like the Clippers are one of those teams that have shown flashes that they can contend on the absolute highest level. When you do this on the road to the Nuggets with Nikola Jokic, even though he got a triple-double, but that's every day for Jokic, I feel like what we've seen from Kawhi Leonard is the Kawhi Leonard that we've seen 2 finals MVPs. So I feel like they're one of the more dangerous teams in the playoffs.
Absolutely. Remember, they won 8 games straight going into the playoffs, and then they just barely lose in overtime. So even, and then get the win last night. So even when they've lost over this stretch, I mean, it's been by a razor-thin margin, right? And so when you have Kawhi playing as good as he's looked in a couple years, all of a sudden they're elevated and they become a real threat out west. So I think it's exciting to see, and you forget just how smooth he is and how unassuming he is on the court. You know, he doesn't do it with a lot of flash. He doesn't talk a lot, but he just quietly just kills you and does it from everywhere on the court. He was hitting everything last night. And what's scary about that performance is, at least from a team aspect, is that the Clippers as a team didn't play really well. Like, outside of Kawhi, they shot 39% from the field, but that was just a moment when they needed Kawhi to lift them and carry them and get them the win, and he did. So just imagine when everyone else starts to chip in. Like, the Clippers have not hit their ceiling just yet.
Yeah, especially if they get more from James Harden. And I understand people laugh and say, oh, James Harden, you don't want to count on him in the postseason. He's coming off a career year in the regular season. Like, he's coming off a really good season, averaging 22 points per game, 8.7 assists, and shooting 41% and 35% from the three-point line. So I think that he's one of those factors that if he goes better than 7 of 17 from the field, if they get something from the other members of their team, they can be extremely dangerous, because we've seen it with the Nuggets. Even when Nikola Jokic scores 62 points, they've lost some of those games. So that's going to be, I think, the best series, and it's been the best series thus far. So I feel like that's not even a hot take. All right, so let's go to the other end of the spectrum. Which team has given you the worst first impression thus far?
Well, instead of going to a team, I'm going to go to a player. Here's the tip of the cap to Kyle Kuzma and everything that he didn't do in game 1. Let's go through the numbers, shall we? 21 minutes, 35 seconds of action against the Pacers. 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 steals, 0 blocks, 2 fouls. 0-5 from the field, 0-2 from the free throw line. Only the 6th player in NBA history to play at least 20 minutes in a game and have a big fat 0 in all of those categories. What are you doing? How is that possible? That's hard to try and do. Like, you could probably luck into an assist or something. Like, you pass the ball away, some guy gets a shot, you're like, that was an easy one for me. Like, my God, they need Damian Lillard back so quickly. The fact that Giannis is having to do everything. If you're Kyle Kuzma, I mean, seriously, just wear your big sweater and maybe just chill out on the bench for a while. That was putrid.
Yeah, I think the team, role players award for the worst first impression goes to the Bucks overall. Like, this box score was wild. Giannis had 36 points, 12 rebounds, and nobody else on the team had more than 15 points. Like, most of their starters didn't even get into double digits. So if you're looking at depth in the NBA playoffs, the Bucks don't have it. They certainly need Damian Lillard back to even stand a chance. And even with Damian Lillard back, you need more than, 2 guys who can carry the load. And we've seen that with the Lakers. Like, can we put them in this category of a team that has not looked great in their first game? Or do we say, hey, all the credit goes to the T-Wolves? Because I think you can look at it on both sides of the coin. Like, obviously, Luka Doncic put up Luka Doncic numbers. LeBron wasn't terrible. But again, if you talk about depth, the Lakers really haven't had it for most of the year. And we saw it in this first game. I think some of this is just because it's a bad matchup against the Timberwolves, who are really physical and really good down low. But should we be speculating that maybe the Lakers have been a little bit too overhyped?
I mean, I think they have. They could certainly win this series, but I wouldn't say they're a disappointment. I would just say that going in, we just weren't giving enough credit to the Timberwolves. So the Lakers are still the Lakers, and when you have a Luka, when you have a LeBron, those two guys alone can carry you a long way. There's no question about that. But when you have such star power, you tend to, at the same time, be immediately dismissive of who you're playing. And plus, look, there's a mystique around the Lakers because of the history. But, you know, when you look at this matchup, the Timberwolves match up really well against the Lakers, and they also have a superstar of their own and some really good players, more depth than the Lakers have. So I wouldn't say I'm disappointed in the Lakers or that they gave me a bad first impression. I just think they're in for a much tougher series than people realize.
Yeah, I'm really interested what we get from Anthony Edwards in this series because if you remember last year, I feel like we were just about ready to crown him as like one of the next faces of the league. Because he is really good, and he's been really good for quite some time. It feels like he's like 28, but he is 23 years old. The guy was born in 2001, which is mind-blowing to me. But he led the NBA in three-pointers made this year. I think he was top 3 in three-point percentage, and 22 points in the first game. And he takes over a game in the final minutes, because that's the thing. We want the killer instinct from these guys who are not afraid to take the clutch shots in clutch time. So if anybody's not afraid of the Lakers, it's Anthony Edwards. So somebody who has much watched TV throughout the NBA playoffs and will continue to be just that. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the Daily Tip. We'll start with our biggest takeaways from last night's game. That's next in the next hour of the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we are off and running. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Thanks for being with us. We are live from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East, Monday through Friday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, we preview the playoff games on the schedule tonight in the NBA with the Lakers looking to pull even with the Timberwolves. In 20 minutes, we continue our coverage of the association and maybe chat some baseball as well. And we bring in Kenny Ducey from the Action Network and Covers.com. And yes, it's Dunkster time at 8:40 along with our best bets. You can also check us out on Stadium via BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and other platforms as well. Whew. All right, Chelsea, hour 3. We can get through it. I did not sleep
all
well
the
last
platforms.
night. All the we're on all the platforms. Samsung,
Apple,
Sony, Yamaha, Suzuki,
LG,
Frigidaire. Check us out on your screen on your refrigerator. Something like that.
That's like at the gas station. Do you see they have TVs at some? Well, I guess you have a car. So maybe that wasn't a good example.
No, but
you're pumping gas,
yeah,
and they have like these little TVs that are like giving you the latest news or whatever. I'm like, I'm not watching TV right now. Leave me alone.
No, I see that. I will during the fall, since I don't have a car, I get a zip car for Commanders games. So I have to go to the stadium, and I mean, I could take the Metro out there, but I mean, Denton knows this. Taking the Metro, you don't want to do that. Like, it's one of those in theory versus in practice. Like, it's there, but it's not there.
You don't want to walk a mile from the Metro station to the stadium all dressed up nice. You don't want that.
Yeah, it's not good at all. So I get a car, and then, of course, you have to fill it up with gas sometimes. So I'll see those screens, and then I'm like, man, I'm just waiting for the Daily Tip to come on while I'm filling her up. When are we going to be here? Yeah. When I first got here, I will say, this thing ran forever. I did a public service announcement with the National Institutes of Health when I first got hired here in D.C. Oh, my God, forever ago. 20 years ago now. And it was to generate awareness for childhood cancer. And this ad ran in the back of a taxi cab for like a decade. I would get in a cab to take cabs home at night when the Metro was closed, and I'd sit there, and sure enough, this freaking PSA would come on forever. And there were a couple of times we were like, oh, I've seen you in my taxi. I'm like, yeah, well, okay. It's not really what I'm hoping for here, but I'll take it.
Yeah, but everybody knows you in DC. Like, again, I feel like I'm making a pros and cons list for you staying in DC. Because every time you go out, there's like 5 people that need to buy you a shot. They're like, oh, it's the guy from TV. Oh, it's the guy from the PSA. Oh, it's the guy from the Capitals coverage. Jenks, you're a local celebrity.
No, I'm just a simple man. I'm a simple man.
No.
Ready to give away his estate to his alma mater as soon as I have
to anyone who asks.
To anyone. Send me an email and let me know what you need. Like, I'm clearly at the tail end of not my career, my life. I'm getting ready to give away my estate. Like, I know that's the right terminology to use, but I just find it so funny. I'm like, yeah, come to my estate here. Well, yeah. Anyway, coming up next, it's time to preview tonight's games. These are tonight, Chelsea. These are tonight. We got 3 games on the schedule tonight in the NBA, so we got to handicap these bad boys. And maybe we'll get to Nico Harrison as well, who continues, I don't want to say to put his foot in his mouth, but maybe that is kind of what he's doing. Let's start in the Eastern Conference, though. Here we go. Bucks at the Pacers. The Pacers laying 4.5. The Pacers are minus 190. The Bucks are plus 155. The total is 228 and a hook at BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Pacers lead this series 1-0. Are we going to get Dame Dollar? tonight or not? I kind of feel like he was upgraded to questionable yesterday, but this is one of those games where of all the ones on the slate, I'm not trying to cop out here, but am I supposed to bet on this game when I don't know what's going to happen tonight with Damian Lillard? And right now it's currently 8:05 in the morning in the East.
Yeah, I think you need to be real careful betting on the NBA this early in the morning when there are big injury concerns looming. But, Jenks, based on this number, wouldn't we say that the odds makers are telling us that Damian Lillard is going to play? Because do you think that the Bucks would merely be 4.5-point dogs after getting blown to shreds in game one? The supporting cast looked absolutely abysmal. Like, there was nobody who scored more than 15 points other than Giannis Antetokounmpo, who was the sole proprietor, it feels like, of their offense. So if Damian Lillard is back in the mix, maybe the Bucks have a shot. But if he's not, like, you got to take the Pacers. So, like, I guess you could take a gamble and say, like, hey, if I think Damian Lillard is not going to play, this is a good number on the Pacers. But the books even have Damian Lillard props listed. So I don't know if they know something that we do not.
Yeah.
But you're right. There is a big hole in this handicap that we don't know the answer to right now.
What do you think the points prop is for Kyle Kuzma tonight?
Ooh,
1.5.
I was just looking at this. It's not, surprisingly so.
I know.
It is 9.5, and it's juiced to the over at -130. And I was thinking to myself, we've been making fun of Kyle Kuzma a lot on the show today because he was basically just running cardio in game one. 0 points, 0 assists, 2 fouls, basically contributed nothing. But he did shoot the ball 5 times. So that's the thing is like, okay, if he continues to shoot like shooters shoot, and Kyle Kuzma does this, eventually he's going to make some points. And I'll say this, if Damian Lillard is back in the offense will work better. I think if I'm looking at props, maybe if Damian Lillard does play, his assist prop is 5.5. It's -135 for the over. He averaged 7 assists on the season and averaged 9 assists against the Pacers. So kind of banking on the fact that he can set up Giannis for some really good shots because Giannis is going to score over 30 probably. So there are some interesting angles. But, Jenks, are you willing to look at any of these when we don't know about Damian Lillard?
I'm going to bet this prop. I'm going to bet it. I'm going to do it. I'm betting over on Kyle Kuzma. I think there's value
over?
Here. Yes, I'm going over 9.5. I was just looking at his stats. Here's the I'm going to do this out of principle. Not out of principle, but just for
Kyle
funsies.
Kuzma.
Kyle
is the
Kuzma.
hill that I'll die on.
I was just looking here. I do think this is one of those bets where you look at and you're like, well, this is ridiculous, right? But this is a cursory glance at what he's done in his last 18 games. He has gotten at least 10 points in, and this is just a quick glance, so maybe it's off a game or two, 16 of his last 18 games. He's gotten at least 10 points. So especially if whether Damian Lillard plays or not, I mean, I guess it would be a factor because it's been a while since Damian Lillard has played. He hasn't played since March 18th. But even then, I mean, his scoring average is 14.8 points per game. I cannot believe I'm talking about Kyle Kuzma right now. I'm just saying it might be fun to put a little sprinkle on over 9 and a hook because everyone's going to fade this guy based on what we saw in game one, and I think he might actually get it.
I think that you can make the best case for the over. Like, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's still Kyle Kuzma. And it is a playoff game. Like, this is not the same deal as a regular season game. If you're the head coach, do you say, hey, we need to get Kyle Kuzma the ball? No, like, it's going to be the honest show. And especially if Damian Lillard plays. Like, Damian Lillard's points prop is pretty high for somebody who's coming off a major injury. 18.5. And it's juiced to the over at -145. So odds makers are expecting Damian to have a big part of the offense. So, like, maybe you can bet on it. And again, I would lean towards the over for Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah.
But put your faith in untrustworthy players, and sometimes they will prove you wrong. So buyer beware. Again, I'd be with you, but I don't think I'm putting my money on it.
Yeah, you just talked me off of it. That's a fun thought there for a second. All you had to say was, hey, it's Kyle Kuzma. I'm like, oh, yeah, good point. You're right. Sorry. I don't know what I was thinking about. Also, I do like the over this game. I think we'll see a lot of points back and forth, so I would lean to the over as well. Let's go to the West now, where we get the Grizz and the Thunder in Oklahoma City. The Thunder, of course, lead this series 1-0. The Thunder, holy Lord, laying 14.5 points. They are minus 1,100 on the money line. The Grizz are plus 675. Total 228.5. I mean, it's a really, really big spread. But then again, I mean, the Thunder were the best covering team in the NBA during the regular season. We tend to see playoff games be tighter. We haven't seen it thus far. And the Grizzlies look completely outmatched. The problem with this number is I'm worried about it being inflated based on the Thunder winning by 51 in game 1.
Yeah.
Are you going to lay this number?
I think I'm going to stay away from this game because you're right. I think there is some overreaction that's going to take place after they literally beat them by 51 points. We're not going to see this every game. Like, you know, we will see a better effort, I think, from Memphis. And this is a big number, especially for a playoff game where, you know, it's survive and advance. I understand, like, it's not a one-game series, but you get what I'm saying. There's no reason to continue to run up the score. They got their revenge on a team that clearly likes to run their mouth in game 1. I feel like this one will be closer because of the teams that came in through the play-in, like, I don't put Memphis in the same category as, like, I don't know, like the Heat or like teams like the Bulls. I do feel like it's like a top tier team that just because the West was so competitive, we got some good teams coming out of the play-in games like the Warriors and obviously the Grizzlies. So 14.5 is a lot of points. Like, I'm not saying I'm taking the Grizzlies. I am just saying that 14.5 is too rich for my blood to take in a playoff game between two teams that are good.
Yeah, I'm with you here. And at some point, Vegas generally adjusts, right? Once we see a trend, Vegas generally adjusts, and then things sort of balance out. But also, at the end of the year, whether it's, you know, NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball, there are teams that lead the way and continue to perform above the trend or above the trend line. And you know what? Oklahoma City is that team. Again, best covering team in the NBA. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to look at the Thunder team total. I think this is what I'm going to put on my card, which is set at 121 on a hook. I think that's what I'm going to do here. But, man, honestly, if you had to ask me, okay, pick a side, Grizz plus 14.5 or Thunder minus 14.5, I'd lay it with Oklahoma City. I don't want to make that bet, but that's how good they've been, not just in game 1, but all season long. Finally, out west, the Timberwolves leading their series against the Lakers 1-0. Lakers laying 5.5 tonight. And LA, the Lakers are minus 235. The T-Wolves plus 190, total set at 210 and a hook. Total has come down a point from 211.5. So some money coming in on the under, which doesn't necessarily surprise me because I think the Lakers are going to try to match the physicality that we saw from the Timberwolves in game 1. And the Lakers admitted after that game it bothered them. They came out very physical, but then Minnesota just sort of pushed them around in this game. So I think we're going to see more of a 90s-esque or more of a lower scoring game tonight between these two teams. What do you think?
I think that hypothesis is a good one. I also think like 5.5 points with the T-Wolves. What do we think here? Because I do think we see a better effort from the Lakers, and it should be noted that in game 1, the T-Wolves not only out-physicaled the Lakers, they shot really well. They're probably not going to shoot 51% from the field and 50% from the three-point line. They made 21 threes in game 1. And I understand they have some really good three-point shooters. Anthony Edwards led the league in three-pointers this year. But there's probably going to be some regression where they don't make as many as those attempts. But the point still stands. 5.5 points between two teams that I feel like are pretty evenly matched. Jenks, are you leaning towards the points here?
Yeah, I am. I just am. And I'm the only thing that scares me, honestly, is that this number is so large. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. And you can look at the Lakers during the regular season. They were awesome against the number at home. So they were, the second best covering team at home during the regular season, 27-15 against the spread. But then conversely, the Timberwolves have been playing out of their minds. They won 18 of their last 22 games. So, and these are outright wins. That's not even against the spread. I think when it comes to this series, and it's not to say that Luka and LeBron, as talented as they are, I mean, these guys are superstars. They can win the series. But this this Timberwolves team, they just match up really well against the Lakers. It's like when the Timberwolves face the Nuggets, like they've been the Nuggets kryptonite for a couple of years now. They just match up really well. And so 5.5, I'm surprised this number hasn't shrunk a touch, but I'd be on the T-Wolves.
Yeah, I do think there's some market bias there with the Lakers being a blue blood team and somebody who has LeBron James and Luka Doncic. So maybe that's why the number is a touch inflated.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. Maybe there's something I'm missing, but that is something you're right. You have to take into effect, whether it's the Lakers, Yankees, Duke, whoever it is, these publicly bet teams, always just a touch of value that you're not getting. Coming up next on the show, more from the association when we bring in one of our experts, and he is a good one. Kenny Ducey, betting expert for the Action Network and Covers.com, joins us next. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Tuesday. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Hope you're having a great morning. Give me a little something, Double D. It is Tuesday. And we're bringing in one of our experts shortly. Kenny Ducey, betting expert for the Action Network and Covers.com. We'll talk a little NBA, maybe some baseball with us as well. And I need to win some money, Chelsea, because we talk about home improvement on this show, and people just absolutely love it. They love a good home improvement talk. Or not. I had the most annoying problem ever. Like a few weeks ago, I guess we had a big storm, and there's a maple tree or something, and there's these maple tree like buds, like seedlings, leaves that have flown all over my deck, and you're like, big deal, sweep up your deck. And I'm like, yeah, I know. But these little seeds have they're all caught between the slats on my deck, and the deck is pretty big, so I've got to go through or hire someone to go through with a tool to lift all these little seeds between the slats, out of the slats of the deck, and then either vacuum or sweep them up. And this is going to take forever. It's the most annoying, dumb problem in history. Like, I can't believe I'm even talking about this.
Wait, so you can't just push them through? Like, push them through the cracks where you can't see them?
I could, but they're everywhere, and the deck is big enough where this is going to be a big job. Like, it's going to take forever and they're just everywhere. Like, it's hard to explain. And I've lived here I lived in D.C. for 20 years. I've lived at the same place for a decade. This has never happened before. It's kind of a rare thing. But you just look at it, it's just like seeds everywhere. And so you're going to have some sort of tool to go in and lift those out. You can't just really push them down. Oh, my God. It's so stupid.
Because we have this with our deck, but we just push them through the cracks. And there's, like, dirt under our deck. So it's like sweeping dust under like a rug or something. It's like out of sight, out of mind. Not my problem anymore.
I'm gonna have a guy. Fortunately, you can go to like Thumbtack or TaskRabbit or stuff like that. And now I have a guy that I hired a few years ago, and now I don't even use the app. Like, I just contact him directly. So he's gonna come in, let me know what he thinks, and it's nice to have someone you can trust. So there's your home improvement story for the day. I know you guys are thrilled to hear it. We're always thrilled to get a visit from Kenny Ducey to talk about the real issues that we discuss on this show, like who should we bet on when it comes to the NBA? What about Major League Baseball? What about the playoffs tonight? So let's bring him in. He is a betting expert for Action Network and Covers.com, also digital contributor for the Tennis Channel. Kenny, good morning to you. I will spare you any sort of questions about your local hardware store or any projects that you're working on. But I do want to ask you this, because we were talking about this in one of our previous segments, which is, I know it's really early in the NBA playoffs, but what is maybe the one thing or one result that surprised you, at least this early?
Well, welcome. Thank you so much for having me, guys. I think that there is a big I'm kind of surprised that the Clippers are not up 2-0 right now. I think we saw it last night, how good this Clippers team is. I've been a big Clippers guy for the last 3 or 4 years. I think Ty Lue is one of the best coaches in the game right now. He's perennially underrated. And I think what we saw last night was that Kawhi Leonard is still very much Kawhi Leonard, and that's why it's kind of surprising that they blew that lead in Game 1. I mean, it's very unsurprising that it happened if you look at the context of this season where they blew so many leads in the fourth quarter. That's just classic Clippers. It happened again last night, but I think that was somewhat surprising to me. Other than that, I'm not very much surprised that the Pistons dug their teeth into that series with the Knicks. That was obviously a tough ending. The Timberwolves, I think, I think there's a lot of surprises around, but the Timberwolves is maybe one as well, because I did not think they had the greatest season. I thought that there were a lot of expectations for them coming in. I was certainly expecting a lot. Was not really thrilled with the way they played for most of the season. I thought Randall dominated too much of the ball. But they could be figuring some stuff out here. And where are the Lakers right now after just really getting incredibly hot after trading for Doncic? Now a lot of that steam is kind of worn off. So I'm a little skeptical there. But ultimately, I think we're seeing some chalk here. We're going to see some good series. But yeah, let's get the Clippers into the second round here pretty quickly here. Come on now.
Yeah, strategy question. how much do you factor in playoff experience into your handicaps? Because I feel like more than any other sport, it's really important in the NBA. And I feel like we see it, based on some of these lines. The fact that the Warriors are favored in that series against the Rockets, even though the Rockets were the 2 seed, we already saw it in game 1. How much does this go into your handicap?
Well, yeah, I mean, that series is crazy too, because I think on paper, you look at the Rockets and they're just the better team, but then, you mentioned the experience. I think the experience is certainly playing a part in the handicap, but I think also what's going into that line is the Rockets have been, a hot mess for the last month with all these injuries and absences. And I think that's really what, I had to write about the game 1 over at Covers. And I was shocked at the line. It was a pick 'em because you look at the course of the season, and what these teams do well, and the Rockets, are a pretty good team defending the rim, very good on the at the rim. They have an advantage on the glass, and the big thing is they keep their opponents from shooting a lot of 3-pointers, which is very important when you face the Warriors. They shoot almost the most threes in the league and shoot it very well. So, I think you look at you don't look at the last month, you just look at the last season and you're like, okay, well, yeah, the Rockets should win this game. But I think a lot of recency bias goes into these as well. But to answer your question, I mean, I actually think my beloved baseball, I think that's really where experience plays a big role with managers, right? When the decisions they make. And I think that in basketball, it's very similar with the coaches. It's not just the players on the floor. I mean, yes, we know that Kawhi Leonard, now that it's playoff time can turn it on, right? But I mean, I think it's more about the in-game adjustments that we see that from these head coaches. And I think that is why, we've seen a lot of turnover with head coaches. We see the Knicks fans calling for Tom Thibodeau to leave. The experience plays a part, but it's also, just as important as having a really good sixth man is having a coach that's going to go out there, make adjustments, figure out, to trap or to double, throw a double on the best player, leave this guy open, let's go to zone. So I think there's a lot of things that happen in these games that we don't really notice all the time that play a big role in it. So yeah, I think that coaching experience and making adjustments are 2 very, very important things that I look at when I handicap.
We're talking with Kenny Ducey, his betting expert for the Action Network and Covers.com. Follow him on X at Kenny Ducey. Kenny, when you look at a line like the Thunder laying 14.5 points, now they have covered at an exceptional rate all season long. Do you continue looking at a trend like that, or do you say, all right, we're getting kind of ridiculous for a playoff game, let me find more creative ways to bet games like this?
Yeah, I mean, you could just not bet it. You could bet a different game. You could bet Isaiah Hartenstein assists. You could bet Zach Edey double-double. I mean, there's a lot of ways to play these games. I do think that, yeah, we are kind of getting out of hand here because the Memphis Grizzlies have proven all season long that they just have tremendous depth, and it really does not matter who's going to be in or out or, who's going to be overmatched by one of the best teams that we've seen in years in the Oklahoma City Thunder. But the good news is that they're healthy. It's not really crazy to say that they could win this game. I mean, I think, or not win this game, but at least cover this spread, which is absolutely outrageous. The Thunder, they're a high variance team with the amount of threes that they shoot. We see it with the Boston Celtics all the time. I mean, they're sort of Celtics West. And, last year the Celtics almost lost game under the Pacers, which was shocking to me because I thought the Knicks should have beaten the Pacers in the Eastern Conference semis. So you never know what's going to happen. And the Memphis Grizzlies, they can score inside. They have shooters. They have experienced players, as we talked about. So I don't think that this is really out of the realm of possibilities here that they, put a charge into the Thunder. And ultimately, yes, I think OKC is the best team in the playoffs. I would agree with the public consensus there. But Memphis, give Memphis a chance here. They were a pretty tough team down the stretch. They had some big wins in the month of March. So I think that this could very well become a contest.
Yeah, so we have 3 games tonight in the NBA. We're a betting show. You're a betting expert. You just mentioned the Grizzlies and Thunder game. Are there any other bets that you like in tonight's action?
Yeah, I mean, I do ultimately like a lot of baseball, but I do think that, I mentioned Isaiah Hartenstein assists props off the top of my head, but I think with the Grizzlies, really giving up a lot of shots inside from the short mid-range and also struggling a little bit on the glass when it comes to, the rebounding edge here when you look at the Thunder. how they've rebounded all season. I think that Isaiah Hartenstein points and assists, could be a good way to go. He's been a very big facilitator late in the season. And then in terms of these other games, like I definitely like the Lakers to come back and win. And I would probably parlay that with the Bucks. I don't know why I like the Bucks here, but I've not been a big Pacers guy all season long. I just think that they're missing a lot. I mean, Tyrese Halliburton's gotten a little bit worse. I do like Benedict Mathurin's offensive production. I love the way that he plays. I think that when he got hurt last year, it was one of the biggest stories that no one talked about, which is why the Pacers, the win gotten taken out of their sails. But I think the Bucks, now that Lillard is tracking here, he's looking, like he's not going to be severely ill, which is very, very good to hear. I think that there's going to be some life here in the Bucks. I don't know why, because I don't really like the Bucks. I don't like the way that they're coached. But I don't like Mike Budenholzer. I don't know why he's even there, what he's doing in the NBA. But yeah, give me those two teams as well.
Okay, Kenny, well, let's talk a little baseball then. So we got a monster card. I mean, everyone's on the schedule tonight. So what's a game that you really like?
Well, I'll tell you what, a game I don't really like, but I think I really like this bet is this Padres-Tigers game. I ordinarily love betting against the Padres. I love fading the Padres starting pitchers because, when they go away from home, right, usually it's bad news because they pitch in a very friendly ballpark. They have their pitchers pitch to a lot of fly balls. That's all great. And also I love Jack Flaherty and I love the Detroit Tigers. But this is a good spot to me to bet on Nick Pivetta and the San Diego Padres on the road. They're going to be playing in a ballpark that is just as friendly to fly balls as their home park in San Diego. You also have the fact that Nick Pivetta is a guy that feasts on strikeouts, and while he does walk some batters, he gives up strikeouts, walks, and fly balls. The Detroit Tigers are striking out a bunch right now. They are not walking at an incredibly high rate. It's a decent rate. I think it's just around 10%, but Nick Pivetta has been good in terms of controlling the ball. I like him to come up with this, and at the same on the flip side here, the Padres do not strike out. Jack Flaherty is a guy that is going to nibble, is going to go for those strikeouts. So I think San Diego's going to be very patient. They're going to put the ball in play. A bad matchup for Jack Flaherty, a team that swings a lot and leads the league in batting average. So with a heavy heart, I'm announcing that I do like the Padres as road underdogs here at -105. Very, very, very slim. I was also at the Phillies-Mets game last night. I thought the Phillies showed some life, but then it was not really a great game to watch. So I do like the Mets here to win this game. I think Griffin Canning's definitely flying under the radar as a player that's been really taken under the Mets wing with their pitching tutelage. The next guy that's going to step up and I think improve. And the Phillies offense right now, striking out 10 times against Tyler McGill is not good news because Tyler McGill is just the prototypical pitcher that the Mets will always develop. They like those guys that pitch low in the zone. They get the chase. They get a lot of strikeouts. And I think that ultimately Griffin Canning is going to capitalize on that. Christopher Sanchez, unbelievable pitcher, turning into one of my favorite pitchers. But a lefty on the hill means that Jesse Winker's out of the lineup. And if Jesse Winker's out of the lineup, I am out. So I definitely think that there's a lot that can be happening here, but I like the Mets and Phillies to go under 8. I also kind of like the Mets +114, although I don't know about their offense without Winker. But I did have a dream last night that Starling Marte beat out a routine ground ball to third base, so that's got to be a sign that he's going to have a good game. That was 30 minutes ago that I had that dream.
He is a betting expert for the Action Network and Covers.com, digital contributor for the Tennis Channel, and you can follow him on X at Kenny Ducey. And sometimes, you know what? You have a dream, you got to go with your dream as well. Kenny Ducey. Kenny, thanks for the time, and thanks for waking up with us. We know it's early, but we appreciate it.
Hey, well, if it's going to be this hour, you got to look at the dreams. You got to handicap what the dreams are telling you. So, that's the only thing I can bring to the table here.
It's just part of the handicap. Thank you, man. We appreciate it.
Of course. Have a good one.
You too. I'm going to start doing that.
What a dream.
Yeah. Just based on my dreams, how things go, how I'm feeling when I wake up each and every morning. When we both wake up very early, as we talk about in this show. Maybe just go with that. You could honestly, the way betting goes, you could do that and probably still have some success. It's like the old stock market trick where you just throw a dart at a dartboard, and they've had people that do that versus like a stock market manager and the people
picks people who do this for a living.
Yeah.
It's like, Chelsea, we know you've been putting in the work all year long on the NFL, but Min Lee at the San Diego Zoo has picked the right winner the last 5 years. So maybe Min Lee should have your job.
Ah, true. I mean, the way things are trending with AI, next thing you know, you're going to look up and you're like, I'm Chelsea Messenger, and Min Lee is in studio in Washington, D.C., ready to provide picks. You just never know. Coming up next, we're talking about animals. How about the Donkster? What's he up to? He's definitely in studio. Denton's here. Where are we going to put our money on this Tuesday? Will Chelsea continue to be an NBA gal? We got that and more. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. We're going to wrap up Hour 3 after the break.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show on a Tuesday. Thanks for being with us, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Best bets coming your way. We'll talk with the Donkster as well. Chelsea, so earlier in the show, we were discussing my quick appearance on local TV last night and some of the questions they were asking me. So now it's time for me to flip it and ask you these questions. Ooh.
On the hot seat.
My, how the tables have turned. So here's one of the questions, which is, so at what point do you tell a friend of yours that you don't like their partner?
I think it depends on how far they've been in the relationship. Because if somebody's like engaged, even if you are best friends with that person, I think you need to tread very lightly.
Yes.
Do you not? I think that everybody is an adult, and abused, or if it's something that is endangering, their life, I think they need to make their own mistakes, and it's their own relationship. And I will say this, like to the testament of the person where you say, I don't like their person. Yeah. Nobody knows the dynamics of a relationship except for those two people. So like this person could be great, when they're together and when you're not around. So I feel like I would keep my mouth shut, especially if it's deeper in the relationship.
No, I think that's a good answer. I gave a similar answer. And also I think that, everyone's individual journey has a lot to do with it as well. Like early on, and especially if you don't like the person, but your friend seems really happy with everything, then, is it really your place to say if they seem really happy, they seem really satisfied, then you have to say, well, okay, this isn't my relationship. I don't know the totality of their inner happy. Then I'm happy. I can work around this. But what's funny is like having gone through, different relationships, is that when I was younger, it was all support. But based on my last relationship, I've had like, honest to God, 4 or 5 of my friends be like, hey, listen, if we didn't like this girl, we were going to tell you. Like we were going to tell you. I've had that happen to me so much, like we were going to tell you. We weren't going to let you go through that again. I was like, oh, okay. But the good news is everyone's like, we love her. She's amazing. I'm like, okay, that's good. But I think that has to do with time and your own individual story, where also when you get older, it's like people are less likely to tiptoe around things. People become more direct. Maybe that's like an age thing. But I just think it, like you were saying, it just depends on where you are and what you've gone through and how the person you care about is being affected.
Right, because at the end of the day, you're not the person in the relationship with the person you don't like. It is them. So just because you don't like them doesn't mean that they're not good for said person. So I think obviously it's situational, but it's obviously a very tricky subject. Like, have you ever told somebody that? Like, I'm trying to think of like situations where I'm like, hey, you need to leave him. Like, the only time I can think of was like in 8th grade. I'm like, yeah. He was really bad in this basketball game. So at lunch, I think you should just try for somebody else. There are plenty of other options out there. The dance is coming up. You got your new outfit from Limited 2. You don't need to tie yourself down. This is middle school.
Yeah. And that outfit from Limited 2 is banging. I mean, that's flying off the shelves. Limited 2 reference. All right, one more for you. How do you feel about at Walmart and or Sam's Club, actual people who work the checkouts being replaced by artificial intelligence now, where you check yourself out? Are you one of those people when you go through, you like chatting up the people at Sam's Club? You're going to miss it.
I think at Walmart, they've already done this. Like, don't they have self-checkout just about everywhere? Like, and here's the thing. Walmart always has like a million aisles, but they have like 3 people working total. So that's just kind of how it goes. So like, unless they plan on hiring more people, this is kind of how it has to go. Yeah. I feel like it's one of those things that if you don't have alcohol, if you don't have produce, it's fine. But if you have to start weighing things and you have to get like a clerk to check your ID, sometimes it ends up taking longer than it would have originally taken if you just go through the normal checkout line.
No, that's true. The favorite thing to me about this story is, and I always feel bad when people lose their jobs for any reason, and they were saying, hey, we're going to lay off about 600 people. But the funny thing about this to me was Walmart like working into this article as part of their press release. Hey, we know some people are going to lose their jobs, but For the employees that stay because of artificial intelligence, we got a pizza bot. So if you're in the break room, guess what? There's a bot serving you pizza. Who doesn't love pizza, huh? It just kind of like slid in there. I was like, okay, guys, it's a nice effort, but I don't know if that's going to go over so well, man. Coming up next on Bed Sweats. We need a sounder for that. Although I think maybe I like our sounder better. It's Joe O. It's Sammy P. They're going to talk about the NBA zigzag. I don't know what that means. That's one of the reasons why you tune in. Ovi's overtime game winner scored the opener last night, then had his first ever overtime game winner in the playoffs. That was awesome. Major League Baseball bets and futures coming your way, and a couple of great guests as well. Scott Smith from 4for4 Football. We'll talk NFL Draft at 11 a.m. in the East, and then Ryan Jensen from NHL.com will talk Stanley Cup Playoffs at 11:20. Okay, here we are. Great night last night betting. Let's keep it going and tell you our favorite plays for tonight.
To place your bets.
Chelsea Messenger, 3-0-1 last night. Never lost.
Never lost.
Never lost.
Just have a push in there. All right, so let's try to keep things going, and we're going to go to Major League Baseball. I'm going to go with the Arizona Diamondbacks at home on the first 5 money line. Found a minus 155. I know it's a little juicy, but if you're taking a first 5 bet, like the fact that you could still get a push in there and not lose, I think that's why I like this bet even more. But if you look at Arizona so far this season, they've been good in this spot as favorites 10-7. The Tampa Bay Rays have been terrible as underdogs. When they're not getting market credit, they're 1-5 this season. Plus, if you look at the pitching matchup today, I think it's a good one in favor of the Diamondbacks. Brandon Pfaadt has the more high ceiling in this one. 3-1 this year, 3.04 ERA. Meanwhile, Zach Littell 0-4 with a 5.48 ERA. Plus, Arizona's at home. They've got the better offense. Arizona ranks 3rd in the majors in OPS. So the better pitcher, the better offense. They're playing at home. And Tampa Bay has been terrible as underdogs this year. Let's go Arizona in the first 5 on the money line, minus 155.
I'm totally adding that to my card. Do you mind? I think that's a great bet. Yeah, I think I'm putting it in right now. I was listening to you. I was like, that's a good price. I like the handicap. I love it. All right, that's Chelsea's bet. But so if I get it tomorrow, I'll be like, that's all Chelsea. Okay, here is my one bet for tonight in addition to that one. I'm going to go Thunder team total over 121 and a hook. Found it at minus 125 at BetMGM. Here's the thing. I really don't want to lay 14.5. That's just such a monster number, even though I think the Thunder could cover a best covering team in the NBA. We've talked about that. But ultimately, if you look at the Thunder during the regular season and the Thunder against the Grizzlies during their past few meetings, I absolutely think this is gettable. So the over is hit this number in 5 of the last 7 meetings with Memphis. And also, we've seen the Memphis defense start to worsen in the final 2 weeks of the regular season. We definitely saw that in game 1 of this series. And also during the year, Oklahoma City averaged 131 points per game. That was number 1 in the NBA. I think this team total is too low. 121 and a hook. We're going over at minus 125.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. Even if we get more from Memphis, I do think we see a lot of points.
Yeah, I think so too. I want to see some good games, but man, it's hard when you have these, these number 1 seeds taking on these lower seeds, but you never know. Guys, don't forget, we are on YouTube. You can check out the Daily Tip. You can check out each and every show on the BetMGM network. It's easy to do. Just like and subscribe. And as always, you can listen on the Odyssey app. Look at the Donkster's here in studio for the first time. There he is, still working on the microphone. Ears back, ready to bet. Donkster, good morning.
Good morning to everyone across the country. I want to say a special hello to our new producer, Denton Day. Denton, you don't know it yet, but you and I are going to be best friends. All you have to do is help me make some money, scratch my belly, and I'll introduce you to all the ladies at the BetMGM network.
Donkster, Denton just got married. He's not, he just got back from his honeymoon.
Oh, sure, I've heard that before. Give it a few days and we'll be spending the weekend at Rick's Cabaret on a weekend getaway in New York City. Tell Naomi that we're here.
No. Trying to corrupt him already. That's terrible. Don't do that. Come on. All right, we got to hear your bets.
Okay, Thunder minus 14.5 hosting the Grizzlies.
God, so many mistakes in that one. Dongster. Okay. Denton, sorry about that. Well, we'll get you guys acquainted.
We'll be best friends in a couple of days.
Couple days. It takes some time, toe in the water, right? We just warm up to it. What's coming up next on Bet Sweats? I don't know. And that's why we bring in our good buddy, Sam Panayotovich, waiting to find out. Will he appear from the darkness? I don't know. Sammy P, are you there? Good morning, my friend. Sammy P.
And is he here?
Action.
Is he not?
Hello.
There he is.
Hello. Good morning.
He's having a hard time here.
What's coming up on the show?
It's Joe O's birthday today. Did you guys know that? We're going to sing.
Oh.
Ooh.
You've got a special birthday song for him.
Real song because of corporate. So we're going to kind of get around that. I can't sing happy birthday, apparently. I don't know.
Can we not do I almost did it on the air. I'm glad you said something.
You can do the restaurant version. Happy birthday. Na, 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 na. They always do that at restaurants.
I think we can't do that either. I heard from corporate, no happy birthday, no modifications, no nothing. No mercy.
Really?
We can't even say the words.
I think we can say the words. I don't think we can sing anything. I was going to do happy to birthday you, but none of it. Can't do it.
None of it? Wow. That's such a bummer. On this day, back in the day, something happened to Joe O, and we're going to celebrate it today. Like, how do you even say it?
Happy birthday.
Oh, God bless.
There you
Double D.
go.
There you go.
You can use our sounder.
Yeah, we're going to have some fun.
Listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Not that sounder.
Not Double D has decided to push every button on the audio board. How about this? How about this?
Meanie,
How about this
miny,
one?
Mo.
What do you think about this one? What about this one? All right. Well, tell Joe happy birthday. Sammy P, have a great show. Good to see you as always. That's going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Great to have Denton Day along, our new guy. Thanks for being with us. See you bright and early tomorrow at 6 a.m. See ya.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2 Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Leonard with the ball in his hand. Westcourt's going to come in double. Rises up over Gordon and hits another one. Kawhi. Harden trying to put it away. Cannot. 3-point game. Here come the Nuggets. Think about taking a foul here. Brown passes up a 3. Now he fires. Missed it badly. Jokic with a rebound. Clock ticks to 2. Jokic. No. And that is it. And the LA Clippers hang on in a thriller.
The puck is free. And a great chance for Pavilier. Ovechkin scores! Now he has that playoff overtime goal. What else can he do? Washington wins 3-2.
Welcome into Bet Sweats on this Tuesday. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you, the BetMGM Network, hanging out the next 3 hours. BetMGMNetwork.com, YouTube page, the BetMGM Network. You follow the show on X, Bet_Sweats. A lot of fun planned. 11 o'clock hour, bunch of terrific guests. Scott Smith does a great job betting the NFL draft, covering the NFL for a very long time. He'll be joining us at 11 a.m. Eastern. We'll find out where he's at 2 days before the draft. And is there any actionable bets that we should be making right now? Pete Jensen, NHL.com, will be joining us on the Stanley Cup playoffs at 11:20. All that going on. Hey, we'll do some MLB futures too. Looking forward to that. A little over 10% mark of the way through the season. Is there any value? MVP, Cy Young. I know Sam and Jake are thinking about the Rookie of the Year. What do we do there, if anything? So we'll get to all that over the next few hours. What's up, Sam?
Man, Kawhi Leonard back in his bag. How many big shots did he hit last night? Holy cow, man. What do you have, 39 points? Woo!
39 points. He shot 15 for 19. 15 for 19. So if you're into some of the metrics, you can find a metric for anything nowadays. But as far as NBA metrics, you've probably heard of true shooting percentage. That takes in everything. Your twos, your threes, free throws are part of it as well. Kawhi had a 92-1 true shooting percentage. That is the 7th highest number ever in the NBA playoffs. Like that's how good he was. He was hitting everything. Monster night. And what was the takeaway after the first game? I don't know. Is Kawhi healthy? He had a lot of turnovers. And then he completely flipped that on its head. Yeah, it's fun. Like game one, what happened, like say in the box score on the court, is the exact opposite from game number 2. So game one, the Clippers are the team that kept turning it over. You didn't know if you were going to get Kawhi Leonard superstar level, which is what you needed, which is why people were buying them to win the West. And then game 2, you get the ultra performance from Kawhi. And guess what? It was Jokic turning it over. It was the Denver Nuggets with 20 turnovers. So game 1, the Clippers turn it over 20 times. And then game 2, the Nuggets turn it over 20 times. So it's very strange. But in the end, Sam, no surprises here, right? 1-1. Okay, that sounds about right. Clippers are fine with that.
Best series so far. Both games could have gone either way. And now you look at the price. Clippers did their job. They split it up. They win a game. Now you go back home minus 190 to win the series.
Yeah.
I am very, very adamant that these games are all going to be right there, tied down to the wire. 3 minutes to go. It could be anybody's game. This will be the best series of the first round, no doubt.
This sounds like crazy idea. But yeah, so it sounds like you would go like 7 games. If you didn't do something like that, before the series started, or over on the total games played. If it's going to continue to go back and forth, you just keep taking a dog in the series?
I'd take Denver plus 5.5 in game 3. Oh, yeah.
Or I'm saying for the like plus 155 right now.
Oh, you're saying to win the series. Yeah. So then I don't know. I like the Clippers to win game 3, so I might wait it out. I mean, you could jump in. The good thing about these series bets, you could jump in whenever you want. I think the Clippers win game 3, but then I would jump in on Denver at, plus $2 or whatever. I think this goes every bit of 7.
Yep. Yeah, I think that would be the safest bet right now. And the question moving forward, boy, if you're going to get this Kawhi, it's going to be really tough for Denver. And maybe that's part of the reason that they're the dog here. Denver, not only the turnovers, they missed a lot of free throws. They shot 64% on the night. They missed 8 of them in the game. You can't be doing that. So we have a 1-1 series there, and there was an Eastern Conference game as well. We have a 1-1 series there. So the question with Detroit, okay, what was it? Was the first 3 quarters of game number 1 real, and they could be live to cover and win game number 2? Or was it, okay, the Knicks were sleepwalking, they came alive in the fourth quarter, and we're going to see more of that to come? Well, in the end, after the Knicks make a surge, you end up seeing the Pistons take this one on the road, 194. Sam, that ends a 15-game playoff losing streak for Detroit basketball.
Unbelievable. 13 points, 12 boards, 3 assists, 2 steals. Did have 5 turnovers, but that's expected for a young cat. He was great. He put them on his back. 33 points for the number 1 overall pick, Cade Cunningham. And, we did talk yesterday about the whole zigzag theory. And some people will tell you it's a little overblown. I disagree. If you took game 1 and put it on the shelf and just bet the opposite, you're 2-0 last night. Because it's win game 1. If you zigzag and take the Clippers, you win. And then the Knicks win and cover game 1. You zigzag there, the Pistons win and cover game 2. I'm not saying it's a blanket. You can't just throw it over every game. But we overreact so much as a betting conglomerate. We overreact to game 1 in the NBA. It happens every year. The same song, the same dance. If you just took game 1 and pushed it aside and put your priors away, you made a really nice comeback in game 2 with the zigzag.
Yep, no doubt. So let's be clear with the zigzag theory. And I know you just broke it down well there. Does it include when you change locations? So now these series are going to switch venues. And do you carry the zigzag over in that manner, or is it completely different? Okay, let's go back to it, maybe game number 4.
No, I feel like we're back to even. After one game, you do the zigzag then, and then you're back to the middle. Because you get the one result in game 1, the second result in game 2, and now you're level. So I've never been a zigzagger the whole series. It's just off of one result. And you got a couple situations today. Are you going to zigzag? Are you going to take Milwaukee? Anybody want to take the Lakers, who are now a 6-point favorite at a couple books? The other one that nobody wants to bet. I was out last night. I was asking some questions at the bar. Anybody want any Memphis? Nope, can't do it. Series is over. I'm like, here we go. I'll be on Memphis.
Series might be over, but I'm getting double digits in a playoff game. Yeah.
15. You get 15 tonight.
Yep. Who knows how high that gets, too? Because, to your point, nobody's lining up on the Grizzlies side. Not many people are going to be doing that. I understand after a 51-point win, but you still need to consider it. So before we move to the ice, unders, playoff unders, like they're hitting by a wide margin, too. Last night, that hit by double digits in the Clippers-Nuggets game, and then by, 20-something in the Eastern Conference game. They're trying to figure that out, and we'll talk about it with the games tonight. They keep lowering it because they're still trying to figure out, let's get to this right number. But as you know, we see less and less scoring as playoff series continue. So I feel like we did the exact same thing last year, but it's how low can you go right now? Right now, not enough.
Well, the Lakers better hope that Minnesota doesn't shoot as well as they shot in game number 1. If that's the case, if Minnesota bricked, a lot of those wide open shots, and we had Keith Smith on yesterday, and he was talking about every three they hit was clarified as an open or wide open three, which I imagine will be a little bit different tonight. But that total, how about the open on that one? 217. It's down to 210.5, 209.5 at a couple places. So that total has gotten slammed downward.
Remind you of last week? We saw a movement like that. Yep. And in the play-in situation, go the other side. That ended up hitting. We'll talk about that one coming up in a bit. Hockey betting's easy. You just take the big favorites and you just moneyline parlay them. And it happens again yesterday. I'm leaving out the short dog that ends up being victorious in Dallas. But you got the $2 favorites. Don't worry about how close they were or overtime or being decided by one goal or any of that. But Washington, Winnipeg, LA Kings, sizable favorites. All of them win. Split as far as the total action. Couple unders, couple overs last night, but some exciting hockey for sure.
Great hockey, no doubt. And here's what I'll do. For those of you that didn't get in on Colorado to win the Cup, I was talking about 7-1, 750. They win game 1, go down to about 5-1, plus 550. There you go. Plus $7, plus 750. After one loss, it floats back up. I'm buying more Colorado Avalanche stock right now. This is the time. They go back home. They likely win game 3. They're going to win this series. I would bet them again right now, plus 750 to win the Cup.
So that was like 75-minute game last night. Do you think that either side has an advantage as far as that goes with the rosters or no?
Yeah, I just like Colorado. Much deeper team. They roll 4 lines. They have better D. I like their goalie. And McKinnon and Makar, to me, are the best players on the ice.
Edmonton, LA, 11 goals last night. The total, 5.5, just like every game. I think all the games tonight are also sitting 5.5. Pretty sure that one's going to be 6 coming up in the next game, if it's not posted already.
Great hockey so far. And we got 4 more games tonight in hockey. Basketball, you got 3 games. But let's also, as a show, let's not bury the lead today. Now, look, I was told, as I crack my knuckles, I can't sing happy birthday. I was told from corporate, no singing, nothing even close. But I know the guys have something planned here. Jake, on the 1s and 2s, I can't sing happy birthday, but we have something planned for you.
What? This is the afternoon show. Oh. I thought I got away with it. We went right to the sports. Sam's like, let's get in on the clips. I'm like, okay, cool. I can exhort. Okay. Yeah. Let's get up there, man. Today's the birthday. The team did not make me happy on my birthday because of last night's L that we took in Orland Park. But
they said no singing. I said to Paul, I said, what if I do happy to birthday you? He's like, nope, none of that.
And he still sings. And he still sings. I literally don't do it.
Oh, well, I mean, one line is fine, I was told. But he's like, nope, we can't sing it. We can't play it. We can't do anything. No cake, no candles.
Oh, it's a legal thing. Or no?
Yeah.
It's up there with like Buffer. Yeah.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know that.
From my experience, at least. But happy birthday, Joe. Only the finest from the Odyssey Music Library for you.
Paul did say don't sing at all, and then I just sang a verse, so I think I'm in trouble. But
I thought you just didn't want to hear it at first. That's what I thought.
Well, no, I was going to sing. I was going to do the whole bit, but he said No singing.
No singing.
I don't know if it's
suing
Ringo,
you?
maybe the Beatles.
Oh,
I think
it
it's
might be
something like
Ringo.
that. Yeah.
They have it trademarked.
He's still alive, right? Yeah.
I saw a Ringo. His son is alive. I saw a story about his son getting kicked out of his band or something.
Ringo's alive too. Yeah.
You sure?
John is gone. George
John?
is gone.
No.
Ringo and Paul are still kicking.
Well, as a listener pointed out, we start talking about the Rays have risen and the Pope dies. So this could be very bad for Mr. Ringo. Joe O, Sammy P, NBA playoff matchups for tonight next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
pristine, pulchritudinous footwork. Edwards knocks down the midi.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
April 22nd, also Jack Nicholson's birthday. Could it be good things for the Lakers tonight? It's quite the list, Sam. I should have mentioned that before we went to break, but also Machine Gun Kelly, Amber Heard, Rick Camp, and Dave Dykstra, apparently.
I wasn't expecting that whole list. You started celebrity, Rick Camp.
I'm Fat Podcast. It was the best last week when he was coming on, and I was listening before I jumped on the morning show, and they're, you know how they promo the show like a few minutes before they bring us on for a whole 10 seconds. And they said Rick Camp will be joining them of the I'm Fat. Well,
oh boy,
it does sound kind of strange, I guess. Oh man, we were talking about it actually during the break, and we get to NBA here in a second about Nick Castellanos and all the love during our show. How that went from 7 to 5, take it off the board. Let's go plus 350 to 1 to home run. To confirm, Nick Castellanos did not homer yesterday. Here is David Purdom. BetMGM said there were more bets on Castellanos to hit a home run than there were on any MLB team to win last night.
wow. Yeah, it's popular. Anytime there is a crisis or a tragedy or a death, people just pound it because he's delivered in a lot of these moments. And I saw Jeff Benson at Circa tweet that it was 8 times more popular than any other prop yesterday. 8 times. So if they write, 5,000 on the average prop, which is a pretty decent number, they wrote 40,000 on Castellanos yesterday. Just for context, 8 times more popular than any other prop.
So is it dead? Is it now over? Or are we just going to do it when it's convenient, when something happens? It is hilarious. It's a great bet. Close 3 to 1, I think. Is that where we're at?
Jake said run it back.
Run it back. When?
Run it back.
I think today.
Tuesday.
Not wrong, just early.
Yeah, well, he will homer at some point. What kind of price are you getting? Nobody's going to bet it today, right? Because they're mad at him.
6 to 1. 6 to 1 at MGM today.
It goes back to where we were.
And
that would be funny.
Hit the bell, Sam.
You're gonna chase the Castellanos home run
till
he doesn't.
Yep. Now he's got to. Martingale, that puppy. All right. NBA, we've got 3 games tonight, Sam. Bucks Pacers going at it. Grizzlies, Thunder, T-Wolves, Lakers. Let's start in the Eastern Conference with the Bucks and the Pacers. We had mentioned yesterday, it feels like they're playing this in the middle. And they have every right to do so. It actually makes perfect sense. That's probably what I would be doing if I were a book. You have a Dame inline, a Dame outline, and right now it feels like it's somewhere in the middle. Yesterday, after we were off the air, the Bucks come out and they upgrade Dame. They say he is listed as questionable. Had a full practice not quite a week ago, but we've been trending in this way, and that's been our conversation in our playoff previews throughout when talking about Milwaukee. Is it game 2 or is it game 3? We know it's sometime soon. Would the result of game 1 matter? Obviously, the Pacers take that one. So now you don't want to go into that 0-2 hole. But if you do, you're definitely going to have Dame for game number 3, and you're going to be back home. So we don't know if Dame's going to play or not. What we do know is in game 1, it was 1-on-5. It was Giannis all by himself. He didn't get any help from the other starters and very little help from the bench.
It feels like, to your point, it's a halfway number. If he gets cleared, we might see 3.5. If he's out, we go back to 5.5. They're guessing right now. The books don't know. And nobody really knows. I think there's a good chance Damian Lillard doesn't know if he's going to be able to go tonight. Now, he's going to try and play. He wants to give it a go. But I always laugh when a guy gets upgraded to questionable. It's like, okay, I guess. upgraded from not possibly playing to questionable. I think they want him to play. That much is clear. You'd like him out there, but I don't know. And the books don't know. So this is your chance. If you think he's going to play, you could come in and take 4.5 and beat the market. If you bet 4.5, though, take the points with the Bucks, and he gets ruled out, you're not going to get CLV because it'll go back to 5.5.
So it's difficult to sit here on a Tuesday morning and give advice on this game when we don't know if the second most impactful player on the Milwaukee Bucks is going to play. So if he's out, let's play this. Obviously, it jumps up. It's at least 6, I would think. What's the move? Is it Giannis props? You brought that up yesterday. His points is at 31.5. His PRA is at 50.5. It is a crazy high number. My first thought is, okay, let's say he's out. All of these other players on the Bucks, I find it hard to believe that we're going to have a second straight game where absolutely none of them can contribute. And if you look at those that were getting some run in that game one, Bobby Portis did very little for this in rebounds. He was at 12 total, 4 points, 8 rebounds. That's a prop that I would look at. Portis is a guy that has performed in the playoffs before. And then also Gary Trent Jr. Speaking of Rick Camp, this is a guy that was mentioned as making a lot of threes. He took 7 of them in game number 1. Now, how the books have this line right now, it's 1.5. Juiced a ton to the over. I would take a plus money on over 2.5.
Yeah, you could alt it. You could go 3 threes, 4 threes. He's going to pull. That's what he does. He quite literally runs to the corner, runs to the wing, and just waits. I like the Giannis over if Lillard is up, but it's a very timely matter. So at 32.5 now, up a whole point. The 31.5s are all gone. 32.5, and it's starting to get a little pricey on the over, minus 115, minus 118. If Lillard gets ruled out, let's just play this game. Where does it go? I mean, the 32.5 has to go bye-bye. It goes up a point, maybe 2. If Lillard's in, it might sit at 32.5, but if Damian Lillard doesn't play, I promise you 32.5 over does not last. That will get bet because where's the points? Where do they come from? That's another market that's probably going to move. So we talked about the spread going from either 4.5 up if he's out or 4.5 down if he's in. Where does that point prop go on Giannis from 32.5 if Lillard's out?
Yeah, there would be concern about a blowout, and I would understand that without Dame out there. But again, nobody else contributed in that performance. If Dame is out, I do expect them to get something from the other starters, from some of the role players coming off the bench. So I'm not expecting a blowout. It was pretty much a blowout in game 1, right? At 117, maybe around a 20-point win for Indiana. That would surprise me, but yeah.
I'm trying to remember, too, at half, the halftime score. Let me get my Michael Felder out. Milwaukee had 43 at half. Indiana had 67. So it was pretty obvious who the better team was for the first 24 minutes or so. And then the Bucks had a decent third quarter and then lose by 19. But Indiana just hit them right in the mouth, and the Bucks didn't have an answer. Only 18 points in the second quarter. I still, as I said yesterday, as I will repeat today, I am zigzag until I'm not in these game 2s. Whatever happened in game 1, I like the opposite in game 2. So if you made me bet a 3-leg parlay on the games tonight, I'd go Bucks, I'd go Grizzlies, and I'd go Lakers money line. That would be my parlay. I'd take the points with the Bucks, the points with the Grizzlies, and I'd lay the Lakers money line. I'm not laying 5.5, 6.
Grizzlies Thunder. No, we're not jumping to the Lakers because we find this one interesting. The line's at 14.5. Thunder, your favorite. It closed 13 in game 1. You know the story. Blowout. Almost sets a record for the biggest win ever in the playoffs. The record's 58. OKC won by 51. Ja Morant comes out. We're never going to play that bad again. Doesn't mean you're going to win. I don't know if it means you're going to cover, but he says we're never going to play that bad again. You taking a big dog?
Oh, yeah. I'm taking – well, I can wait. Now, a couple books are down to 14 as I look at the board right now, which is interesting because we did see 15s yesterday. Those are gone for the most part. I see 115. So that was the resistance. And, it's so funny. You got people on Twitter like Book It Trent and all these people like, oh, what's the spread, 20? No, the spread would never be 20. You're not going to move the spread 7 points off of one result. And there will be a lot of people that look at what happened in game one and go, oh, I only have to win by 15? They just won by 50. Of course. And I think you're going to get some corrections from Memphis. They're going to change some of their defensive schematics and effort one out and play hard. Now, is that enough to get you home for 48 minutes? Time will tell. But more times than not, I'm taking the points here off a blowout. I'm not laying it.
Yep. Totally with you. It could very well be a sweep, but it does. 14.5. They got embarrassed. They got embarrassed in that one, and they showed enough fight to at least get to this point through the play-in. So, yeah, you're going to certainly get a much better effort out of them in that one. The total has come down a little bit, but not like we're seeing in some of these other games. T-Wolves Lakers, point spread is 5.5. That is up from where game one closed. Makes sense. Lakers lose at home as a favorite in game number one. So let's take that 4.5. Everybody's going to bet the Lakers in a bounce back. Let's move that up a little bit. So the point spread goes up. The total goes way down. Both angles really interesting in T-Wolves Lakers. It was pretty much all Luka in that game, not getting enough help. Ant was phenomenal, and he was more of the facilitator in that one.
212 points in game one. And the T-Wolves couldn't have shot it any better. They made 21 threes. They shot 51% from the field. How do they repeat that? How do they possibly shoot as well as they shot in game one? I don't see it. Now, the Lakers probably get a bump in the point column, but the market is saying under. And to open this one at 217 and now sit at 210.5, MGM 210.5, other books 209.5. Under is probably the play. I'm not one to bet a move, 7 points off, 6.5 points off. I looked at LeBron's point prop too. In game one, LeBron had 19. He was passive. I've told you for a while now, I don't think he really prioritizes game ones. His point prop is 24.5 in game two, and I'm only looking over there.
Edwards' assists is 5.5, juice to the under. When Edwards has at least 7 assists in games, the T-Wolves are 13-3. He had 9 in that game. If he's going to continue with that role, and if I'm Minnesota, that's the idea. We saw how successful it was in game number one. Boy, it's going to be hard for me to stay away from that one when I can get over 5.5 assists for Edwards at plus 124.
They shot 42 threes in the first game, Minnesota, and made half. Made 21. Randall had 4. McDaniels had 3. Conley had 2. Edwards had 4. Naz Reid off the bench had 6. That's their game plan. We're going to drive and kick. And we'll see how Los Angeles changes its defense. They were leaving Minnesota open the whole night. I imagine the intensity is a little bit higher in game number 2. We've talked about the move to the under, but I think you're going to get that classic LeBron game. LeBron's going to get 30 tonight. That's where I'm at.
Okay, so if you did that 3-leg parlay that you mentioned, the 2 dogs in the Bucks and the Grizzlies and Lakers money line, which is an interesting move, which minus 235 over at BetMGM. You play that, now we're talking about plus 419.
Yeah, not bad. I saw your guy GRP bet the Lakers. He bet them right away on Saturday. Did you see the slip? He went Lakers, and he laid
ATS?
it. He laid the points.
He hit something else the other day, right? He's bragging about.
Yeah, he had Cleveland. Yeah, I think he laid 12.5 with Cleveland, which turned out to be a good bet. But Your guy GRP is jumping into the NBA now.
Uh-oh. We know how that usually goes. And then you got some success off the top when everybody's the big favorites on Sunday were killing. Uh-oh. I don't know, man. I think that's a sharp move, though. You like the Lakers, but you're not sure about laying 5.5, 6. That could be a little rich. Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats coming up on the other side. Let's get to Stanley Cup playoffs for tonight. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
The puck is free. And a great chance for Beauvillier. Ovechkin scores! Now he has that playoff overtime goal. What else can he do? Washington wins 3-2.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Top of the hour, we'll talk about the NFL draft just 2 days away. But for now, the Stanley Cup playoffs. Joe O, Sammy P, thanks for hanging out on Bet Sweats here via the BetMGM Network. 11 o'clock hour, we'll have some terrific guests. Scott Smith on the NFL draft, Pete Jensen on the Stanley Cup playoffs. BetMGMNetwork.com, the BetMGM Network YouTube page as well. Sam, I know you want to share a bet, which I think is going to be very interesting to take a look at. But once again, you just take a look at these favorites. So we have 3 days of action so far to take a look at. And the favorites in the hockey are 8-1. The one dog has won, was last night. You mentioned it, Dallas in overtime over Colorado. And you are taking this opportunity to buy more on Colorado. You already took a stance, and you're going to continue to buy more there. And that was the Stars at plus 110. But everything else priced between minus 155 and minus 260, all winners so far. So it's been a very chalky start, which means if you like to jump in the middle of series, not opportunities, if you're thinking favorite, but hoping they would go down 0-1, that has not happened yet.
It'll turn. You'll get some dogs to come home. There's no way the favorites can keep winning like this. Every game, too, last night in hockey, a one-goal game. 6-5, 4-3, 2-1, 3-2. Two of those games go to overtime, and you heard it coming back. Sean McDonough on the call. Ovechkin, believe it or not, his first ever overtime playoff goal, which is wild when you think about how long he's been in the league and how long he went without scoring an overtime goal in the postseason. My buddy made a $2 bet last night, and I'm a little confused. I sent you the bet. So it's a same-game parlay, parlayed with another same-game parlay, parlayed with Ovechkin to score. Am I saying that right? Did I read that right?
Combined, you've got two different same-game parlays. One with 2 bets, one with 3 bets, and then a Ovechkin prop over the top at plus 120. So let's call it 5-1, 19-1, and then a plus 120.
Whew. So 2 bets in the Avs Stars game. He went Dallas moneyline and McKinnon to score. Those hit. He went 3 bets in the Oil and the Kings. Draisaitl to score, Kempe to score, McDavid to score, and then Ovechkin to score. Gets that one in overtime. His $2 bet paid out $541.
There are some people that do a ton of these every day. And I do wonder how many is he putting together, especially on a night with the playoffs going on, or does he just do one a day? I wouldn't know where to stop. So I would be worried, okay, I'm combining these same game parlays. Well, what if one of the same game parlays actually hits, but I only end up combining same? Like, I'd be so mad at myself if I hit that 19-1 and then the one that messes me up is the Ovechkin goal, or the 5-1 that I added to the 19-1 because I was getting greedy. But I'm assuming this person maybe put a little bit more on the other same game parlays before combining them. But man, that's a strong hit. That is very difficult to do.
And his balance is a lot higher than it was. So he didn't clip his balance out of the
That's
screenshot.
my favorite part. That's my favorite part. When I see people post big wins and then you can see the balance in there. I love that.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying who it is, so I'm happy to say what the balance is. I mean, I'm not outing anybody. The balance before the parlay hit. So he sent the screen grab with 5 of the 6 legs in, and the 6th leg was Dallas moneyline, which he got in overtime. His balance at time of parlay was $9.46, and his $2 parlay won $541. So how many more parlays does that create? That's the issue. When you hit a parlay like this, you get the parlay itch the next night. Oh, that was easy. It's easy to hit 6 things in one night.
Well, and so, okay, this was going to be my next question anyways, because there are some people that actually do this, and I'm not one of them. Maybe I should be. You get a nice hit like that. I mean, for a $2 bet, that's a ridiculous hit. We're cashing over 500. Do you take a lot of money out? I think there are a lot of people that take a ton out because they know they get themselves into trouble.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of that. And then it's let me deposit more because there's more games tonight. Let me take everything out, and then I'll put $10 in for 5 parlays.
A lot of transactions.
Don't just leave the $10 in there. Take the whole thing, take the whole nut, and then I don't have any money in there. Let me put $10 in. It's a whole cycle.
As you would say, you got that itch. Let's go back to the WoW. It was easy. You could do that again. All right, now I got to do a 5-1, a 19-1. Let's do all this all over again. It's going to be a nice hit for us. All right, we've got 4 games tonight, Sam. One series is just starting, which is crazy. You've got a couple of massive favorites, -250, -275. Another that's nearly $2 for those heavy favorites. Carolina, VGK, Toronto, and then coin flip in that Tampa game. What do you have eyed for tonight?
I lean under in the game in Florida. I think 5.5 is a good number, but I like the juice under. It's -112, -114, depending on where you shop. I think we get a physical hockey game with 2 pretty good goaltenders. These 2 teams like to muck it up. They work the corners. They get in puck battles. You know, it's the anti-Boston Bruins. It's 2 teams that are very physical and 2 teams that are built up the middle. So I think we're in for a 1-1 game after 2, maybe 2-1. And then you see what happens in the third period. Obviously, anything can happen with an empty net or whatever down the stretch. But I don't love much. As I just talked about, I think eventually this turns where you get some dogs to win outright. But I don't like New Jersey in that matchup. Carolina is just such a much better team. I lean to Ottawa. I don't love it. And then I would bet Vegas, but I do maybe Vegas in regulation. I'm not a big fan of laying 245, 250. Maybe a Golden Knights and a Lakers parlay would tickle my fancy. But my favorite look on the hockey card tonight is the under, Florida, Tampa Bay, 5.5.
Just imagine laying a puck and a half in a playoff game. Like there's no way you could possibly do that. I mean, do what you want, but I wouldn't be interested at all. And as you mentioned, all 4 games last night decided by 1 goal. 2 of the 4 end up going into overtime. We were looking at the Kings. Obviously, the Kings win last night. They take a 1-0 advantage, high scoring affair there. We were saying that was probably the dog that you bet. It's fun. I like looking back at these series prices. So LA goes up 1-0 over Edmonton. Now you've got to lay it -210. -210 if you want to bet on the Kings in that series. Winnipeg, it's been close. We were high on the Blues during the year, but the path, as you mentioned, it would be just brutal. Couple late goals. So Winnipeg goes up 2-0. They're as high as -1,200 to win that series over the Blues. It's probably over for St. Louis, right?
I mean, they need that game 2 win so badly. Game 3, back to St. Louis. So as somebody who did bet the Blues at +190, I don't feel great given the math that you just shared with us. I mean, they come back now at 7-1. I don't think it's going to happen. Eventually, Winnipeg will stub its toe. That will happen. It's a good hockey team. It's not a great hockey team. I think once they get in the next round, they're probably cooked. But I don't feel great about my St. Louis series bet at +190. I felt good about it before the series, and now 2 games in, maybe not the right bet.
Now you're just going back to Colorado Cup, right? You're not jumping in on the series. It goes down to -180 now after Colorado loses last night.
I'd rather just bet the 7-1 +750. So just some context on the range there. If you're looking to jump in on Colorado and join me in this party, there's a 550, a 6-1, a 650, a 7-1, and a 750. So making the right bet at the right place is going to save you $2 per unit. If you're betting $100, would you rather win $550 or $750? If you're betting $1,000, would you rather win $5,500 or $7,500? I mean, come on, do the math. Get the best number. Get that 7-1 plus 750. Yeah, I mean, they played fine last night, and that was a big game for Dallas. They needed to have it. They had to go back to Colorado 1-1. Had to have it. They got it. But now I think Colorado is going to exert itself and win that series. If you want to lay 180, fine. I mean, I like them to win the series, obviously, but I think it's a really good buy point. You know, you buy the dip. They just lost last night. That's the best time to bet a team to either win the West or win the whole thing.
And you're right. I mean, look, as wild as the Stanley Cup playoffs are, like, you're going to start to get some of these big dogs getting home. Hasn't happened so far. I don't know. Maybe it's a chalky opening round. Who knows? But if you were to follow what's been happening, we're not saying to do that, but just for the sake of this conversation, if you were to follow what's been happening and back these big favorites just to win, which would include Carolina, Vegas, and Toronto, just to win tonight, those three, you ignore Florida, Tampa, because it's basically a toss-up. That's about that's a 2-to-1 payout for those three just to win. Which one do you think messes it up?
I could see Toronto losing. I mean, couldn't you always see it? That's
Always.
what the Leafs do in these postseasons. Although this team is as loaded as it's been in a long time. They got so much star power in Toronto, it's not even funny.
Yeah. Yeah, that would probably be the one, and that makes sense with the price of minus 185. All right, on the other side, we need to get to the NFL draft. Scott Smith will be joining us at 11 a.m. Eastern. Funny enough, he's got a brand new mock that was released, but a lot of moving parts. Boy, your guy Loveland, he's the star of the draft. You turn around, everybody's talking about him. You couldn't hear anybody talking about him a couple weeks ago, but now he's the star. We'll talk some NFL draft on the other side. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGMNetwork.com. Welcome back. Watching us on YouTube, Twitch. We appreciate every one of you, especially those using the Odyssey app and listening to Odyssey stations throughout the country via the BetMGM Network. NFL Draft just 2 days away. 2 days away. Do you feel a buzz, or is it kind of like everybody's saying the same thing? This is the order of the top 4, top 5, and it's kind of tempered it a little bit.
I'm not as excited as I've been in years past, but only because I only have 4 bets in the kitty. That's probably why.
Yeah.
I was very surprised yesterday to hear Connor Allen say he has 50 bets and will probably end up with close to 100. That's wild to me. I don't have an edge to make 70, 80, 90 bets. I will tell you, though, I got an email yesterday. We usually get our email every Monday from Fox about what to write about. And the whole team is on the email, and it's Bear, you write this. Everson, you write this. Jeff Schwartz, you write this. And my line says, at Sam, best bets for NFL draft. And I'm like, no, I sent those already. Yeah, I sent 3 bets. They've all moved crazily in my favor. I'm not adding more. I don't want to add more bets. I don't want to do more best bets. I've already given 3 that are really good. Don't make me make more. And I will
Does
not
that mean
make
3 more? Do they want 3 more?
No, it's not a number. It's just best bets for the draft, which I don't remember what day it posted. It was April 13th or published on April 15th. So a week ago today, I gave 3 bets. They've all moved in my favor, and they should all win, hopefully. Why do I have to add more best bets? I've already given more. I've already given.
You know the answer. You know the answer.
Well, I know. I understand, but that's the problem with the space, and it's not just my place of work. It's everywhere. What's your best bet? Lock. Luckily, we don't have to do that. Your lock of the day. Oh, a lot of places do. I mean, I see a lot of really bad content. Here's my lock of the night. Joe, I'm probably not going to add another draft bet personally. So if that's the case, why would I write more bets that I don't like? So I'm going to have to finagle out of that one. But that's where I'm at. More best bets on the draft.
What do we talk about? Not forcing it. So your message is, if I were to submit 2 or 3 more best bets, not just bets too, best bets, that you're supposed to have an edge on. There's people out there. I'm going to follow what Sammy Pete tells me to do. Oh, he said this is the best bet, and he posted this the day of the draft, so I got to bet it, right? He probably has some intel there. Like, that's kind of, you'd be forcing it, and then people would follow you, and then they'd get mad at you. It's tough because they want draft content, and you're doing the sports betting space, and you can bet on this stuff, but you're trying to tell people this is not a draft where you should have 20-some bets, and nobody wants to hear that. They know that the draft is coming up in 2 days, and they want to bet on it. Tell me how I should be betting on it. Tell me what I should be looking at. That's all they want to hear. And they don't want to hear you say, like, look, I don't know, man. It's wide range of things could happen. I can give you some long shots that might have a chance, but you are likely to lose some money on them. Abdul Carter, number 1 overall, could be one of them. Why don't you do that? Would be my counter. Okay, I gave my best bets. Let's link that. How about I give you some long shots? Because anything could potentially happen this year.
The problem with that, though, is that I wrote that story a week ago and gave 3 bets, and we discussed all the bets on this show too. Loveland under 19.5, Williams under 15.5, and Golden to be the first receiver after Travis Hunter instead of McMillan. I think I'm very live to go 3-0. The problem is, fundamentally and aesthetically, if I make another post that has 3 long shots, somebody could perceive that as, oh, he went 3-3 in the draft. Because the long shots aren't going to win. I could write up Abdul Carter 40-1 and go first. I'm going to bet it myself, but I don't want to advise other people to make these 3 long shot bets I don't like. I think maybe the top 10 market is still attackable, but even a guy like Loveland, I remember 2 weeks ago, Loveland was 7-1 to go top 10. 7-1. Now he's 320, 350. So the price has been slashed in half. And I saw our guy, Ross Tucker, on the Score this morning saying Loveland's going to go 10th to the Bears. So if he's saying it, everybody's saying it at this point. So your long shot has been kneecapped price-wise. If you made that bet a week ago, it's 7-1.
Right. Can't go back in time, no. Now, in that specific situation, instead of betting Loveland top 10, wouldn't you just say Loveland number 10?
Yeah, you could do that too.
Is there a scenario where he goes 1 through 9 is what I'm getting at?
Probably not. So he's 6-1 to go 10th.
I would make that bet instead. If you're looking at top 10 and you land on Loveland, I would just say have him go number 10 overall because I don't see how he goes before number 10. I mean, it's possible. There could be different boards with the tight ends, and who knows? Maybe he gets drafted ahead of Warren somehow, but I don't quite see that happening. A lot of the mocks that I'm taking a look at right now, yes, some people are throwing out Loveland to 10. I see like 1. I see maybe a couple overall of the dozens that are getting posted the last couple of days that have Loveland 10, but most are like 14 and 22. 22 is the LA Chargers, 14 Indianapolis Colts. They have been linked to a tight end for months now. And it was just a matter of which tight end is going to fall to them. Maybe neither of those top 2. I mean, at least that's where everything seems to be trending right now with the draft. I like to look at guys that are more accurate. We've talked about that with the mock drafts. And we're going to have one of them on the show in an hour from now, Scott Smith. He's also from 4 for 4. And he posted a brand new mock yesterday. Looking forward to that conversation. Couple others. Matthew Friedman, friend of the show from Matthew Berry's Fantasy Life. He's pretty much in line with the market on everything. He's just with the consensus, if I'm being honest. So I don't see any surprises there. If I were to look at Walter Football, both of them, the 2 writers there, they have brand new mocks out. Walter's was up this morning, and then the Charlie Campbell dude, his was up late yesterday. They do go a little oppo on the market. Campbell's mock, he decided to have Genty fall to 10 with the Bears. So he's still there. When most people are saying it's going to be Genty 5, Genty 6, he's saying he falls a little bit to 10. He has Will Johnson falling a little bit. I've seen him been trending up. He has him falling to number 16. Michael Williams, number 8 for him, higher than most. And then it's kind of that area that we've been talking about with Loveland and Golden. There's a wide range. He's saying that they fall to the 20s. McMillan, he has falling to 12. But again, outside that top 10, it could be anything. And then the other dude over at Walter Football, as far as surprises, nothing shocking. He has the Bears going Tyler Warren at number 10. Shamar Stewart at number 9. That's a bit of a surprise. But yeah, once you get outside the 8 to 10, it's like, all right, here are 10 more guys. They can go anywhere from 8 to 32. That's how most people have the draft.
We got a tweet from Megan, who listens to our show quite a bit, at Megan25. If you were going to the draft, and I'm guessing she's going because, of course, that's why she would ask. If you were going to the draft, what would your long shot bet be to make for some extra entertainment?
Okay.
And I don't know how to answer that because I quite honestly don't really bet for entertainment. That's sort of a cop-out answer. I mean, I've joked about well, not joked. I've made the bet on Abdul Carter at 40-1. Very small bet, a little to win a lot. I don't have a long shot that I love. I don't. Do you?
I don't see a lot of the long shots that are typically up there. Is under 2.5 quarterbacks long shot?
Yeah, I think so. What is that? 4-1 now?
It was trending that way. That's something I would do. And it is fun if you want to root against Shedeur Sanders to be drafted. That's a way that you can do it. I am, by the way, sitting here on Tuesday morning, I'm seeing a lot of markets go away already.
Yeah.
So sites that were posting 3, 4, 5, up to 10, the overall pick, a lot of those are going away. Like some are only posting number 1 and number 2, and we know what's going to happen in those. I could be mistaken, but I'm also not seeing some of the 1 through 2, 3, 4, 5 in exact order that we've seen in years past as well. They are dialing it back quite a bit as compared to recent seasons, and we're now 2 days away, and stuff. There's just not a lot of bets to be made out there.
I have seen this 5th overall pick market turn on its head multiple times this week. So for a long time, Mason Graham was your favorite. And then you look up yesterday, and Graham is not the favorite. But now there's a new favorite today. And I don't know if you saw this. The new favorite to go 5th is Ashton Genty at even money. So if you look at the board at BetMGM, Cam Ward is minus 10,000 to go first. Travis Hunter is minus 1,100 to go second. Carter minus 650 to go 3. And Will Campbell minus $6 to go 4. Then you get to 5, and it's who the hell knows. And with Jacksonville, you never really know. Because 5, I would argue, is probably one of the worst picks in the draft. 1, 2, 3, you'd love to be in the top 3. 4, fine. You could trade out of 4. 5 is you don't want to pick 5th. You'd much rather pick 2, 3, etc. Genty even money, Mason Graham plus 140, McMillan 750, Jalen Walker 750, and then you get to Membu 15, Tyler Warren 25, and so on and so on. I heard the other day that Jacksonville liked Jahdae Barron. Okay?
Ooh.
He's 80-1 to go 5th. Megan, if you're looking for a long shot bet with a team that usually F's it up, I think that's your market. Take a guy in that 20 to 30 or 40 range and just shoot it. I don't think they're going to take Shedeur Sanders. I don't think they're going to go, Tyler Warren, but Jahdae Barron at 80-1 to go 5th. I don't think that's the worst idea. It's possible.
Funny enough, our guest at 11 o'clock, Scott Smith, has Jahdae Barron higher than any other mock draft I see out there. He has him going number 13 overall. And that could mean Jacksonville ends up sliding back, something like that. But yeah, he's got him high. And while not everybody, let's say 90-some% of mock drafts have Mason Graham slotted number 5 overall, he has Mason Graham going 10 to the Bears. I've not heard that one before.
Love that pick. If they got Mason Graham, that would be an insane pick to get him number 10.
So where's he? He's 16-1. Not quite that same value. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. 18-1 MGM.
That's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, you got to take some shots in this draft. That's the theme from me. I'm going to take some shots. And the problem this year, Megan, is they're just removing a lot of markets where we could find some big numbers. I think part of it is because they're sick of getting their ass kicked out in the NFL draft. But the other part is, look, man, we don't really know what's going to happen because as you pointed out, you've got 4 guys that are top 3 are on a different level than everybody else. Will Campbell's still one heck of a player. Expect him to be a strong player for a long time. And then there's a bit of a drop off, and like 5 through 10 just isn't the same as 1 through 4, as you mentioned. And outside of the top 10, there's another drop off.
I was with some Patriots guys last night. You know what they want to do it for? They want to trade the 4th pick for A.J. Brown. That's what they want to do. Bring in A.J. Brown.
Would you?
No.
Neither would I. Do you remember what was happening? And he's got all that talent around him. Yeah, there were some problems last year. Don't forget about that. Very talented player, but I don't know about that one. All right, we'll take a look at some MLB futures on the other side. MVP, Cy Young, Rookie of the Year. You've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We'll do an MLB futures update coming up in a couple of minutes, just over 10% of the way through the season. So we'll tell you, is there any value? Just update you on some of these markets. What I think is most interesting is the conversation before the year and where we sit. Do those conversations still hold water? I'll get to that in just a moment. But Sam, I know you saw something NFL related that you wanted to hit on.
At Adam Schefter, 5 hours ago. So Shefty was up bright and early making tweets.
Okay.
At least one team does not have a first-round grade on any quarterbacks in the draft. The GM of another team said there are, quote, no surefire quarterback solutions, and that Cam Ward would be the 7th best quarterback in last year's class. This is why I'm betting Carter again. Well, on top of the fact that I'm stupid, I keep hearing that. I keep seeing that. Dane Brugler, Cam Ward is the 13th best prospect. Adam Schefter, there are teams that think Cam Ward isn't even a first-round guy. Now, it only matters what Tennessee does at this point, I guess, or if a team wants to trade up to get Cam Ward, which I highly doubt because you don't need to do that. Is he really the number 1 overall pick in the draft? I just can't wrap my hand around it, man. I just can't.
Are you just Carter, or you thinking maybe split it with Hunter?
I only did Carter. MGM has 40-1, but I would be lying if I said Hunter wasn't staring me in the face at 50.
Uh-huh. Man. So at this point in the process, I do want to take everything that Schefter puts out and kind of leave it at arm's length, but I understand what you're saying. This is not a game changer. This could just be a quarterback draft that doesn't have anybody any good, and we've seen that a number of times in this league. It's like, yes, you need one. A lot of teams need one. You have the number 1 pick. Doesn't mean you have to do that. If you don't think that guy is going to be a franchise guy, why waste not 1 year, probably not 2, but at least a few years trying to figure that out if you think this is not the year. And again, that's why kind of on the same wavelength, that's why I'm going to play the under 2.5 quarterbacks selected in the first round because of that whole idea. And we remember a year ago, there are a number of teams that were, quote, reaching because they were looking ahead and they saw that this QB class stinks. Well, we're here now, Sam. This QB class stinks, and everybody's going to say, oh, they're going to push quarterbacks into the first round. Well, the idea with some of those teams taking quarterbacks over the last couple of years was this year was going to be rough. So you would have to, otherwise you'd have to wait a couple of years. So I don't think it's the worst idea in the world. And we know that those two guys, Carter and Hunter, are more of a sure thing that the quarterback that everybody is saying is going to go number 1.
You also next year have Arch Manning, Nussmeier, Drew Aller. Those are all top 10 quarterbacks. So This is probably the worst year in a while to be picking number 1 and needing a quarterback. But as I've said for a long time, quarterback necessity, quarterback need, it can drive people crazy. And that's why you're seeing Cam Ward mock number 1 basically everywhere.
Yep. Not the worst idea in the world. We'll talk to Scott Smith about it coming up at the top of the hour. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Let's talk about MLB futures. All right. Just about a month in to the season here, and I think it's a good time to circle back about some of these conversations we were having about awards and where we sit at this very moment. And I want to start with the National League MVP because everybody was having the Ohtani conversation. Look, Ohtani's going to pitch this year. Is it a waste of money if you bet on anybody not named Shohei Ohtani? If he stays healthy, he's definitely winning the award. We could be seeing history, 3 straight MVPs. We could be seeing history, 4 MVPs in 5 seasons. And the word we're getting out of LA is he's not pitching. Is that, okay, let's push it back a little bit more. He's going to pitch at some point, but we don't know when. Well, what we've heard over the last few days is he's months away from pitching. Months away. If he's months away, what is their record going to be at that point? Are they going to have the division locked up? Would they push it? Would they push it if you're 2-3 months away? So now we're saying past the All-Star break, then maybe he could pitch. And then how much does that add to his value for the MVP? I'm thinking now the NL MVP might be more bettable than it was a month ago, Sam.
In terms of betting Ohtani or betting somebody else?
Betting somebody else because it was Ohtani's still the favorite. Best price you can get right now is about plus 230. But everybody was scared off because you can't beat Ohtani. Well, if he's not pitching, isn't he more beatable?
I don't know. I'm looking right now at the market. I see Ohtani basically 2-1, depending on where you shake, if it's 210 or 205 or whatever. I wouldn't bet that. Carroll at MGM is 4-1. Tatis 450. Kyle Tucker is 4-1. And I'd love to get Jake's thoughts. I know Jake was talking about Tucker the other day. Tucker 5-1. Pete Alonso has been tearing the cover off the ball. He's 10-1. Is it sustainable? I don't know. But if you made me bet that market right now, I might go Alonso 10-1. So again, Ohtani 2-1, Carroll 4-1, Tatis 450, Tucker 5, Alonso 10.
Jake, let's talk about these Mets. Is that the Met that you would go with? Would you go somewhere else? Because I think there's a few that could be in this conversation. And look, we're talking about a 10th of the way through the year. So some of these aren't going to pop right away. But, Lindor has in the past. And I see Lindor at 50-1. So yes, some of these other Mets are off to a better start. But when you get the value of 50-1, and maybe you disagree with the premise that you're willing to go somewhere else, that, hey, if Ohtani doesn't pitch, it doesn't matter, that you think he's going to win anyways.
Yeah, I also, over the last couple of days, have been coming around to the idea that Ohtani isn't just the guy that's going to win, especially because even as a hitter this year, he's been fine. He's been very good still, but by his standards, he's been just fine. And I saw something yesterday that Fernando Tatis Jr. is on pace to hit 55 home runs and steal 59 bases right now, which we just saw them give the award to Ohtani last year because he did 50-50. If somebody does 55-55 or 60-60, they'll hand that award over right away. Now, the thing with Tatis is, can he stay off motorcycles and steroids and whatever else weird stuff happens to him? But if he does, yeah, I mean, he's a significant player here. Somebody that popped to me, though, and Joe, I know you asked about the Mets, but somebody who also is in that 50-1 range that I think this is way mispriced right now, I don't think we're talking about Jung-Hoo Lee enough with the Giants. Leads the league in doubles, hitting 340, hit another go-ahead triple last night to give them the lead. And on a surprise team that's getting a lot of publicity right now, I think at 50-1, his number is way wrong. But again, Lindor, too, at 50 for sure. Like, he's a second-half guy, too, so there's a chance that this number drifts even more. I say that as somebody that bet the 100-1 last year trying to beat Ohtani, and then, great, I screamed CLV into my grave, but it's still, he was right there, and he's perennially right there. If I had to pick a Met, it would be Lindor. It wouldn't be Alonso, because for as hot as he gets at the plate, the cold streaks are coming inevitably, too, with him.
Mm-hmm.
Let me throw another guy out there in a different market and get the pulse of the room. By the way, speaking of the room, Paul is saying that we have props for the NBA, which we'll get to later on in the show. This guy is rounding into form. He was hurt last year. He's bounced back nicely. He's had 3 decent starts so far, and he's now 45-1 to win the AL Cy Young. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about Jacob deGrom.
Yep.
So he was 20-1, 25-1 a week ago. He's floated out a bit. Crochet is now $1.70, $1.80 to win, which I understand, but long way to go. And that guy has also never really pitched a million innings in a season. You know, he's He's very unused, if you will, right out of the box. Skubal, I get it, 4-1. Fried 750, Gilbert 9-1, and then Reagan's at 10. I like DeGrom. I think this would be the time to buy DeGrom stock, and let's see, best price is 45-1. MGM has 30. A lot of books have 40, and a couple others have 45-1. Can I sell anybody else on Jacob DeGrom for Cy Young?
You can. I agree with you because his number drifted after his last start. His last start was awesome. 7 innings, 7 Ks against the Dodgers, and the number dropped. My concern with him is his velocity has been all over the place through 3 starts. Like, it was good in his last start against the Dodgers, but in the start before that, he was barely touching 94. So I'm worried about him. And that's if you're not, great. That's just me personally. Can he win 1,000%? Is this the best number we've seen on DeGrom in a decade? Yeah, for sure. I'm a little worried just about the peripheral stuff, but if that doesn't scare you, you personally, you the listener, the viewer, you Sam, then go for it 100%. I still think Reagans is going to win. I'll go to my grave with that one. Like, I think Reagans is going to win. If I had to pick him or Hunter Brown, I think one of those two are going to win, and not just because they're my guys, because they've been awesome. And they're like this, it fits with the arc of their career. But yeah, I mean, if you want to take a flyer, you could do way worse than DeGrom, obviously.
So, yeah, you've got the name value. My concern is we don't see the strikeouts that we've seen before from him. He's a 0.0 Fangraphs WAR a month into the season, and so he's going to have to turn it on. For me personally, I don't have a bet, but my angle on AL Cy Young as we sit is it's a 6-player race at this point, and I think the market has it priced correctly. So Crochet's the favorite. I'm not betting him at plus 170. And then Scooball's the second favorite. See him around 4-1. And then the other names, all double digits, but not a ton of value. Hunter Brown, Gilbert, Jake just mentioned Reagans, and then Fried as well. They're all 10 to 13-1. That's about right to me. Right now, I think there are 6 names that I'd be interested in, but not one really jumps out. You know, if I'm picking one, I would go with Jake on the Reagans because of this group of 6, he has the longest number at 13.
So there's a nice range on him, too. I mean, obviously, a lot of these books have different liabilities and all that. So Reagan's as low as 9. There's 10, 11, 12, and 13-1. Just get the best number. Save yourself some extra change. Get the right number. Bet the 13. Don't bet the 9. Don't bet the 10. We're a Reagan show now, huh? I mean, I know Jake is a Royals guy. I didn't know we were a Reagan show this year.
I think he's going to win.
Did you bet him last year?
I bet him last year 27-1, and obviously he finished in the voting. Cool, CLV to my grave, part 2. But like this year, he's just ramped it up. He's getting all of the strikeouts. I mean, he barely missed 10 strikeouts for a 3rd straight start in his last outing. So I think he's only getting better, and that's why I'm the same way with Hunter Brown. I think he's only getting better. He got a season-high 7 strikeouts yesterday and went 7 shutty. Like I think him and Reagans, one of those two are going to win. Like Logan Gilbert, I'm good. We do this thing Logan Gilbert is the new Zach Wheeler. We do this every single year with Logan Gilbert, and then he finishes 3rd. Cool, take him. Also, just outside the scope that we just talked about, Tyler Mahle, 19-1. Sure, I'll book you on that.
Yeah. What's his face? Hunter Brown, your guy was awesome last night, too.
He was awesome.
Yeah, that's worth mentioning. Let's mention NL Cy Young because there's just one that screams value to me. I want to see if anybody else is interested. Jake just brought up San Francisco, people not paying attention, talking about them. I brought his name up before the year, did not bet it. It was 25. Jake is emphatically saying yes, yes, yes. He knows I'm bringing up Logan Webb at 18-1.
Yep.
He has the strikeouts. Like, what is he not doing now?
He just had 12 strikeouts. He already has 2 starts this year with double-digit strikeouts. He did that 0 times last year. Like, he's getting better. He's always going to throw over 200 innings. I bet him last week. I don't know who's asleep at the wheel on this one. Maybe it's a Giants thing. I don't know if people just don't believe in them. But yes, Logan Webb, Bell, yes.
His stock went up the other day. I saw his post-game press conference where somebody was interviewing him and then somebody else farted. And he lost it. You didn't see
Oh,
that?
I saw that. Yeah. It was very funny. He's like,
He
I'm sorry.
literally-
Farts are just
he
funny.
He looks right at the camera and goes, "Farts are always funny."
Yeah, he was great. He's great. Yeah, that was very good.
Big
I
fart
mean,
guy.
how did the reporter not change up the question there? You could have got so much more there. That was good, though. I didn't realize that was Webb. I saw that clip a bunch of times, but I didn't realize that was him. Now I'm definitely betting it. Jake, what number did you get the last week?
25.
25. Okay, 18-1. I still think that holds a lot of value. Where's the room? Next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
star.
Where's the room?
Best open, no doubt. The entire network. I don't even need to see all the other opens on all the other shows. Joe Sammy P, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. We're going to find out where is the room with the NBA insights that are now out. We'll bring in Paul in just a second, but want to remind you over at BetMGM, make a fast break for the action with an NBA playoffs odds boost token. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning playoff bet. All right, Paul, why don't you jump in? You did the hard work with the results from last night. So let's talk about what occurred in the room.
It's a lot of work for a grand total of plus 0.75 units if you bet all 10. Took some L's on during under 10.5 rebounds at minus 130. The Karl Anthony Towns over 1.5 3-pointers at minus 175. That killed your night. Jokic over half a block at minus 120. Did not get there. And Aaron Gordon, this was plus money. Aaron Gordon over 1.5 3-pointers at plus 120 did not get there as well. So some of these minus 140s, minus 135s did get there, but the grand total of plus 0.75 units if you bet all 10.
There was somebody somewhere watching Jokic screaming at the TV, waiting for that one block. And then after he doesn't get it, what a bum! Bum, you bum, because he didn't get one block.
Yep. Oh, man. Yeah, and it's Jokic, and you look at his size. Oh, that's easy. Just one? You know he's going to be playing the entire game. Well, that's an easy bet. Nope, does not happen for Jokic. All right, what are we doing tonight? We got 3 games. Where's the room, Paul? Let's talk about these props. Okay, good. We've got a top 5 for all 3 games.
See, this is where it gets weird, though. Like, I don't want to fade 15 props. I wish they just...
No, but even yesterday...
But they used to do, here are the top 5 props of the night. And now they're doing the top 5 per game. They're on to us. They're on to us.
Okay. Should we only consider top 2, top 3 from each game?
I don't know. Paul?
Could do that or the priciest ones is what I was thinking. Like that's why I highlighted a couple of these. So
I like that.
All right. So actually some pretty good numbers on some of these, like plus 105s, minus 105s in the Bucks Pacers game. But this one isn't too pricey. It's not a minus 140 or anything like that. But Giannis, and we talked about how he could just keep the ball in his hands, but this plays that. Giannis under 6.5 assists at minus 120. Second most popular prop in the Bucks Pacers game tonight.
So obviously you need his teammates to make shots, which they did not do in game 1. But assuming there's regression the right way, coupled with the chance that Damian Lillard could play, I like the over, especially at plus money.
I do too. Everybody's going with what the results of what they saw in game number 1. It's going to have to be all Giannis. Nobody else is going to make any shots again. This is exactly what I talked about earlier. I was bringing up a couple role players like Portis and Trent Jr. Maybe one of them ends up performing, but that plays into the idea of Giannis over on assists. So I'm fine with that. And the Bucks probably realize that he has to get more people involved. Otherwise, they have no chance in this game. So I actually like the over anyways. It wouldn't surprise me if that juice continues to head towards the under.
All right, moving to the Grizzlies and Thunder player props. Ja Morant under 22.5 points at minus 120 is the most popular, but going down the rest of the board. Aaron Wiggins under 14.5 total PRA at minus 130. Zach Edey over 10.5 rebounds at minus 125. Jaren Jackson Jr. over 17.5 points at minus 120. And then this is the priciest one, I believe, of the night. Ja over 5.5 assists at minus 155 is the 5th most popular prop in that game. Any of those stick out?
Yeah, I know you mentioned the juiciest ones, but I think we need to mention number 1 overall. Thunder kicked their ass, and now they're betting Ja under 22.5 points. That's the most bet prop in this game. I would think just go the other way on that.
So I don't know what he did in the first game. I'm going to look that up right now. I'm assuming he did not have a great game. I'm guessing, judging how it's being bet.
There's no way he played
had 17.
much, right?
He played 26 minutes. He had 17 points. He was 6 of 17 from the floor, 1 of 6 from downtown. He's going to score 25 tonight.
Yes. Yeah, I like fading that number 1 overall one. The Kuzma one in the Bucks Pacers, that doesn't really grab my interest, but them jumping on and saying, let's fade the biggest star because he had 17 points and let's not talk about him playing very little. Maybe they're thinking it's going to end up being another blowout, but I wouldn't bet on that. And I do like the dog in this game. So I think Ja's the right way to go. As far as these juicy ones, Edie over boards, JJJ over points, Morant over assists. I would just rather do the Morant over on the points.
Me too. Am I crazy to think that Memphis is going to be live in this game? I don't think they're going to get whooped or torqued like they did in the last game. I'm not betting money line, but I think they could be down 6 with 5 minutes to go. And then you hold on for dear life that they don't fall apart and blow a tire. I will be betting Memphis. And I'm watching Pinnacle right now go to 14.5, minus 106. So it looks like they're taking a little 14.5 there. You could take 14.5 flat at a couple places, obviously. But I was wondering, is it going to get to 15? I don't know that we get back there. I will be on the dog, and if that's the case, I'm going to need a big night from Morant. Let's keep the grenades and the guns in our pockets. Let's go out and score.
Yeah, no doubt about that one.
All right, so most popular props at BetMGM for Bucks Pacers. Number 2 is Giannis under 6.5 assists. You guys like the over, and that was the unders at minus 120. Most popular prop for Grizzlies Thunder at BetMGM is Ja Morant under 22.5 points at minus 110. You guys like the over. So as we move to T-Wolves and Lakers, the most popular prop is Luka over 30.5 points at minus 125. 2, 3, and 4 are Ant Edwards overs on points, assists, and total assists and rebounds. All those are minus 110 plus 115, minus 105. So not crazy prices there. And then the 5th most popular prop, highlighted this one as well, LeBron James over 6.5 assists at minus 115. Sam, I know you said you like him to go for more 30, more so on the point side tonight.
Yeah, this is the LeBron magazine. This is what he does. After a sluggish game 1, his team loses. Everybody starts to talk smack and say he's washed or this or that. And then he comes out and drops 30 and the Lakers win. I did mention that Lakers and Golden Knights parlay. If you want to do Golden Knights in regulation, that cheapens the price as well. I think that's a good look. I like the Lakers to win, the Knights to win. But this is going to be, for my estimation, this will be vintage LeBron. Turn back the clock, LeBron. 30 points, 35 points. Luka just had almost 40. So, of course, Joe, they're going to bet him over 30.5. I think it's a LeBron game, though, points-wise.
5 overs. That's what stands out. T-Wolves, Lakers, they're betting 5 overs. They're betting overs on 3 superstars with Ant, Luka, and LeBron. I can't sit here and say that I want to fade any of these. Like with the other ones, there was one that jumped out where I would be willing to go hard against. Like, you're right. LeBron's probably going to have a big game tonight, but Luka still could get to 31, 32 points with his total sitting at over 30.5. It doesn't surprise me that that's the most popular one because they're looking at the Lakers now and saying, oh, Luka's all by himself, similar to that Giannis conversation, and they're going to back him again. I had mentioned the Edwards on assists. Yeah, I don't want to roll with this, but at plus money price, I think that's a pretty good look at over 5.5 assists. But you're right. Lakers to win is the play. And whether it's baseball or another NBA game, hockey tonight, you probably want to take that Lakers money line and pair it with something.
Rockies on the road at Kansas City.
Fade it. Yeah.
You know, Rockies to win, or sorry, not Rockies to win. Rockies definitely not to win. Royals to win, Lakers to win. Put that together. Build off that. Probably a winner.
Yep.
My favorite prop to fade is the Morant under. 22 and a half. He's going over that.
We could go over Ja and Lakers money line, I'm sure. That wouldn't be a bad, bad two-legger.
With the Royals and the Knights?
You're right, though. Like, how many times have we seen this? You got the best player on the Grizzlies. They lose by 51, and they're fading him because of his point total when he didn't play much because of the result of the game. Like, that's the one that really seems pretty obvious. And, by the way, we're getting it at a discount. That seems to be the look.
I got a text 10 minutes ago. I can't believe the Thunder are only laying 14 and a half. Spread should be 25. Well, he
25.
Yep.
25.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Come on.
I love when my friends play odds maker. It's very fun. Oh, the line should be 25. Do you know how much money groups would bet on plus 25? That line wouldn't last a second.
So the reaction should be double the point spread of game one. That's what they're saying. Just double it.
Well, they won by 50, Joe.
Yeah. So it's going to happen again. Right? I mean, it could. It could, but I don't expect it to happen. You certainly don't. Yeah, I know. Boy, that would be another all-out effort. It's a tough place to win. I understand, but yeah, it's a 1-point move, 1.5-point move. Not 10, 12-point move. That's not how this racket works. All right, let's get back to the NFL draft. Scott Smith, 4for4.com. He's going to drop by and talk to us about his latest mock draft, which was just posted, and some bets still available to make on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
The NFL Draft, 2 days away. We welcome in, just like we do every year around this time, Scott Smith at Scott Smith FF over on X, one of the best guys in the business when it comes to mock drafts. He posted his latest 4for4.com yesterday. He's got another one coming out on Wednesday evening. 2 days out, Scott, how you feeling heading into this draft compared to others?
Oh, every year we kind of say that it's getting less and less predictable there at the top. I think this year with the quarterbacks and the way things have kind of fallen all over the board, you've got a lot of guesswork on the back end, but I feel like the top 4 to 5 picks are kind of getting set.
And you had just mentioned before we got on the air here that you're hearing things about number 5. For 3 months, man, it was Mason Graham going 5th. Jacksonville loves Mason Graham, and it's been quite the opposite the last week or so, huh?
Yeah, you started to hear some of the big guys in media start to kind of whisper, Mason Graham has been the chalk, but I think just overall from a prospect, when you start looking at him, a little bit undersized, not a premium position, short arms, I think it's hard to project even in a weak class where there's not a lot of premium talent. I think Mason Graham's a safe pick, but I think the ceiling's a bit limited on him, and I think that's one of the things that'll keep him from being a pick there at 5.
Okay, so I guess that's where the draft seems to start. You mentioned 1 through 4 seems to be set. You're going against the grain. When I'm looking at some of the other mocks that are still being posted right now, for the most part, people are saying Graham 5. Let's start there. What do you have Tuesday morning happening at 5?
Right now, I'm still trying to parse through a few things, but the two names that I'm hearing is either going to be Genty or Tet. A lot of people think that the Genty like stuff that's come out here recently is a bit of a smokescreen, but I think that team needs to do something to build around Trevor Lawrence. You've got a first-year GM, a first-year coach. I think they're going to do something to go ahead and facilitate the evaluation and further, Trevor Lawrence developing. So I think it's going to be an offensive player. Right now, I'm about 60-40 leaning Genty over Tet.
I was telling Joe in the last hour, I was laughing because I do some writing on the side for Fox, and I gave them 3 bets last week. And I got an email yesterday, hey, can you send more draft best bets? And I'm like, no, I can't. I don't want to send any more best bets. I don't want to add any more. The markets are already shaped. Everything is out. The information is leaked in a lot of places. Can you give people an idea, Scott, when you started betting this year's draft, like how far back it was that you made your first bet or two?
I mean, it's been weeks. As soon as they start releasing some numbers, you really jump on. I got on early when a lot of the quarterback stuff. I have like Shador Sanders over 3.5 was a number that I got in on early and got some heavy action down on, as much as they'll let me at least. So I mean, as soon as we get numbers, like like my group of guys, like we start betting and start making some plays. You want to kind of wait for some information and some confirmation stuff to start leaking out, but there's some things that are just obvious. And with the way the quarterbacks were kind of valued in this thing, I always thought that, I don't know if Cam Ward is really a strong first-round talent, but he's the best of the bunch this year. I'm not really high on Shador Sanders, Dart, or even some of the other guys. So I think it's safe to say that you're going to see a lot of these secondary quarterbacks after Cam Ward be on the back end and maybe not even the first round at all.
And that was my point. People are making bets on this draft. You could have bet this stuff at the end of February, early March, and now, the content creators are wanting to jam draft down your throat 2 days before the draft. And I don't think there are that many actionable numbers anymore. I could be wrong. That's just my opinion there. There were 2 numbers that I saw right away that I thought those aren't right. Sanders was one. I didn't bet it. I don't know why. I wussed out at 3.5. I was going to bet over. I didn't do it. And then I bet under 6.5 on Will Campbell. I think that's a winner, but I don't know. I think the lesson here for people that bet the draft and are new to betting the draft, you don't want to wait till the week of the draft to get down, Scott. That's all I'm trying to say. You want to bet this stuff when the numbers first come out, when the information isn't quite readily available. You can pounce on some really bad numbers early in the process.
Well, the one other thing that I suggest to people when it comes to betting the draft is you want to leave yourself multiple out. So, for instance, if you're betting on that back end of the draft, a player to be drafted in the first round, you want to look at, especially like these edges right now, like give yourself, when you're looking at a player, multiple outs. Does that player have some insight and information coming out, projecting him to multiple different teams? So those are some of the things that I look at. And if you're getting a good plus number, over 250, 300 range, and you've got a player that you think is solidly got multiple outs at the back end of the draft, those are the kind of the targets and the bets that I tend to look at.
Let's hit that market. What about first round bets? So obviously I would assume that you're going to have to go down the board, because at the top, if you look on your favorite sports book, you're going to see these huge minus prices. You don't want to lay numbers like that. I'm assuming you're hunting for some value. Who are some guys that you think can sneak their way into the first round? Because, I've been on repeat. It feels like outside of the top 10, there's a lot of names that can enter that conversation for the back end of the first round.
Well, I'll actually sneak one into the top 10 that I still think has some value, and that's Mikael Williams to be a top 10 pick. I think he's running around minus 200, minus 180, kind of in that range. I think he's got multiple outs within the first round. I think if you see a situation where Jalen Walker goes before Carolina, I think Carolina is very much in play to go ahead and target Mikael Williams. The Saints have done a ton of work on Mikael Williams. They're switching over their defense to a 3-4. Cam Jordan's older. You have Mikael Williams, who's a younger prospect and kind of fits that Cam Jordan mold and can kind of be mentored by him for a year. And I think he's even got an out there at Chicago at 10 if the board happens to fall a certain way. I would say he's a little bit on the outskirts for Chicago, but in play. So he's a guy that I like in the top 10. As we move down the draft board, I think there's some guys like Nick Scorton is a guy that I think he's very much in play for a team like Washington, even a team like Detroit. And there's a plus 1,000 number that I bet this morning on JT Tumoloa, or I can't really pronounce his last name, but he's got some McShay on his information that he popped out to said, don't be surprised if he's a first round pick. There's a few other guys that I respect in the draft world that's kind of had him projected to Detroit. So there's enough there. That number on JTT is big enough at plus 1,000 that I'm willing to throw, a small play there and see how it unfolds, especially with some of the information that's coming out here late. So that's a couple of the guys. I think what a lot of people are going to be looking at is this quarterback number that you have for the first round. And I think it's like sitting heavily at like 2.5. I think it goes under. Like, I don't think that these teams are clamoring to get back into the first round. I think they're going to let the board play out. I don't think it's a guarantee that any of the other real three secondary quarterbacks that you're looking at go in the first round.
Interesting. So Dart falls out or Sanders or both?
I could see a situation where both fall. We still don't have a clear picture as to what's going on in Pittsburgh as far as Aaron Rodgers. That's kind of like shady. There's a number of people within the mainstream media that seems to think that Aaron Rodgers is still going to end up there. You've had things come out with how much does any coach or GM want to deal with Shedeur Sanders as far as a team tanking, and maybe, fans start clamoring that Dion comes in to take over and be the head coach. I think when I look at it, I tend to think that Pittsburgh passes on Shedeur. I think that Cleveland is in play for Shedeur. I think Jackson Dart is the play for New York, from what I understand. And the quarterback that's on the outside, I think the Saints pass on quarterback altogether and end up looking at Tyler Shugg. And if none of that pans out for New Orleans, I think they go and look at signing a veteran like Carson Wentz. So those are kind of the player matchups that I'm looking at for those teams. And if you're looking for a spot on that back end, I would kind of look at Minnesota at 24 if a team is going to trade up to get one of those guys.
With Scott Smith here at Scott Smith FF on X. Find his mock 4for4.com. He's got another one coming for you on Wednesday night. Now, I'm looking at your current mock compared to some of the others, and we've talked about some of the names where you're kind of going against the grain. But I see some others like, man, you've got Kelvin Banks Jr. going at 7 right now. And then you see other respected people like, nah, he's going to slide. He's going down 24, 25, somewhere in that range. You've got Golden 12, a lot higher than most. Like names like those guys or maybe somebody else, can you explain why there is such a difference of opinion on a number of players in the first round to get close to top 10 or maybe barely in the first round?
Well, I think because this isn't a premium draft as far as like prospects at the top end, you're going to have teams that rank these guys differently. We've had some intel specifically for the Jets when it comes to Kelvin Banks that they have Kelvin Banks over Amar Membu, who's been, a chalk player to the Jets there. So that's one of those things. I think Kelvin Banks is in play from 7 to 13. I don't think he gets past Miami if he's there on the board for the Dolphins. And then a player like Golden, I've reached out to some of the connections I have in Dallas, and there's serious discussions, whether it be Ted McMillan or Matthew Golden. And I think the coaching staff tends to value, at least from what I've been told, is the separation that Golden gets on some in and out breaking routes. You look at last year, they traded for Mingo late in the year. I think they think that he can kind of fill that big wide receiver role. He didn't get to play with Dak Prescott, only got to come in from Cooper Rush. And then specifically when it comes to slotting Golden to Dallas, I've been told it's wide receiver is what they're going to. There's going to be a discussion that comes down to Tet versus Golden if they're both on the board. But when you start looking at things, there's more outs for Tet before he gets to Dallas. So I think logically it makes a little bit more sense, and there's probably a little bit better chance that Golden is the pick for Dallas.
Where are you on Colston Loveland? How high can he go?
I think Colston Loveland is seriously in play for Chicago at 10. A lot of people think that it's Tyler Warren, but I think that from a scheme standpoint, I think Ben Johnson wants a tight end that he can move around, very similar to Sam Laporta. I think that might be Colston Loveland. The issue that you have is that he's got a little bit of an incomplete draft process profile because he hasn't been able to test, hasn't been able to do some of those things. So I think he's in play very much there at 10. I think he's in play again there at 14 to the Colts. And if that doesn't happen, I've been told specifically when it comes to the Chargers that they're choosing between Colston Loveland and Kenneth Grant, both their Michigan players with Jim Harbaugh having that connection. And I'm told that that's going to be one of the choices there for the Chargers at 22.
We talked a little bit about the quarterbacks. People are going to push them up a little bit as we get closer and closer. And you're saying that's probably not going to be the reality of the situation. What is something else that you're seeing right now, along with a lot of mocks, something that's been being talked about a lot, and you have a hard disagree on?
I have a hard problem with the profile of Will Johnson. You're talking about somebody who's come out and possibly has knee injuries. We don't always have insight to a lot of the medicals, but that's something that's come out. He didn't test. He's a little bit more of his own cornerback. Plays elite with it when the ball's in front of him, but I think he's going to have trouble being able to turn and run with some of these wide receivers. So he's somebody that was kind of projected in the top 10 to 12 a lot throughout this draft process, and I think he falls. He didn't run a 40. There was some rumors that the time might have been 4.55. He was training for it. If he's running, which some people said close to a 4.6, that's not an elite prospect at cornerback when you look at a passing league that teams are going to clamor over. So I think Will Johnson's a player that you can have fall. I think there's a reasonable shot if you kind of take Travis Hunter off the board and start looking at some numbers for Jahdae Barron to be, the first or second cornerback selected, depending upon how they want to do Travis Hunter. I think there's some value still to go ahead and play that.
The one rumor I'm hearing here in Boston is that the Patriots are potentially shopping for, and the big name is A.J. Brown. So if it's Philly coming in to trade for 4, I wonder, Scott, who they circle at number 4 overall, Philly.
The player that I've heard specifically in relation to that rumor was that they're very much interested in Abdul Carter. I don't think it's at 4 though. I think if they would come up, I think they would come up with the Giants. Now it's hard to do interdivisional kind of trades like that, but I think you have to go to 3 if you want Abdul Carter. You've also heard that Cleveland's been taking phone calls about shopping too. So I think that's more in play. I don't think it's going to be with the Patriots. I just don't believe that rumor. I think a lot of people want to go ahead and link Vrabel to A.J. Brown and be hopeful, but I don't see that one coming to fruition.
Scott, we've got about 30 seconds left. Any other value bets still on the board that you would take a look at?
One of the other players that's getting a lot of hype that I think there's, where there's smoke, there's fire, is TreVeyon Henderson to be a first round pick. You've got some people that seem to think that he could actually be the running back 2 off the board over Amarian Hampton. I think Amarian Hampton's very much going to be in play for Denver. I think they're very, very high on him, but you look at some of the teams on the back end, and I'm talking about Washington. They're a team that could be interested in him. You've heard a little bit of stuff with the Chiefs that the Chiefs could possibly have some interest. That's just been slight whispers, but I think you've got some other teams that would be willing to trade back into the first round and possibly get him. When we start talking about the Raiders, if they miss out on Genty, you look at their offensive coordinator. He's got connections there coaching those guys at Ohio State.
Good stuff. Scott Smith, 4for4.com. Check out his latest mock coming Wednesday night at Scott Smith FF on X. Best of luck with all your wagers, Scott. We talk some puck on the other side. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Big night as far as the playoffs go. 3 NBA games, 4 in the NHL. And before we get to our guest here coming up in just a second, we're seeing reaction in the betting markets because on the first NBA game of the night, Sam, we've got some breaking news, but I don't see the numbers moving as quickly as I thought we would.
Well, a lot of books went to 4 right away, and BetMGM now at 3.5. So a bite at the apple on Milwaukee. Damian Lillard has been upgraded to available. So they're not saying that he's going to start, but when you put a guy like that in the available category, you connect the dots there. He's probably going to play tonight, and you're seeing the market react to that in real time from 4.5 down to 4, and BetMGM 3.5.
Yeah, he's playing. The only question is going to be how much. And then how does that impact Giannis and some of the other players for people interested in the props market? But we'll get to that during Lightning Bets coming up in about 20 minutes. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. And now joining us on the show, we've got Pete Jensen at NHL Jensen on X, NHL Fantasy and Edge Stats for NHL.com. Well, Pete, last night didn't lack for any sort of excitement. You've got 4 one-goal games, couple go to overtime, exciting finishes. Any major takeaways from last night's action?
I mean, a lot of people were so heavy on the Colorado Avalanche going into the postseason, including myself. And then I think people were getting a little too heavy on them after their lopsided Game 1 win. I had a feeling they were going to bounce back at some point in this series. I still think it's going to go 7 games, whether the Avs win or not. And then you look ahead and say, what if Jason Robertson comes back? What if Miro Heiskanen comes back? Then all of a sudden you're looking at a completely even playing field. And then, when you're looking at how Mackenzie Blackwood, the goalie for the Avalanche, has been peppered with high danger shots on goal faced so far through the first 2 games, that is not a trend that you like to see if you're a backer of the Avalanche so far in the series.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the tougher series, I think, in their pursuit of getting back to a Stanley Cup final. I think they get through Dallas, they could really make a nice run, but getting through Dallas is not going to be easy, especially with Dallas having that 7th game on home ice. So that'll be a great series to pay attention to. Joe and I were just talking top of the show about how exciting the hockey was last night to have every game decided by a goal. 2 games go to overtime. But the one thing we've noticed so far, and Joe brought this up as well, we've only really had one upset in the very small sample size of games so far, and that was Dallas getting home last night against Colorado. If one of these underdogs wins tonight, whether it be New Jersey, Ottawa, I guess you could call Florida a dog, even though it's a very small one. But of the 3 big dogs, New Jersey, Ottawa, Minnesota, which one do you like the most to pull the upset?
I like Ottawa. I mean, I think the other 2 series are very lopsided, even on paper going in. Luke Hughes is going to be out for New Jersey tonight, so that's another backbreaker. Jack Hughes is already out for the entire season with shoulder surgery. But back to Ottawa, they outshot the Toronto Maple Leafs in Game 1 pretty significantly. They just committed a ton of penalties, and Toronto went 3 for 6 with the man advantage. So if Ottawa cleans things up, even a Brady Tkachuk, like look at him, 5 shots on goal in Game 1, didn't score a goal. That was his Stanley Cup playoff debut. He's coming back from an injury. We saw how good and how clutch he was for the U.S. in the 4 Nations face-off. Maybe he parlays that success eventually in Game 2, pulls the upset, and all of a sudden Toronto's shaking a little bit going back to Ottawa in that Battle of Ontario.
Is there anyone else in that specific matchup tonight that you would take a look at, like whether it's shots, points, anything like that?
Yeah, one guy that just flies under the radar all the time, seemingly, whether it's fantasy or the props market, Drake Batherson for the Ottawa Senators. You could get better numbers on him for different categories compared to their top guns like Brady Tkachuk and, maybe Claude Giroux or Jake Sanderson, guys that most of the casual fans have heard of. But Batherson has been very consistent this season. And Toronto, in terms of the shots on goal allowed per game, they were in the bottom 10 of the NHL Anthony Stolarz has been really good so far this season, but that tandem of Stolarz and Wall, inconsistent at times as well this season. So, I feel like Ottawa has a chance to pounce here, and Batherson could be heavily involved.
I cleared my schedule tonight for 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I am not missing Florida Tampa, man. There's no way. That is the game of the night. It's a coin flip. How do you handicap not only this game, but this series between two very, very good teams?
I picked Florida to win it because I expect Matthew Tkachuk to be back at some point, and that kind of unites for the first time since the Brad Marchand trade, that grizzled toughness line of Matthew Tkachuk, Sam Bennett, and Brad Marchand, which is just like a dream for a playoff line with the physicality and the touch of scoring, more than just the touch of scoring, really. So I still think Florida has a slight edge in depth, but I mean, when you look ahead to, Conn Smythe futures market and stuff like that, Nikita Kucherov's being undervalued in that market. I think that he, still doesn't get the respect that he deserves for leading the entire NHL in points in the playoffs since 2015-16, more than Crosby, more than Ovechkin, more than McDavid, etc., more than McKinnon. That's pretty impressive. He's a 2-time Stanley Cup champion. He's led the NHL in scoring each of the past 2 regular seasons. And one thing that I like to look at when you look ahead to the Conn Smythe market and stuff like that, has the guy ever won it before as a multi-Stanley Cup champion? And the answer is no for him. One year it was Hedman, the defenseman. One year it was Vasilevsky. So maybe if they get back there, they slay Goliath with the Florida Panthers and get back to the Cup final and maybe win it. You think that the narrative might shift in his direction. A third time could be the charm there.
With Pete Jensen here on Bet Sweats. This is the BetMGM Network. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you. And Pete Jensen, I'm glad you brought up the Conn Smythe. That's something I always find interesting to track. Every single game, every single goal, these odds seem to shift at least a little bit based on team result and what some of the star players are doing. You bring up Kucherov there. Obviously, you're looking at teams that are going to make a run, right? And the ones that are going to be most impactful there. What other teams on your short list? What are teams on your short list where you would look at players on those rosters for Conn Smythe?
It's interesting. I guess I understand to an extent why Ovechkin is such a long shot to win the Conn Smythe. But when you step back and look at the season he just had. He broke the NHL goal record. I know we were laughing, right? How did he only have one career overtime goal? And that was last night. That's pretty remarkable. But the reality is, he's won the Cup before in 2018. That was the only time he's gotten past the second round. And I think he has a chance to do so this year with the Metro Division bracket being by far the most favorable of the 4 NHL division brackets in this postseason. So, look at Ovechkin. If he wills his team that deep in the playoffs and continues this furious goal scoring clip or anything close to it, we were looking, right, NHL postseason career, he's averaging just about a half a goal per game. So maybe that he has a chance if Washington gets to the conference finals and all the other teams are beat up around the league with playing such competitive hockey.
I came in and bet Colorado to win the Cup on Saturday before the game. It was about plus 750. Mm-hmm. They win the first game handily, as you alluded to, and then the price goes down to 550. Well, they lose game 2, and here you go. You could bet 750 again. But I thought it was a really interesting move on Makar in the Conn Smythe market. So he was 15-1 last night going into the game. They lose one game, and he goes out to 25-1. I love buying these teams and these guys that I love right off a loss, man. And at 25-1 on Cale Makar, yeah, I'm interested at that price.
Right. If you know a team is capable of going all the way and you can pinpoint even some of these teams like Dallas, let's say, the Conn Smythe winner could come from so many different directions. It could be Heiskanen if he comes back, could be Rupe Hintz, could be Wyatt Johnston, could be Mikko Rantanen, could be goalie Jake Ottinger. But for Colorado, if they win the Cup, it's probably going to be either Makar for the second time after he won the Conn Smythe in 2022 or Nathan MacKinnon. Nathan McKinnon was my pre-playoff pick for Conn Smythe, but I like the way you're thinking there with kind of being able to narrow the field for one particular team. And at the surface, if I'm looking at, which team, if they get past the first round, which teams are most likely to win the cup, to me, it's a short list. It's probably like Colorado, Dallas, Florida, and Tampa. That's just like based on what I've seen for the entirety of this season.
A couple matchups tonight, Pete, that we have not discussed much. And just I could pick up from your quick comment on them is you think Carolina, VGK, they're going to make quick work of their opponents. But what about tonight? Would you look at those teams just to win? Because if you put those two teams to win, it's about even money. And then you don't have to worry about winning by a couple of goals. But these massive heavy favorites tonight, we're talking minus 275, minus 250 for Vegas. Any doubt that they're going to get the job done this evening?
I mean, I think that Vegas could have a fault, and certainly Minnesota could win that game. I mean, they're a long shot. I like their chances better than the Devils against the Hurricanes on the road. Both great home environments, but Minnesota, I feel like people are looking at them as the team that was kind of ailing down the stretch of the season, not the team that has, most of its lineup back healthy. We saw an addition with the rookie from Denver, Zeev Buium. He was a little overmatched in his first NHL game in the playoff opener, but expect him to make some adjustments, maybe get on the board, see if you can find a prop on that kid, because he has so much skill for now and moving forward. And then Kaprizov and Joel Eriksson-Ek are both game breakers. You saw it late in the regular season, and Kaprizov's probably like a top 10 player in the NHL. So yeah, rather than getting too heavy on Minnesota to win the series or Kaprizov to win the Conn Smythe, those are astronomical numbers, but their chances of winning game 2, it's certainly possible on the road.
Edmonton tomorrow. I don't want to say must win, but it feels like a pretty good bet to take them at plus 115 on the road.
Yeah, it's tough with me with Edmonton. Like, I was high on them in the preseason after getting so deep in the playoffs last year, but I didn't pick them to win this series because there's too many injuries. There's guys who you hope would come back. Matthias Ekholm sounds like he's out for the whole first round. He's their best all-around defenseman. Jake Wallman came back the last game, had a bit of a rough game, didn't have any shots on goal, didn't contribute too much, unfortunately. Evander Kane, you wonder if he's going to appear at some point in the series. That would help the Edmonton Oilers. But when I look at the depth of the LA Kings and the performance for different guys, like look at Andrei Kuzmenko, the first game of the series, had the best offensive zone time percentage of any player in the playoffs so far, had a goal, 2 assists. I mean, Edmonton would dream of having a performance like that from one of its players not named McDavid, Draisaitl, Bouchard, or Nugent Hopkins. And unfortunately, they just don't have the depth this season. So I worry about their chances of going deep. I even worry about their chances of winning this series. So I'm sounding the alarms a little bit on the Oilers, I guess you could say, but I'm leaning towards the Kings in this series.
Pete, we got a couple of plays from you with props involving Ottawa-Toronto tonight, but those other 3 matchups, any specific players that you would take a look at?
Yeah, I think a guy like Jesper Bratt for the New Jersey Devils, I don't expect them to win the game, but I don't expect them to go quietly either. And he's really risen his game in the absence of Jack Hughes, who he plays a lot with at even strength when Hughes is healthy. So, yeah, look at Jesper Bratt to get involved. The 2 rookies on the Carolina Hurricanes I really like, and it kind of gives them some new blood, right? Like the Hurricanes are always that team that heavily outshoots its opponents. You saw, 45-24 in game 1 against the Devils. But even through the years, remember they lost that series last year against the Rangers, even though they roared back and they were out shooting them for most of the series. And then they just kind of can't get that extra goal at the end of the series. Maybe Jackson Blake and or Logan Stankoven could pop off. And we already saw it in game 1 from Stankoven with the 2 goals and impressive stat line. So, yeah, those are guys that I'm looking at to make a difference for Carolina as they close out this series, probably in 4 or 5, maybe 6 games.
All right. Very good. Good stuff. Pete Jensen, NHL.com. Check out his work there. Pete, appreciate having you on the show and having multiple of you guys over NHL Fantasy, getting it done over there and coming on throughout the playoffs. Looking forward to it. All right.
Yeah, sure thing. Happy to hop on with you guys. And yeah, we got a late one tonight. We got different schedule tonight. We got 6 p.m. to start it off, and then we got an 11 p.m. for the night owls out there.
Ooh. Oh, well, Sam's staying up. He's already made plans. He was anyways, even if he didn't have a bet in it. There was no doubt about that. Thank you, Pete. Appreciate it. Joe, Sammy P. On the other side, we've got our lightning bets for today. NHL, NBA, Major League Baseball. A lot to hit on right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P, Lightning Bets coming your way. We've got to cover it all. NBA, NHL, Major League Baseball, to say the least. So we've got some of those bets coming your way. But your guy, George, never disappoints. Never. He's in his bag. NFL draft week. We're now 2 days away. He's cornering the market on everything. Every single bet that you could possibly think of, he's cornering the market on. He's going nuts. You mentioned he's betting other sports now too, when he's always been strictly an NFL guy, but usually that comes back to Burnham. Like, he was so mad at himself for betting Missouri to win the national championship because he never bets college football. But he did that and he was mad about it, but now he's reaching out to other sports. But he's heavy NFL draft. Thank God they brought those wagers back in the state of Illinois, because otherwise it would be dealing with a very upset GRP.
He posted something, let's see, last night at 9 p.m. It's got 20,000 views, 27 comments. The comments are always the best part, as you've said for a long time. So he posted a piece of paper, not a notebook. It's just an 8.5 by 11 sheet. And he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 bets on Ashton Genty. And he writes, comment-wise, like the caption for the picture is, updated positions after I put on a clinic today in how to bet the draft. And then on the sheet of paper, it says, if the Bears move up to number 4, I'm buying a new car.
To take Genty?
I think so. Yeah, he's got Genty under 6.5, Genty to go 4, Genty to be picked by the Bears, and then he's got a couple other bets on Genty 4, Genty 4, Genty 5, Genty top 5. So he's all in on Genty, apparently, and I'm excited for him to get a new car potentially.
How does he lose it all? That's my question. Like, what's the worst case scenario for him? What's the Flacco scenario?
Genty goes 7.
7?
I think
7, 8,
George,
and it's not the Bears?
Yeah, I think George would be dead if Genty went 7.
7, 8, 9, somewhere in that range, and then he hits absolutely nothing. I think he's right on some of those, though. We see where the market is going. Everybody seems to, we remember when it was a conversation between 6 and 10. Now it's a conversation between 5 and 6. Doesn't mean those convos are correct, but that's what the market is telling us now.
He is onto something, though, because I have heard several people close to the Bears say that they are highly considering making a move up to draft Genty. And it sounds like George is buying into that. I don't know if he bet it because of that rumor or it's just his own intuition, but that's not the first person I've heard saying that the Bears are in love with Ashton Genty, and they've definitely had conversations about moving up. George also tweeted at me on Easter Sunday when I posted the picture of my lamb, and he said, I'll show you my meat in 2 hours with a Greek flag. And I thought, well, that could be taken out of context very easily. Yeah, I'm glad he posted his lamb. I did not see his meat. I saw his lamb.
This guy, a couple hours ago, he posted about a $200 bet, but he can't disclose it right now. He just can't. You'll understand why in a couple weeks.
It's top secret.
There's only one of him. Only one. The entertainment
good.
is endless there. Yeah. Hey, he was on top of those what are they called? Streams. Those I can't even think of the name of it.
Spaces?
Barely slept less. Spaces. Yeah, he was on top of them going in the crapper. Like he called it, and he was spot on with that one. But yeah, go ahead.
I got a text from Alex Smith, who comes on our show quite a bit and also listens all the time. He sent me a 4-leg parlay, and I think it's pretty interesting. Royals money line, Lakers money line, John Morant over 22.5 2.5 points.
Yes,
and
sir.
Nikita Kucherov to score a goal. It's a $100 bet to pay out over 1,000. I like it.
What concerns you, Royals? Would that
Probably
be the
the
most
goal
concerning
scorer.
leg?
I mean, the biggest long shot is Kucherov at plus 180, but I don't hate it. I mean, I think he's the best player in hockey right now. Hot take. But we love the Morant one. I mentioned Lakers to win, and the Royals are facing the Rockies. So I think he's got the right idea. And it's over 10 to 1. 100 to win, 1064.
All right, what's your idea for tonight for lightning bets?
I'm taking the Grizzlies. Let's see. Best number I can take right now, Gerch, is 14.5. Why wait? I'm seeing 14s pop offshore. Amapola, Bet Online, a couple other places down to 14. It's time. It's time to take the points. Oh, the spread should be 30. No, it shouldn't. The spread is right. The resistance came at 15, and I will bet it at 14.5.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really love anything in baseball. I will definitely make some bets, but I don't feel good about anything right now. Let me do that combo. I'll do the Grizzlies plus 14.5 and Morant over 22.5 points. Signed, sealed, delivered.
All right, very good. All right, I'm going to take a look here and kind of bouncing all over the place. I'm with you on Major League Baseball, but I'll throw out some futures that we talked about early on in a couple of awards. But as far as the NBA, Ja over 22.5 points, 100%. Love that look as he bounces back. I also like Giannis over 6.5 assists. And now we know that Dame's going to be in there. I don't mind that one at all. That whole idea of it's only going to be Giannis. Well, okay. That's not going to be the case. Dame's going to be out there. It just might be in limited work. So I get that. I'll take the Bucks. I'll take the Bucks right now. There's a couple 4.5s out there. So I zigzag, bounce back tonight. Dame's back. They need this win and they know it. You go back home 1-1, they're going to be pretty happy campers. So taking the Bucks as well, and I know it's popular, but I'm going to go Edwards over on 5.5 assists, which is plus money. I do think the Lakers win. I didn't pair that with anything. We talked about how that's not the worst idea in the world, but I'm going to go Edwards over on assists. So I got Edwards, I've got Ja, the Giannis prop, and Major League Baseball futures. So a couple of Cy Youngs with some value. The more I thought about it, I think Jake's right. It's 6 guys involved in the AL Cy Young. Reagan's has the longest number. Why not go with him at 13 to 1? And the web number is just flat wrong right now at 18 to 1. There are a lot of interesting metrics projecting out the rest of the season that, like, Zips has him with the highest WAR of any NL pitcher there. Obviously, we're not talking about Ohtani. Now it looks like he's not going to be pitching for a few months. So Webb 18 to 1, Reagan's 13 to 1. A lot of value with both guys. Let's get to Paul and Jake. What? Which one do you not like? You just
Webb.
like Webb.
That was a callback.
Yes.
Yeah, we need Jake. We need to go into the
Can
vault.
we get that fart?
And we need a fart sound for Logan Webb. I think we need to have it.
Okay.
It was loud. It was pretty loud.
Why don't you just pull it from the clip? Why don't you just go to that clip and pull it from there? It can be authentic.
No, I think we go to Sound Dogs and get a real nice fart. Like we get a nice isolated good fart.
Like a nice birthday song that we had earlier for Joe.
Happy birthday, Joe!
Oh, yeah. Forgot about it. Was it Verlander, you think? There's a decent chance that it was. Pitchers hanging out.
No, it was definitely a
together.
fat reporter. No, somebody had hot dogs
Oh!
in the press box.
It was.
Yeah.
It wasn't a player? I thought it was a player messing up the interview
No,
for sure.
I thought for sure it was a reporter with like a polo shirt that didn't fit, probably untucked, had 3 hot dogs in the press box and just let it rip in the circle.
Crack hanging out. Just the worst.
Tellender. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying
Tellender's
that.
in shape. Tellender was in shape. He was.
Oh, yeah.
Tellender could probably still beat me up.
I just brought him up because of the hot dogs.
Where was I going to go? Oh, we're hearing more and more about it. There's a plus 150 out there still. So look, am I late to the party? Missed the best number for sure, but I think it's a good time to get in on the under, if you're not in yet, under 2.5 quarterbacks in the first round. We just keep hearing more and more about it from a lot of people we respect. So plus 150, I will get in on that.
All right, Jake,
I am going to be adding one more. For the final time this year, I'm going to be adding a college baseball outright. I'm going to play Texas. They are only going to get better. They've been missing their best player, Max Bellew, all year or for the last couple of weeks. He was a Golden Spikes Award watch list guy for the first half of the year. He's going to come back right around when the tournament starts. He's one of the best players in the nation. They have a coaching staff that has already been there. Basically, all of Texas A&M's staff from last year went to Texas. They famously were runners-up last year. And what this rotation has been unbelievable, including their closer, Dylan Volantis, probably the best closer in the country. They're the number one team in the country right now, 11-1. I'll add Texas to go with Arkansas and LSU and Oregon, and then I'm good. I'm riding with those four for the rest of the way.
So Augie's not there anymore? He's not ruining arms anymore?
No.
He's gone?
Speaking of people's meat, Max Wiener is the pitching coach at Texas.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And speaking of that, this Thursday from 7 to 11 Eastern, BetMGM tonight is your NFL Draft War Room. Ryan Horvat and the Brad Evans break down every pick, every team prop, and every fantasy ripple, all in real time. Listen on the Odyssey app or watch and subscribe to the BetMGM network on YouTube. There you go. Get you locked in.
That would have been a great time, Jake, to hit that
up.
fart sounder right there, right after the read.
I didn't say big noise.
Definitely would have heard about that.
Oh, that's a meeting. That's a Zoom call. That's a whole thing. Whew. All right, thanks for watching and listening to Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM network. Send it in, PJ Glasser, 1 o'clock Eastern, Bet Slips and Bat Flips at 1:30 Eastern with Jake. Just Jake. Happy
Jake
birthday,
Network.
Rick Camp.
Candles on the cake.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.